Hello, hello, hello. Evening's off to a disastrous start. I spilled a drink while I was pouring it. One of my clarified cocktails. Just a whole bunch of stuff that was chucked together and has come out a most interesting flavor. See, Tradie Trev, you love the title. You want, oh yeah. Look, at some point, I might get back into doing the pre-recorded videos. COVID was just so strange with how it affected my mood. That is a really interesting drink. It's like, interesting is the best word because it's not bad. It's not going to go down as my all-time favorite either. But it's got stuff mixed in it you would normally not mix together. I'd have to actually try and think some to remember what's actually in it. I know it's got mezcal and I think whiskey and rum and gin and other things. Fox, yes, we must restrain our sarcasm when we think about Trump at the moment. Yes. Justin, it's almost beyond doubt that Biden has won the election. It's not so much that there's a chance that Trump could win in terms of straight up votes or electoral college votes. It's just that there's a non-zero chance that there could be some absolutely rampant fuckery with subverting the result. Hellion, hello to you, Kirsten. Nice to see you. Ooh, I have to send Aidsy the link. I forgot. Oh, fuck off, iPhone. Right, okay. I just better send Aidsy the link. Link-a-dinky-dinky-doo. And send. And that's done. And I'll tell him I sent it. Okay. Rock and roll. Abigail, tried watching Trump's press conference. So many lies and bullshit, just zoned out. The funniest thing was that he ran away without taking questions. And there was just this roar from all the press when he ran away about, you being all the. So I like to think, although the American press corps are particularly gutless, the Australian press corps is bad enough, but the American press corps is worse. I like to think that if he does another one of these bullshit speeches, they'll now expect him to just talk his bullshit and run away, and they'll maybe not put up with that. So the instant he says, oh, this is illegal, they actually just start shouting questions at him, go, where's your evidence? There is no evidence at all for that. You know, why are you doing this? Charlie, hello to you. Justin, you read the remaining votes in Pennsylvania are breaking 80% Biden. That's what Trump gets for discouraging his followers from using postal votes. It was quite a complex plan, not put together by Trump, obviously, because he's too stupid, but someone in his circle put together quite a complex plan to try and subvert the postal votes, which doesn't look like it's going to work. Philosopher, China's being weird with its trade restrictions with Australia. Yes, they are. Well, because Australia's only doing stuff to upset China because Scotty from marketing is a giant fucking suckhole and is doing stupid shit Trump wants him to do. One might hope that the removal of Trump might lead to more sane times, but who knows? Abigail, that would be the other preferable option. The media grows a spine and just walks out in. I like, wasn't watching any of the American media, but apparently several of the networks, as soon as he started lying, they actually cut him out and came in with, just fact checking. That isn't true. There is no evidence to support that. rather than let him ramble on. I was watching the ABC or BBC, who just ran the whole thing, whereas I think MSNBC and CNN just cut in and just went, he's lying. That's not true. He's saying things that are not true. So yeah, because he did that thing where he just rambled and dribbled and sooked and threw his toys out of the pram. Alrighty. Yeah, but I think they expected to be able to ask him questions, and the way he just fucking ran away, I really hope they don't let him get away with that shit next time. Theodore. Oh, Jesus Christ, dude. If you Theodore Upland is saying the dumbest fucking talking points in this, you are just regurgitating incredibly obvious lies because you're a pathetic fucking loser who supports a pathetic fucking loser, and you're a worthless fucking shit stain on the face of humanity. You are absolutely a gormless fucking moron. If you're just going to spout obvious lies that have been circulated and repeated by thick as shit fucking morons with no evidence, you can go fuck yourself, okay? You are worthless. You are nothing. You are such a fucking loser. Honestly. Ugh. Peter on Facebook. Trump is a massive flog. Yes, and his supporters are dangerous. That is a fair point. Philosopher, well, yeah, Trump did motivate a lot of people to vote for him, and unlike the last election where Clinton was so uninspiring and people never took the threat of Trump seriously, this time Democrats were motivated to vote as well. Lyra Jane, yes, that is an impeccable insight, Lyra Jane. Trump is a big doo-doo butthead. Absolutely. It's really that was actually pretty funny. But if someone wanted to say something even vaguely rational, like, just talk about what a suckhole of a fucking candidate Joe Biden was, and the fact that Biden couldn't win by a landslide in the face of the disaster that was Trump is a massive indictment of both Biden and the Democratic Party. I'm happy with that. But if he's just going to repeat the lies that are just circulating around fuckwits on Facebook, that there is literally no point in engaging with someone who's just going to spout incredibly obvious lies. They're nothing but time wasters. Yeah, I mean, that's what I love. The fact is, it's not just that Trump's the loser now. His supporters are losers who support a loser, and that loser actually hates them more than anyone. Speaking of Star Trek, yes. Oh, okay. You're actually warming towards disco. Yeah, see, that's one of the areas where we disagree, because I've always liked disco. I haven't watched the new episode yet, but be a new episode of The Mandalorian too. I have to watch them both this weekend. Little bit of sci-fi watching. Time wasters. Yes, the three things. It's like I'm being Monty Python's Spanish Inquisition, saying the one thing I won't tolerate is time wasters. Time wasters and hypocrites. Two things I won't waste time on is time wasters, hypocrites, and bigots who want to use my platform. Okay, three things I won't tolerate. Time wasters, hypocrites, and bigots who think they can use my platform to spout their bigotry. Peter, look, Biden's a terrible candidate, but at least he's human. Trump's not human. And hello, Bill, on Facebook as well. Charlie, you don't like prequels were supposed to be going forward. Yeah, they jumped all over the place with Star Trek, didn't they? Mostly it was going linear, and then they did Enterprise, which was backwards in time. And now, yeah, Disco's also backwards in time. Picard's forwards in time. Yes, that's how. Apart from the roads, education, and aqueducts, what did the Romans ever do for us? Philosopher, I can't answer that question for you. You thought the first episode of Discovery was too melodramatic. It's a personal taste thing. I think Discovery's been good from the start and has been consistently good. Abigail disagrees. See, that's the thing. Personal taste. Charlie hates Enterprise. Abigail likes Enterprise a lot. I think Enterprise had a lot going for it. Of the ones that are no longer on air, Deep Space Nine's probably my favorite, because I think the politics are the most interesting in Deep Space Nine. But I like the new ones. I like Discovery. I liked the Picard series. And, you know, big old bloody sacrilege to some people. I like the movies. I like the reboot movies with the new young cast. I enjoy them a lot. But that's the thing. Personal taste. So I say, and it's okay, Abigail, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think it's still impossible to watch Lower Decks legally in Australia, which continues to stun me. That's like the stupidest fucking thing in history. That's a good observation, Bill. Babylon 5 may have forced Deep Space Nine to lift its game. Speaking about intriguing and convoluted politics, Babylon 5 was pretty good with that. There was some absolute shite acting from lead actors in Babylon 5. Charlie's a slut for Voyager. That would make you Paris, wouldn't it? Tom Paris was the slut on the Voyager, wasn't he? Oh, dear. Oh, yeah, okay, you're confirming, Abigail, only Canada and the US can legally watch Lower Decks. Who does that in this day and age? They're just telling the world, oh, go ahead and pirate this. We're not even going to cut a deal so you can watch it legally. Like, you could get away with that, I don't know, as recently as even 10 years ago. But now with the streaming services, people expect to be able to watch stuff everywhere. And to not make something legally available is fucking moronic. Absolutely moronic. I have real trouble understanding what the thought process would be that led to, yeah, let's not actually make this legally available in almost the entire world. It's just fucking stupid. There's no possible defense for it. It's absolutely ridiculous. So, yeah. Don't know if I've got the settings on this camera right. It fucks with me every night. It really annoys me. Sorry, I'm just going to look at what it looks like on YouTube. There we are. Oh, no, it looks okay. It looks okay. I look at myself on the screen, so I see myself looking straight up, and because there's about a, yeah, no, it looks fine. Okay, looks fine. That's okay. It's okay. Okay, stop panicking. All of you, stop panicking. I don't know what that panic was about. You need to calm down, get a grip. It's going to be fine. You know, unless it's not, unless, you know, the world just fucking goes to hell. So I'm going to make a Berlin Wall cocktail tonight because Monday is actually the anniversary of the fall of the Berlin Wall. And I'm old enough to have lived through that, being a teenager and go through all that time of, the 80s thinking you're going to die in a nuclear fucking war and somehow not. And the Berlin Wall falling, which seemed impossible for a long time. Project Redfoot, I'm glad you like the vest. This is my formal Friday gear, also my cocktail making gear, and I'll be making multiple cocktails tonight. So I'm going to make a Berlin Wall, gonna make an Armistice Day cocktail. I'm sure I came up with something for Armistice Day, didn't I? Did I? Didn't I? Did I? I don't know. That's Wednesday. And then I have to toss up. It looked like I was jerking off two people. Why was I doing that? Toss up. Tossing off, tossing up. Okay. Stop it. Not even drunk yet. God, what will the after party be like if I'm like this at the start of the night? Good God. Oh, I should have gone goth, shouldn't I? But I'm doing cocktail videos. Everyone else goes goth, not me. Musical Aviator loves. Okay, I'm really looking forward to seeing Lower Decks. Abigail, do you remember, what was it? Silicon Valley, when they end up with that metaphor, which is how he works out his two-way compression algorithm, because the guys are just bored and nihilistic because everything's gone wrong. And they're talking about, the only way we get positive coverage is to jerk off everyone in the auditorium. And they're like, how would you even do that? There's too many of them. And going, well, you've got to be doing at least two. And then they work out, well, if you can get 4 guys and get them to stand sort of tip to tip, and then you could get this back and forth motion going, so you could actually jerking off 4 guys. And they go into this really convoluted mathematical equation to work out how quickly they could jerk off everyone in the auditorium. Catherine, you would go goth, but you're already in your pajamas. It's Professor Farnsworth. Catherine's being Professor Farnsworth. No, do you like the tie too? I like the tie. Oh, yes, Abigail, yes. Come over for drinks and season 1 of Lower Deck. Why not? Yes. Yes, the version of the Shocker called the Spocker. The Shocker is, of course, 2 in the pink and 1 in the stink. And the Spocker is highly illogical. Woo! We're into the smart in the first 20 minutes. This is going to get out of control. And AIDSy's not even here. AIDSy's not here. Angry Bunch isn't happening. And we're already seriously into the smart. So, okay, it's Friday. It's clearly Friday. It's clearly Friday if that shit's happening. All right. Here we go. I'm just saying, kids, put your fucking seatbelts on. It's going to be a bumpy ride. I can see it now. I can absolutely see it now. So we shall take that as come. I called this stream Trump's a sooky la la because I went when he was having that SPAC of a press conference earlier today. I was on Twitter and I did a tweet which turned out to be quite popular and said, hey, Americans, are you familiar with the word sook? It's a great word. It can be a noun and a verb, as in Trump's a sook and he's having a really big sook on TV. He's a loser having a sook who's supported by losers who are also sooks. They're a bunch of sooks. Abigail, some brevity. It's been a difficult week. Some brevity and some smart is happening. Yes, Fox, we are getting silly. Yes, Project Redfoot, tell all your friends about the Spocker and get some friends. That's the order we do things in. That's how you get friends. You tell randos about the Spocker, and if they like it, they can become your friends. See? That's how it works. That is how it works. So I'm going to decide what cocktails I'm going to do. Why do I not write shit down? One time I wrote down notes of what I was going to do, and then I forgot. But I am doing the Berlin Wall. Um, does anyone remember? Did I say I had an idea for Armistice Day? Armistice cocktail. I feel like, okay, yeah, I clearly looked this up. The cocktail virgin slut. Okay. The Armistice is Rittenhouse Rye, Vermouth, Chartreuse, Maraschino, and bitters. That's okay. What does this person? Rye, Vermouth, herbal liqueur, and bitters. Okay. There appears to be some consistency of that's an Armistice cocktail. Let me have a look. What does this one say? Rittenhouse Rye? Okay. Fuck, I'm drinking a lot of fucking whiskey tonight then because I wanted to make a whiskey cocktail as well. Do one more? No, two more. I'm going to look. This one's on Reddit. Armistice. Rittenhouse. Okay, there appears to be some agreement on what an armistice cocktail is. That's cool. Gonna try one more and see if they do the same. This one's completely different. Nice. Jamaican rum, Unterberg, allspice dram, raspberry syrup, orange bitters. Now, I think a bunch of other people agree that it's Rittenhouse Rye, vermouth, dry vermouth, green chartreuse, maraschino liqueur, and bitters. Got to decide which bitters to put in. There you go, say Fee's Whiskey Barrel bitters. We could just do Angostura or one of my other 15 bitters. I have to put a bit of thought into that. Bonjour, Aspie. Peter on Facebook. That is the summary of the Trump presser. Taking my bat and ball. Not going to play nice. Fuck you all. Yes, Charlie, it is disturbing. The US is now so anti-intellectual they lose their shit over counting. And Trump was like, what was it? The mangled metaphor Joe Bjork-Peterson said once, like saying that he reckoned Labor couldn't decide what they wanted to do, and he said, you can't stand with one leg either side of a barbed wire fence. Trump at one point was asserting in a state where he was ahead, they had to stop counting. In a state he was behind, they had to keep counting. And in another state, he was going to demand a recount. It's like, dude, you've got to keep your lies consistent. I love that, Charlie. The slip there, gluten abend mein Herr, instead of gluten. Is that what someone who's gluten intolerant German says? Gluten abend mein Herr. Yes, I did a teeny bit of German at school, so I recognize certain German phrases. Good evening, mein Herr. Good evening, sir. Oh, yeah. No, that was right. Michael Gove might have been the first fuckwit to use that phrase. I think people have had enough of experts telling them. The US has definitely had enough of experts. So one of my favorite lines, I mean, okay, I have about 1 million favorite lines from The Simpsons, but you just reminded me of one, the episode where Lisa and the other smart people trying to run the city according to smart people rules, and it all goes to hell, and the crowd decide to descend on them like an angry mob and beat them up. And Carl and Lenny are next to each other, and Carl says, "Let's make litter of these literati." And Lenny looks at him and goes, "That's too clever. You're one of them," and starts punching Carl. That was beautiful to me. Anyway, Zvan, happy Friday to you too, my friend. Cheers. Wow, there was a lot of alcohol in that, and I've drunk it already, so that's okay. I gotta get warmed up to make a video for cocktails. I might make them an order. Monday is Berlin Wall. So I did find a degree of agreement about what's in a Berlin Wall cocktail too. What does Esquire say? Tequila, lime, falernum, orange bitters. Is that what everyone said? Cocktail, tequila, falernum, lime, orange bitters. Huh. I don't mind a tequila cocktail. Ooh, but here's a different one. Okay, I gotta look. Tequila, lime, falernum. So it's just a tiny twist on a fucking margarita. Tequila, lime, falernum, orange bitters. Vodka, Jägermeister, and Bailey's. Okay, that's fucking disgusting. From a website called The Spirit. No. Fucking Bailey's Irish Cream. That's such a shit ingredient. As people occasionally ask you, are you a snob about cocktails, Angry? And I say no. Then something comes up and I'm really snobby about it. Everyone loves the snob. Rewind. Everyone loves the Spock time. Thanks, Aspie. Charlie, when you need dental work, you don't want a real dentist. You want a maverick outsider. Project Redfoot. What did Charlie say she was cooking? I must have missed that. Potato bacon snags. Oh, fuck yeah, that's good. I had a light and easy mac and cheese for dinner tonight. I'm being A, lazy, and B, doing the whole weight loss thing because I put on like 10 fucking kilos over, and I was already a fat bastard before COVID, and then I put on 10 kilos in 6 months, and so I'm working backwards. I've lost like 5 of that. It's going to take about 6 months of being fairly diligent to get back to a pretty reasonable weight. But, I've done it before. Maybe I can do it again. Here we go. Okay, so what am I going to decide about a Berlin Wall? God, this one's Goldschlager and Rumpelmins? Get the fuck out of here. What's this one? If I find 3 that it's the same, fuck off. Tequila, lime, falernum. Yeah, and I like falernum. Okay, that's the Berlin Wall. So I'm going to do tequila, lime, falernum, orange bitters. All right. And Armistice to Stay is Rittenhouse Rye, Vermouth, Chartreuse, Luxardo. Well, it's not Luxardo Maraschino. It's a different flavor of maraschino. And bitter. I just have to decide which bitters to put in. Biden just passed Trump in Georgia. Wow, wow. Kirsten, mac and cheese is martini and chips is also a fucking class dinner as far as I'm concerned. And the way this night's starting, by the end of the night, I will be having a martini, probably with the Navy strength gin. So, bam! That's how you know I really want to get fucked up. And do it about 8-1. I know. What's your favorite ratio, Kirsten? It's like about 16-1, just like mostly gin and a splash of vermouth. I like a little bit more vermouth, like half an ounce maybe. So honestly, yeah, mine's probably 4-1, like 2 ounces gin to half an ounce of vermouth. But we'll see. Justin, did I see how Trump supporters in Pennsylvania are saying stop the count? Yes, that's what I was saying before. Where he's ahead, they're saying stop counting. Where he's behind, they're saying keep counting. And then in Wisconsin, it's saying recount. And it's like, what the fuck? Just keep your lies straight, for fuck's sake. Zvan, you go 50-50. Oh, that's called the perfect martini, yeah? Which I think a pretty significant number of martini drinkers think is a really bad name for it. No, the Sesame Street count is there. Is that counting or stopped counting? 2 possible outcomes. Dirty foreigner, the count is. Charlie, you're a 50-50 martini too. Great. When we're not having fights about Star Trek, we can have fights about martinis. I mean, okay, look, a 50-50 is easier to drink because the vermouth is noticeably lower alcohol content than the gin, even if you're not using Navy strength gin. If you're using regular strength gin, vermouth is much lower. Celtic King, as you say, you like to masturbate? Charlie throws in, don't we all? It's a thing. It's the human condition. Zvan, call it Zvan's martini. Dude, I'm there. I'm right there. Dear. Evening, Safa. Project Redfoot. I'm absolutely that. I'm xenophobic about the count. Fucking foreign Muppets coming in, taking decent American Muppets jobs. What the fuck is that about? What's that? I want to see his green card. Oh, and I think he's illegal. I think ICE should just fucking storm Sesame Street and fucking put him in a wagon. Not to mention all those non-white humans that are there. I love that Celtic King. Toby saw VD at the Narrow Library and VD was apparently typing angrily. Does VD ever do anything not angrily? I mean, that's like his default mode, isn't it? Kirsten, you'll wash the glass and throw out the vermouth only Navy strength gin. Yeah, a vermouth rinse. That's okay. Yeah, I do a bit more. Like I didn't really talk about it in last night's stream, but I made the same cocktail twice, which is what I want to make. Which we're going to christen the old-fashioned Godfather in Manhattan. So it's like an old-fashioned, but I'm splitting the whiskey content with 3 different 100-proof whiskeys. Using Mac instead of amaretto for the nutty flavor, which would make it a Godfather, and some vermouth for the Manhattan element. And I thought I'd prefer it with the sweet vermouth. I made it with the yuzu vermouth, Unico Zello's one, and it was good. And then I made it with Maiden Eye's classic vermouth, like not a dry vermouth, but a medium dry vermouth. And it was better. Like it was good with the sweet vermouth, and I really like that yuzu vermouth. But then I made it with the classic, and it was better. So I'm fucking probably going to make it tonight with the classic because I think that was better. Oh yeah, VD. By the way, Abigail, you seem to have forgotten that's Video Dude, my nemesis, who lives in the same area as Celtic King and Toby. It was weird. It was angry at me and angry at the world, and ended up in Priz. But anyway. Yes, Project Redfoot, the old Sesame Street episode about Donald Grump building Grump Tower. They've had a couple different villain versions of Donald Trump over the years. Joe Pesci played a version of Donald Trump on Sesame Street, which was fucking hilarious. Yeah, Charlie, that's why I call him VD, because he called himself Video Dude. So and he was a fucking disease, so he just shortened his handle to VD. Oh, Kirsten, still waiting on your OCAR. Yeah, one of my deliveries from OCAR took like 3 fucking weeks, but another one took less than a week. So it's really unpredictable. Oh, and OCAR did announce their macadamia gin. What's your view on does the sound of a macadamia gin entice you, Kirsten? Because I didn't get their last limited edition one, the Monterey gin, and I don't know about macadamia. I don't know. Okay, and you'll think this is sacrilege, Kirsten, but I think I have enough gin at the moment because I'm not as focused on gin as you. Wow, Noog, some Trump supporters kneeling in protest. Yes. Kaepernick will want them for fucking copyright. Justin, you're saying Biden's ahead by 917 in Georgia. That was the funny thing of those 5 undecided states. For Trump to win, he had to win basically all of them. And for Biden to win, he only had to win one of them. So it was almost beyond doubt that Biden would end up winning. Like I said, the doubt now rests with, will they pull some sort of legal or illegal fuckery, like the bloody Trump spawn are saying that the Republican-controlled states should choose an elector for the Electoral College that will go against the actual vote result. That would cause a fucking explosion if they did that. And I don't think they will, because I think when you see how none of the Republican establishment is defending Trump and Trump's kiddies are getting the shits about that, the Republican administration has written him off. I think they're glad to see him go. They still control the Senate, so they can fuck everything anyway. But yeah, they the Trump spawn have been saying Republican-controlled states should appoint faithless electors, which I don't think they will, because that would cause a fucking explosion. Kirsten, you think macadamia is good for mouthfeel, but not sure what you feel about as the hero? Yeah, I don't know if you'd be able to tell with the flavor. It was interesting. I'm not going to get it. I've got enough gins, but hey, Chris, how you doing, buddy? Justin, you are correct. Biden might win by the same number of electoral votes Trump did, while getting more of the popular votes. Yeah, it's a thing. I'm a little bit drunk after drinking this. And now I want to make a Berlin Wall. Kilter King, hopefully the Trump spawn will fuck up. Fuck up and shut off. Or shut up and fuck off. One of the two. Berlin Wall, so tequila, lime juice, and falernum. So it's really just a small variation on a margarita. Margarita. Half of what I'm saying. What I'm seeing is true. Sorry, I've got this song Berlin Chair stuck in my head. Yeah, so a margarita is tequila, lime, and Cointreau. And the Berlin Wall is tequila, lime, and falernum, which is actually going to be a really different flavor. Falernum's incredibly different to Cointreau or Triple Sec or Curacao, which are orange liqueurs. Falernum is kind of like, it's like a rum liqueur, and it's very herbal. It's herbs and spices, and it's quite thick, and it is a liqueur, so it's quite thick, and it's kind of low in alcohol too. So, yeah. Zvan, I don't think there will be mass shootings. I think there will probably be some violent incidents, but I think it'll die down. You reckon, Chris, if Trump takes it to the Supreme Court, the stacked Supreme Court will give it to him? I'm not sure they will. Celtic King, you just noticed the Spock tie too. Yes, everyone loves the Spock tie. Charlie thinking the Sex Pistols holiday in the sun. Oh dear. Yes, the Sex Pistols. What a fun bunch of chaps they were. And Johnny Rotten turned into an obnoxious old Trump supporter. At least Sid Vicious died and he was just a murderer. I hadn't turned into a Trump supporter. Oh dear. Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear, oh dear. That's a worry. But yeah, I don't know. It now looks close to inevitable that Biden will win the popular vote with a record number of votes and will win the Electoral College as well. So therefore, it should be a fait accompli that he becomes president. But there's weird, creepy stuff about is someone willing to subvert that? Shieldsy, you are correct. The nuts have come out in the USA. They absolutely have. Out of the goddamn woodwork. Because and look who's coming in, swinging in from the right. It's Lady. Hey, buddy.
Hello.
How you doing?
Good.
Looking a bit spiky there. That's good.
I've got good hair. Hang on.
You have good hair.
I can push it up.
Fabulous. Look at that. That looks good.
Yeah.
Yeah, that looks good.
I look like one of those cool kids from the 80s who was in the Mean Gang.
Yeah. You got to walk and do the snaps. Yeah.
Except I can't snap my fingers because I'm manky. But I can go.
Because your joints will snap if you do that.
That's right. But I can do that, and you can sort of hear it.
Yeah. No. I'm no good at snapping fingers either. We just need to get a soundboard that we can like sync to, like it's karaoke, like snap, 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 snap. Yeah.
Yeah. And put disdain on people who aren't the right race or color.
Yes. Oh, there's a lot of that going around.
Isn't there though?
Yeah.
How you going?
Good, man. How are you going?
I've had a day.
You've had a day? Does it say when there's a pause and not just with you, but particularly with you, but whenever you ask someone how you're doing and there's a pause as they consider, you're like, all right, you've had a day. What's happened?
Well,
what can you share?
What I can share is I've had a series of extremely disappointing circumstances.
Oh yeah,
happen. And I'm trying not to wear it too much.
Good.
I get punished for the sins of others.
Yeah.
And it happens all the time.
Yeah.
And because that's the way life goes.
Yeah.
That's just the way life is. And it doesn't matter who you are, that you'll get that. You know, say if you're in a job, right? And you are in a team and the team got told to get project X25A up and running by the 13th of January. And there's those two girls in the corner who Christ knows how they got the job and they don't know what they're doing and they didn't do anything anyway. And they think that what work is going to lunch for 3 hours a day. And it's January 15th and the project is nowhere near getting fucking done. But you are the one in the VP's office getting fucking yelled at. In truth, you are in the circumstance that made that happen. In truth, you could have gone home every night and made Project X25 happen on your own.
Yeah.
You could have done that. Well, probably not, actually. But you probably could have done most of it. And it wouldn't have mattered about the two girls giggling in the corner who, Christ knows how they got the job. But they didn't do anything anyway. But the mane of the ire that you're wearing is not yours to wear. And it doesn't matter if it's not yours to wear. You get to wear it anyway. And I've got to teach myself to not wear it.
That's a good philosophy, or an interesting philosophy.
Yeah, to just go, what, just a fucking minute here. Even though a bad thing has happened, the circumstances leading up to this bad thing They're not mine to fucking own. That's not right. And I have taken steps to try and ameliorate the problem.
Mm-hmm.
And it looks like something is going to be ameliorated tonight.
Okay.
But this has gone on for a while and has caused ructions in the house to Aidsy.
Yeah.
I have no shame in saying boss of the house is fucking ropeable right now.
Yeah.
And that is never a good look. And I might be in and out of the broadcast.
That's okay. That's okay. Needs must.
I feel like I can still contribute.
That's what I like. Nice.
Yes, I feel like I can answer all kinds of questions.
Good.
I feel like I can fight like a champion.
Well, that's also a positive, yes.
There's one. I have got to criticise the table later.
Okay.
And I've got to make myself a coffee soon.
Oh, also perfectly acceptable. That's all good.
Now, I didn't tell you, did I?
Don't know.
Okay, a couple of days ago, you and I had a chat about my teeth.
Yes.
And you encouraged me to go get them fixed sooner rather than later.
Yes, and you hit some sort of roadblock with that.
I did, and I can expound upon the roadblock now.
Yeah.
All right, so I knew that the cost of getting my teeth fixed wasn't going to be onerous. Okay, it wasn't going to be mammoth. Okay, but the surrounding fucking frigmarole was going to be fairly expensive from my end, from my point of view. So through your good graces and through lots of other nice things, that actually worked out. And then I got hold of officialdom and said, righto, kids, Aidsy's teeth, let's go. And I called up the Royal Melbourne Dental Hospital, which is a teaching hospital. And they have prosthetists that they get to make your teeth there as part of their training and teaching. And my teeth were indeed made by a apprentice prosthetist who was brilliant. She did fucking great work. And I got my teeth and then I broke them and I took them back there and I got them fixed in a day. They were brilliant. And then I broke them again and I rang them up and they said, well, if you want, we can put you to one of our community dentists. And I said, I don't need dental work. I need my teeth fixed. My false teeth, dentures fixed. Oh, that's a problem. Why is that? We've only just opened up our workshop again. Really? Yes, you're 90th in the waiting list. If you want to go on the waiting list today, if you don't want to go on the waiting list and you want to try your chances somewhere else, we don't have to put you on the waiting list. But when you come back, you've got to go at the end of the waiting list. And I've got to go on now regardless. And they said, yes. And I said, all right, can you ballpark when roughly this will happen? And she said, oh, I wouldn't like to. It'll be a couple of months at least. And I've gone, Jesus. There is another organisation which I have availed myself of, and I've not told them that I've put myself on the waiting list at the Royal Melbourne Hospital, the Royal Melbourne Dental Hospital. And they said, righto, well, we'll have to triage you for emergency.
Ooh.
And I went, okay, good, that's good. Can you eat? And I went, well, no. I can eat soup, and I can eat, things like soft chocolate. And that's about it. And I've been eating cheese and sauce sandwiches because there's enough calories in them to keep you going. Anyway, she said, "Oh well, can you not just put your teeth in and eat and then take your teeth out?" And I said, "No, if I put my teeth in, they'll cut me." She's gone, "Oh, all right. So we'll have to get you triaged then." And I went, "Great." And she said, "Good. You'll get a phone call on the 19th of November to be triaged." So
Okay.
on the 19th of November, I'm going to get a phone call to see how much, if at all, I'm in an emergency case. And if I'm an emergency case, I'll get put on the waiting list.
Right.
So the teeth could be some time. I could go private. I could go straight up to a prosthetic and go, "Sir, fashion for me a new suit of teeth." And given enough gold, this prosthetist would go, "Sir, for you, teeth of royalty." No, God, no, real teeth, proper good teeth.
Real teeth.
I don't want to look like a fucking horse from Germany. I could do that, but that's
Horsey teeth.
between 7 and 9 grand.
Well, you might get lucky. They did put down some horses at the Melbourne Cup, so there'd be some really impressive teeth available right now.
They used to make fucking false teeth out of horse teeth. Oh, I heard that last night here.
Yeah, we were talking about that horse teeth. Carve them down a little bit to fit in a human mouth. Yes.
Yeah.
Ivory, horse teeth, other animal teeth, slaves' teeth, poor people's
slaves' teeth would go down well.
Yeah,
because
they'd be the right size.
Good food. I mean, they don't eat processed food. They eat fucking what God made them.
Yeah.
The grasses of the fields.
Yes.
The beasts of the forest.
Well, if it was good enough for George Washington, good enough for Aidsy.
Yeah. Because you don't know if you've got like a black person's teeth in your mouth. You don't know that.
Yeah.
Right? Because, teeth don't have skin color. See?
Yeah.
That's my gums.
That's your gums.
I was imagining that there were teeth there.
Yeah.
And look, I might as well just show you this because it's just embarrassing.
All right, Aisy's got to show us his broken teeth, I assume, but we'll see. We'll see exactly what he reveals very soon. So, Abigail confirming Biden hit the lead in the Georgia ballot count. Actually, Aidsy, Shieldsy has an interesting suggestion: getting a 3D printer and printing yourself some teeth. That's a
good point. Boss the house, can you 3D print me some teeth, please? And not a word. He'll do it. He'll do it.
He will. Yes, Charlie, the myth about Washington and his wooden teeth was to divert from the fact he had teeth that were actually a combination of ivory and slave teeth. But yes.
All right, so here's my teeth with the broken bit. Here's the broken bit. See the broken bit?
Oh, yes.
and they fit in there. It fits in there.
Yes.
Oh, look, I could probably put it on.
Glue it.
Yeah. I mean, I wouldn't do it, but I could probably actually wear them.
Yeah.
I'd probably cut myself too.
You get someone with steadier hands to glue it.
No. I wouldn't glue them together. No, because that's a job.
Right.
That's like somebody's job to do that.
Yeah.
And if I did it, it would be like, yeah, I'll just build you a house because I know what a wall looks like. It's not how it works. Yeah. I'll do
Fair enough.
because my old man was a plumber. No,
Fair
it's
enough.
not how it works. I could probably put them in. I'll give it a go. I've got glue here, and these are reasonably clean. I'm probably giving myself a world of hurt, but we'll never know. You never know unless you have a go, do you? Yeah, I'll ask boss of the house to 3D print me some teeth and see if he'll do that. Nah, I've got to get out the glue.
No, you don't want to do it? No, it's not going to work, the gluing process?
Could do. We don't know yet.
Okay.
Now, this is glue that you put in your teeth to put in your mouth so that they go. I'm leaving the little bit that's there. I'm going to put a little bit there too. Right, here we go. Okay. I'll put a dot there. I'll put a couple of dots there. A dot round there. And a dot there. Plus.
You're actually doing this, okay.
There. Right. And then I'll do these ones as normal.
Yeah.
I'll put a dot there.
And a dot there.
Definitely a dot there.
Yeah. I like in the chat, Safa's asked the question.
I want to take these off tonight, you see?
Yeah.
Because if they cut me, I'm in trouble.
Yeah, you don't want that. No. Like in the chat, Safa asked the question, who was more evil, Washington or Cook? I'm going to go with Cook, because although Washington owned slave, all the child rape and murder of native peoples probably makes Cook worse, actually. So, yeah.
I don't know. Honestly, don't know.
Well, to the best of my knowledge, Washington wasn't heavily into child rape or native murder, although that may be my lack of knowledge of historical context. So, yeah, Washington's main failing was the whole slave thing. But Cook, as I said in his own diaries, a lot of the child rape and native murder going on.
Yeah. And again, like you say, Washington's diaries don't make for pretty reading either.
I wouldn't have thought they would. Someone like him, who's like a military person at that period in history, is not going to be a fabulous individual, quite honestly.
And he, one of the ones that I loved, was he's in the 3/4 mark of the War of Independence. We've just got to set them now.
Yeah.
He's in the 3/4 mark of the War of Independence. And the first tranche of soldiers that he's got to volunteer for the war is due to go home. Their tour's up, and they're due to get paid and go
Yeah.
back to the farm.
Yeah.
And basically, you got to remember that most Americans during the War of Independence thought of themselves as British,
Mm.
and that the issue was that they didn't want to pay tax without having a seat in the House of Commons.
Yes. Taxation without representation.
Now, the British contention was we're spending half of our fucking Royal Navy protecting your fucking trade and your profits. So do you want to maybe pitch in? And the Americans went, no, we don't. Because you're getting the fucking raw goods in your ports.
Yeah.
And the English went, no fucking good getting raw goods in our ports if they're not available. And if we don't fucking patrol up and down the Atlantic, they'll all get taken off you by the Spanish and the French. We are fighting a fucking French fucking continental war here.
Yeah.
Do you want to maybe get off our fucking back and put less drain on the treasury and give us some fucking cash for the fucking vast amount of resources we're spending on you? And the Americans went, no. And the British went, well, you could go fuck yourselves. We're withdrawing half our navy. And the Americans went, you can't do that because we'll lose all of our protection. And the British then went, well, put some fucking money in. And then they went, well, we're not going to put any money in without a seat on the Commons. The British didn't want to do it because if America got it, then fucking everywhere would get it. Can you imagine India having a seat on the Commons?
Oh dear.
Who'd sit next to him?
Yeah, that would have been the mentality. Yes.
Really? You know, I don't care if it was Mufti who got educated at Oxford, and they all fucking did. You know, you don't want to sit next to the Indian in the Commons. Fuck, you'd have to make a few of them lords. That was the other thing too, is technically the Americans were qualified to be lords because they owned land.
Yes.
And as landowners, they were landlords. Being a landlord means you're in the House of Lords, so they could effectively determine British law, and that was clearly not on. Clearly. Yeah. Well, they're fucking sticking in, aren't they?
Yeah.
And I'm saying words. I mean, they're wobbling a bit.
You are saying words though, so that's good.
So yeah, the Americans went, no, we want it all for nothing, and like they do today. And effectively, I was talking to a person, and they had made a piece of technology that makes optics in drones work really well. Okay?
Yeah.
That's as far as I can go into it. I'm sure that's as far as you're allowed to go into it. And they had sold this technology in machine form to the United States of America. And then everyone was happy. Then they got a letter saying, we own all of the IP on that technology. And they went, but you don't. And then they said, no. We own all of the IP on that technology. And this company from America turned up, this lawyer's company turned up and said, we own all the IP on that technology and we're taking you to court. And this company's going, who the fuck are you? We were dealing with the American State Department, and you are Wankel Forthright Turd Burglar and Sons from Milwaukee saying that you own all the IP on this fucking classified project. A, how the fuck did you know about this classified project? And B, what the fuck are you doing? I can't see this case getting up. And apparently this company nearly went to the wall because they kept on getting hit with lawsuit after lawsuit in civil courts, not in law, in the criminal courts, but the civil courts. This is a criminal case. This is not a fucking civil case, right? This is national fucking security. That's not a civil fucking case, all right? It's international law. And if finally the boss of this company said, well, if you want this heard, you really should have it heard in The Hague. And this company from America, this lawyers from America started to get very fucking sketchy. You know, no, we're not doing that. It's like, well, no, it's an international security thing. We really should have it heard in The Hague. That's where we're getting the fucking paperwork from, not from dickhead Wankel Rotary Engine and Sons fuck brain from you. Who are you? Meanwhile, they're getting in touch with the State Department. It's difficult because they're talking about things that are classified and they can't just say what they want. They can't just ring up the Pentagon and say, hey, we've got this technology that we're being hassled about that we sold you. We need to talk to someone about this other company. And the first thing this other company did when they rocked into town was they put on the table pieces of paper saying, oh, these are NDAs and you've all got to sign now.
Right.
And you're going, you can fuck off. We're not doing this. Signing NDAs now. Who are you? I don't know what you want. And then they started saying, you know, this technology you sold is ours and we own it and you've got to agree to it. Otherwise we'll fucking destroy you. And the person that there was their liaison in the State Department and the Pentagon had gone on leave. It was a big project.
Okay.
He fucked off. He was away for 3 months. Happily, the boss of the Australian company held out and said, I'm not going to fucking court with you. I'm not fucking honouring any of this. You can fucking show me something legit or you can piss off. And in fact, if I see you around here again, I'm calling the cops. Oh, I wouldn't do that. I wouldn't be doing that.
Abigail wants to know what you're talking about. She must have missed your introduction. What was...
Okay. An Australian company invented and sold the American State Department and Pentagon an electronic form of optics that were good for drones. Okay. They sold them that. And
it all went a bit weird.
And this other company comes in and says, we own it. Give us all your profit and give us all your IP. And the Australian company went, no, this is really dodgy. How do you know about this? I'm not even allowed to talk about it. So it's going to be hard to defend something I'm not allowed to talk about. And they wanted to take them through the civil courts process in Australia to take their IP off them. Finally, they get hold of their guy in the Pentagon and say, what the fuck is going on? And their guy in the Pentagon says, oh, right, okay. Look, every time America buys a weapons system, it owns that weapons system. That's part of the rules. They also don't have weapon systems that they don't make in America. So you've sold us a prototype, but we own the manufactured good. As a result, you get given a fuck ton of money to give up your IP, basically. But what's happened here is some chancy fuckers have heard something on the grapevine and have come through to grab that IP, and then they're going to take all of your big money for the IP, because that was never, and this is for me, the scary part is it was never in any doubt that the Americans were going to take that IP. It was going to be theirs. They were going to own it. What was in doubt, however, was this little Australian company was going to get a retiring amount of money, grandchildren retire amount of money for that IP. It was going to be an enormous amount of cash. And what this law firm tried to do was try to bully them out of it, and then shake it in front of the Pentagon and say, "Oh, you can give us that. You can give us that that IP money, and we'll just take it." And apparently, these motherfuckers do this all the time, all around the world, and to American companies as well.
Opportunistic wankers.
Fucking give us the cash because we want it. It was a real eye opener. And I got onto that by saying we were talking. What were we talking about? Teeth? No.
Who knows?
Americans. Trump.
I actually wanted to do. Kirsten was saying it's Old Fashioned Week next week, so I immediately looked that up, and apparently it was this week. When I looked up Old Fashioned Week, they said it was October 30th to November 8th. So we're in Old Fashioned Week now, sponsored by Woodford Reserve, an American bourbon brand. So Woodford Reserve Old Fashioned Week. No, I feel bad for missing out on it now because I love Old Fashioned.
Well, have you got the Old Fashioned ingredients?
I definitely do, because it's just whiskey and a sweetener and bitters. And I also have two different pre-mixed Old Fashioned, which are both exceptionally good.
Well, mate, don't. It's, it's Friday. It's not. Yeah. The week is not over.
Oh, I'm going to make one because for next week's, I was spoiled for choice for events next week. There are so many significant events that have their anniversary next week. Monday is Berlin Wall Day, the anniversary of the fall of the Berlin Wall, and I found a cocktail called a Berlin Wall. So that's a tequila cocktail anyway. Wednesday is, Remembrance Day, Armistice Day. So I also found a cocktail called an Armistice cocktail. I want to make for that. And for the other one, I'm tossing up between two variations on an Old Fashioned that I just read about this week. One is on the website I regularly use called Difford's Guide. They called it, I think, Madeira-ized old-fashioned Godfather. A Godfather is basically an old-fashioned that has a nut liqueur in it. People usually recommend amaretto, which is an almond liqueur, and I use an Australian macadamia liqueur in place if I'm going to make a Godfather. And then their one, Madeira-ized, they recommended adding the Madeira wine. It's a Spanish wine.
Yeah.
But they also, the really interesting thing about that is they split the whiskey base among 3 different whiskies.
Oh,
They said use a bourbon, 100 proof rye, and a scotch. And well, I happen to have, besides 100 proof rye, I have now 100 proof bourbon and 100 proof Australian whiskey. And I was actually, this is the thing I was drinking last night. I was road testing it. I wasn't really drawing attention to it. And instead of Madeira, using vermouth. So I'm going to call it an old-fashioned Godfather in Manhattan, because the whiskey and vermouth is a Manhattan. Whiskey and nut liqueur is a Godfather. The whiskey and the sweetener and bitters is an old-fashioned. So it becomes an old-fashioned Godfather in Manhattan. And I made 2 of them last night. Yeah, I know. It's a convoluted name. I love...
I'm hearing a Sting song start in the background.
Yeah, I'm an old-fashioned Godfather in New York. Schöner Age. What was that? What was called An Englishman in New York?
Seen Quentin Crisp get slowly pissed on them.
Yes. Yeah. No, there. Oh, yes, definitely. It's definitely a Quentin Crisp drink. Absolutely. So either that, so make an old-fashioned Godfather in Manhattan, or another thing I just read, which blew my mind, someone recommending making an old-fashioned with half a shot of orange juice in it, which is like fucking alien. That's really weird. And they reckon it gives it a really good flavor. Plus, it helps with the frothiness. Like when you shake with orange juice, it makes it a bit frothy. So yeah, in fact, no, sorry, that's a whiskey sour. Okay, that's not an old fashioned. That's a whiskey sour. So it's a whiskey sour, which normally has just lemon juice. It's like whiskey, lemon juice, egg white. They say, hey, no, do the normal whiskey sour with half an ounce of orange juice added, and they reckon it's weird. And that sounds completely fucking alien, quite honestly. But I'm always so I got to decide for the 3rd cocktail next week. Do I do an old-fashioned Godfather in Manhattan or a whiskey sour with orange juice? Because they're both weird. So that's the big question.
Can you maybe do them both?
I mean, I can try them both on the streams, yeah. But I if I was making them for the cocktail channel, I'd want to make 2 different videos. Like if bloody old fashioned week hadn't snuck past me, I would have spent this week doing variations on old fashions. But I didn't actually realize that I could have used that as a theme this week. But the thing is,
what you can do? Do you know what you can do?
What?
Everybody knows that Australia is time zone a long way away from everyone else.
Yeah, but not by a week.
What you can say is old-fashioned week hasn't happened here yet. Because Americans don't know that we're like a day ahead of them. They just think that we're in another planet. And they think that we ride kangaroos to school.
Yes, there is that.
Which we do. But you just say old-fashioned week is now in Australia and Halloween is every Thursday.
Well, actually, the themed videos I did this past week did really well. Like I did the gunpowder plot one for 5th of November, and that got more views than usual. And so my videos this week have actually done quite well. So I don't regret anything because the videos have done quite. I put up I don't know if you remember, I did the Harvey Wallbanger last week because it's Harvey Wallbanger Day this weekend, and Harvey Wallbanger is a stupid drink. So it's just a screwdriver with Galliano on top, and so I did something different with it. But no, I think.
Is it yellow Galliano or is it black Galliano?
Yellow. They recommend you use the Galliano Autentico, which I think actually. Let me double check. Galliano Autentico. Galliano Autentico from, oh, Jesus. Everyone wants my fucking date of birth because they're selling booze. Exit cookies. I want English. None of that warrior talk. La Autentico. No, it is yellow. Okay. There is another yellow Galliano that's Galliano Vanilla. Apparently, Galliano Autentico went off the market for a while, but now it's back. So there is that.
Is it still in the long bottle?
Yes, yeah, still that long bottle that stands out a bit on the thing. Safa wants to know if I've uploaded any 4K videos. Yes, I uploaded a 4K video just before going live. It's my Harvey Wall. Actually, let me double check that it's showing up 4K on YouTube. I will Harvey Wallbanger. G'day, cocktail lovers. Stop it. Auto 480. Yeah, no, it's there in 4K. 2160p 4K is an option for viewing me in all my hideous glory. Okay.
How fucking big is that? One of those, like a big wall screen TV would have a nice.
That is actually, that would still look like high resolution on a big fucking TV.
Wow.
Let alone a computer
So read all the fucking cards on your fridge.
Yeah. So I've made sure that the fridge actually isn't in the background. But yes. So there you go. My first 4K video went up tonight. Thanks to Abigail's upgrading of my computer. I can edit 4K video now. And it doesn't make the fucking processor shit itself, which is what happened prior to the upgrade. It was just like too much data, and it's like, no, it's too much information. What the fuck? Why do you need all that data? What the fuck? And if the processor would shit itself, and so I could not edit.
And now you've got what software do you use to edit now?
Same one I've used since I started. It's called Video Studio. Corel, the people who do Paint Shop Pro, own it now. They didn't own it when I first got it. It was, you know how it does. I don't know if it still happens, but in the olden days, so I'm talking 14, 15 years ago, there used to be demo software on your PC if you bought it from a shop.
Yeah.
And there was demo video editing software on the PC I had when I decided to start YouTube. So I said, I'll try this. And it's really intuitive. It's really easy to use. And so I bought the full version of it. And, I've upgraded it a few times since then. And it does like 95% of what a really expensive software like Premiere Pro does. And I don't use all those special effects. I probably use about 10% of its features.
There's a point to where Premiere Pro's overkill.
Yeah, and because I'm not doing like cloning myself, and
and you've got your own proprietary version of Premiere Pro, which is what they do. They get Premiere Pro and they get Adobe to come in and fucking just retool it for them.
Yeah.
And they all use that. Pretty much the reason they all use that is because they can go around studios around the world and cut, paste, shoot, and because everything's digital now. Everything's red dot.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is.
Everything's red dot, and everything is done in a green or blue studio. And you can take a industrial version of what looks like an iPad, and it'll show you the environment you're walking through. It was started with actually Titanic, but was perfected with who are those blue motherfuckers running around killing humans on the the floaty world.
Oh, right. That James Cameron movie.
That's the one.
See, it's like one of the highest grossing movies ever, and we don't remember any of the character names.
No, and the gimpy marine got to go into a body of one of the natives.
Avatar. I was having such trouble remembering the name of the movie. The movie's Avatar.
And yeah, his avatar got to save the natives from the evil colonists.
Yeah. It was basically Dances with Wolves in space. White man saves the native people.
Yeah. But you also know that they were going to go on the Trail of Tears anyway, because the white men were going to be back. Yeah.
Well, it's taken
fucking there.
10 or 15 years, but apparently a sequel is coming, which logic would assume is just the white man coming back with bigger guns. Because
I mean, what the fuck was going to happen? This thing that powers fucking the economy and that makes things fucking float against gravity is sitting on this fucking world. And company, if you can, fucking chuck your nuts up and go out and get some, you're going to make a squillion fucking bucks. What were they just going to all just go away?
Yeah.
No.
Although, how embarrassing was it that in the movie they called that mineral unobtainium? And it's like, no, go away. You are a fucking idiot. Why the fuck did you call it that? That's embarrassing. Doctor Who has less dumb names than that.
I see mining companies now and I go, they might have done that.
The only other worst choice in that is the subtitles for when the native people were speaking their own language was in the papyrus font, which is a ridiculous, stupid, hard to read font.
Yes.
And again, Cameron and his production crew had done some big fat rails of cocaine when they decided that was a good idea, because rational people don't go, we should use papyrus for subtitles. Like you have got to be at the tail end of a fucking 4-day bender and rocking up on a Monday morning, having not slept since the previous Monday, to say, we're using papyrus. Papyrus is going to be our subtitle font. That's a good idea. So that's Hollywood for you. Shieldsy, you are right. Doctor Who makes bow ties cool. That is a thing.
Gynecologists make bow ties cool.
They do. And fezzes. Where the doctor was trying to make fezzes happen, and people said you can't make fezzes. Okay, this is for our generation and older. But you remember that weird British TV magician Tommy Cooper with the fez, who had the catchphrase just like that, just like that.
Spoon jar, just like that.
Just like that. And story goes, he was holidaying in Egypt with his family or friend or someone, and they're in a market bazaar. Someone's selling fezzes, and Tommy Cooper goes, clearly I have to try one on. And they're like, yeah. And so he picks up the fez and puts it on, and the Egyptian stallholder, who doesn't seem to speak English, points at him and goes, just like that, just like that. And Tommy Cooper's freaked out because the guy up until that point hadn't spoken English. And he goes, do you know who I am? And he had a translator, and the translator says, he just thinks you're an English tourist. And he goes, so why the fuck did he say that to me? He said, oh, every English tourist for the last 20 years has come to his stall and put a fez on their hat and said, just like that, just like that. So then they explained to the stallholder, this was the guy that made every English tourist. I thought that was one of the funniest stories.
That would blow your mind, wouldn't it?
Both of them.
Just like that. And it's like, the fuck?
It blew Tommy's mind because the guy did it, and then it blew the stallholder's mind because the translator went, no, this is the guy. This is the guy that made all those English tourists do that.
Do you know what would make that story the best story ever? If then Tommy Cooper said, get me 4 tea glasses and 3 spoons,
Yeah,
and then just done it. Have you seen the act?
I've seen a bit of Tommy Cooper.
You've never seen Spoon Jar, Spoon Jar?
Oh God, I seriously don't remember. I honestly only have a pretty
Spoon
vague
Jar
memory of it.
is possibly the best piece of comic magic acting ever. It's possibly, apparently when I was a kid, right? When I was like 3 years old, my
Yeah,
parents used to stick me in front of the TV when Tommy Cooper was on, because
yeah.
I used to shit myself laughing the entire time, right? The entire time. And the thing that always bothered them was at the climax of the act, right? Tommy Cooper does a thing which is mind blowing. Okay, it is mind blowing. I'm not going to ruin it.
Mm-hmm.
It's a simple act. It's a
Yeah.
simple act, right? He's got a fucking jar on a
Mm-hmm.
table and a spoon in another jar. He takes the spoon out of the first jar
Mm.
and says, right, I'm going to put this spoon in that jar. Spoon, jar. Spoon, jar, spoon, jar. Spoon, jar, spoon, jar, which is where you get spoon, jar from, right?
Yeah.
And then he puts the spoon in jars, right? See? Spoon, jar, spoon, jar. Spoon, jar, spoon, jar, right? Okay. This goes on for like maybe 5 minutes. And you think there's 3 elements in there. There's 2 fucking glasses and a spoon.
Yeah.
And Tommy saying maybe 8 words. And for 5 minutes, it's piss funny. And at the end of the act, it is just the most satisfying, funniest fucking thing you've ever seen in your life. And I used to wait for this with bated breath in my diapers. And when this happened, I used to just hit the floor crying, laughing. It was that fucking funny. And my folks just said, this is great. For half an hour, they didn't have to do fucking anything with me. They just stuck me in front of fucking Tommy Cooper. And they used to say, apparently they used to have a lot of trouble making me run anywhere.
Right.
Because I was a lazy, mopey motherfucker back then.
Fair enough.
I used to only ever run to the ocean, to run into water, to try and swim when I couldn't. And I actually used to run to the ocean when I could swim very well. But the only other time I would run was when they would say, Tommy Cooper's on, and I would run from anywhere in the fucking house and come and sit down in my spot to watch Tommy Cooper, or they go Space 1999's on, or UFOs on, Space UFOs on, or they'd go. There's another space show I used to like watching when I was tiny.
I know. Do you reckon I'd get well, I won't get a copyright strike, but I might get the copyright notice if I played Tommy, because I found it, Tommy Cooper's Spoon Jar, and it's a really low res.
Hang on, let me just go to the toilet and do it for me.
All right. I'm going to save it for you. So I'll do that. Probably
dead for probably 15 years, so you might not even get a copyright strike.
Yeah, it's not on an official BBC thing. It's just on, Joey Blogg's bloody thing. It's 3 minutes. We'll give it a go. So when Aidsy comes back, we'll play this Tommy Cooper thing that was a formative thing from his childhood thing. Yeah. So when Aidsy comes back, we'll play Tommy Cooper, and then we'll do Angry Bunch. Because God, time's kicking on. 9:30. Time to get the Angry Bunch happening, most definitely. But we'll let Aidsy get back. We'll play Tommy Cooper, and then we'll do Angry Bunch. And I'll probably remember this spoon, jar, spoon when I see it. It's really low res. So we'll do share screen. Get my right Chrome tab. Tommy Cooper. Share. What does it look like? Okay, so it's going to be pretty small. I'm going to do that. Make it a bit bigger. If I make it bigger, it's just it's just going. So, oh wait, you know what I think I forgot? I need to go back to StreamYard and remove that and do it again. Stop screen. Okay, share screen. I think I forgot to click the share audio button, so I'm just resetting. Get Tommy Cooper back. Okay, so yep, there he is. Okay, so let's see if this works.
Take him off mute.
Oh yeah. You getting sound?
Getting sound.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Well, I must say you've been a wonderful audience. And I'd like to finish now with a little song. I can always tell when audience are going to be good or bad. Good night. What? Spoon, Jar Jar, spoon. That's smoking Joe. Spoon, Jar Jar, spoon, spoon, Jar Jar. Spoon, Jar, spoon, Jar Jar, spoon. Well, pull it. Oh, dear. Rose, I've risen. I didn't rank it all. Look, see that glove? Second hand. I backed a horse today, 20 to 1. It'll be 20 past 4. He was so late coming in, he had a tiptoe back to the stable. And the jockey kept hitting like that with a whip. Not like that, like that. Like that. I'm a horse, what are you doing that for? There's nobody behind us. I bought a greyhound about a month ago. A friend of mine said, what are you going to do with it? I was going to race it. He said, well, look at it, I think you'll beat it.
Okay, we'll let's do that before I get any other copyright stuff. Okay,
So
yeah.
the other version of the spoon jar is that he gets the jar and the spoon on the table, and he hits the spoon and it goes up in the air. And it goes straight back down.
Yeah.
Spoon jar. He hits it again, goes up in the air and goes down. And the last thing is he hits it and it sails and twang into the jar. Spoon jar. And he bails. And it's just awesome. If you can ever get to see that bit, it's awesome. It is just the most satisfying thing you'll ever see. And it takes ages for him because it's the only thing that's happening on stage. It's the only thing he's doing because you see him go through you know, prop after prop after prop very quickly. But in this particular act, Spoon Jar, it's just him teasing you with this spoon is never ever going to hit
Going
this
to
jar.
go in the jar, yeah.
And he just nails it.
Yeah.
And of course, he knows exactly where it's going every time he hits this fucking spoon.
Yeah.
You know, sorry, he hits the bowl of the spoon and the handle flies.
Yeah.
So he you know, he's got it perfectly down, and it's just timing. I mean, that's all Tommy Cooper ever was just perfection in timing. And that's the tragedy of his death, was that his perfection in timing was so good that you couldn't ever tell what he was going to do. And when he died of a massive heart attack on stage, everybody thought he was acting. Everybody thought it was part of the act.
Yeah.
And he would do shit like stay still for minutes at a time. And you'd get titters and then laughter, and then he'd hang on to the moment like forever. He'd hang on to the moment. And then, unfortunately, when he died, everyone just thought he was playing around until finally someone went, something's wrong.
I think he's also not the only one that's happened to, a comedian dying on stage and people thinking, hey, it's part of his funny act. And then they don't get up. And it's like, maybe not.
Abigail, I killed someone on stage
when
I was a young fella.
Yeah.
I was still in my apprenticeship, and I was still in Sydney doing. I just graduated to 7 minutes or 15 minutes.
Yeah.
I did 15, and there was this sort of commotion down the front, but everyone was still laughing, and I kept going. And then after my act, they said, we're going to have a break. Everybody's got to leave the auditorium. And the boss came out and said, you've got to come with me. And I came with him, and there was police and ambulance. And they told me, while you were on, the guy had a heart attack and died.
Right.
And I went, that's not good. And the boss said, you've got to keep that out of your head. You didn't even know this was happening, because the cops said, we want to talk to him before anyone. And they did. They said, tell me this, tell me that. And I went, blah, 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 what the fuck is going on? And they said, well, the guy's died. And I went, blah, blah, blah. Anyway, so I felt fucking terrible. I felt fucking awful. And I was just destroyed, you know. And then the very next week, the boss of the house said, you've got to come back next week. You must come back next week. You are on. You will work. I went, okay. So I trekked down to Sydney, and I felt like shit all week. And the family had actually made a point of insisting to meet me. And they said, you're not to feel bad.
Yeah.
He was terminal. He had cancer, and he had heart problems. We were doing pretty much the last sort of 3-6 months was we went around the world, and for the last little while now we've just been doing things to have fun with him. And he had seen you before and knew you were on, and asked if we could come down. It was difficult to move him anywhere, but they got him there. They stuck him on the front row, and he had such a great fucking time with your act that he laughed so hard that his heart gave out. And we couldn't think of a better way for him to go. He was surrounded by his family. Everyone was having a good time. We all knew he was going to die. And it just so happened that he died laughing. Who dies laughing?
There you go. That's philosophical.
Went, okay, thanks. Makes me feel a lot better. And they said, we have no bad feeling toward you at all. We, in fact, are very grateful that he died laughing and not screaming in a cancer ward.
Yeah.
So,
yeah, small mercies. Yeah. Yeah.
You know?
Actually, I want to address Abigail's question, saying she doesn't understand why the spoon jar thing's funny or special. Go point the first. It was the 70s. It was the 1970s. The world was different, and it was a set piece he did. There was the performers then would do the same things over and over and over and over, and audiences actually liked that. But Tommy had the timing, and he could do things at a funny time. He could do a thing that's not necessarily funny in and of itself, but his timing of doing it made it funny. And also, comedy's moved on a million miles since then. So you can struggle a bit to go, why are they? And also, it was a laugh track rather than real people. But but yeah, you can struggle to understand.
Command performances. He did 6 command performances.
Yeah. No, he's the type of performer who had the audience in the palm of his hand.
Every time.
Yeah.
Every time. He would he did a show in France, and he was trying to learn French, and they told him, don't bother, Tommy. The audience is all expats. But he said, I'm doing the Paris Opera House. It's a 4,500 seat theatre. I said, I'm doing the Paris Opera House. I should really learn French. And they're going, no, it's been booked up for months. It's all expats. And it's all actually also people coming over the channel to watch your show. So people fucking went international just to see his act.
Yeah. And he had like decades long career. He was thing. Oh, anyway, speaking of discourse, I think it might do share the link for Angry Bunch Shenanigans. Seeing it's Friday night, and we have a bit of party. If anyone wants to join in, sharing the link. You missed the troll, by the way, just in the first 5 minutes. That might, because I'm making fun of Trump with the title of this stream, and some Trump supporter came in just like, oh, it's only like 100-year-old voters and fraud. And I was like, dude, fuck off. If all you've got is really boring shithouse talking points, you can just fuck off, because you're a waste of time.
Are the Trump people still trying to say he's going to get up?
Oh, that he's only losing because of fraud. So, hey, Lee, and hey, Fox, how you doing?
Hey, Lee. Hey, Fox.
I'm pretty good.
Good. All right, I'm going to get pieces together for my first cocktail. Where's everything I need?
Well, while he's getting his pieces together of his first cocktail, I'm going to go, Lee, how the hell are you? What's happening? Nice. I've got one of them. I'm just going to get it out. I'm just going to get, I've got one of them. See, I'm cool like Lee is. Except I've got to get mine so that I get this on the right-hand side. Otherwise, I can't make it go.
Earbuds in there.
Actually,
Get the earbuds happening.
I'm going to put the earbud in that side. There you go. You've got a better looking head than me. How do you get it so? Do you put it round and in?
No.
You just put it in. Because mine's long. Yeah, all right. Mine's clearly not going to work. I'm going to put it away.
Sorry, just getting bits together to make this cocktail. So I need tequila, I need the lime juice, and orange bitters, and an orange peel. It's all good. I can do those things.
Faye, you've got your microphone off. Why have you got your microphone off? You don't have to have it on, but I'm seeing a little thing that says no talking from you.
I'm not sure he's even hearing you at this point. He's like, I think there might be something going on in his house, actually. So he's not paying attention to us. I think that might be what's happening at this second. But that's okay.
That's fair enough. There's something going on in my house.
Yeah, I can
It's
hear
good,
noises.
It's good.
Yeah, there's something going on in mine as well. They're watching
got his
Goosebumps.
microphone on now.
Noog's saying Yakuza Zero meme. That's me not. I've even played Yakuza Zero, and I don't remember the It's Friday meme from it. It was a funny game set in the 80s, Yakuza fighting in various Japanese cities during the 80s. So there were a lot of weird period jokes and also just standard weird Japanese humor. You actually play two different characters in two different cities, different Yakuza guys, and both of them have to deal with a pervert at some point. They're like making friends with a particular pervert, and like one of them just runs around in his underpants, and your protagonist in one of the cities goes into the video shop where they, show special videos, and these are actual videos when you play them, and it's just like little petite Japanese girls in bikinis going like they're incredibly innocent. But the little bit where he watches 30 seconds of this video, and they go, okay, and then it just cuts back to the video game of a box of tissues and him going, oh, and you're like, oh, dude, what? Oh no. But that got
Zero, huh?
Yeah. There's been a whole bunch of it was like a prequel because they're up to like Yakuza 5 or 6 or something. Yakuza 0 was a prequel. It shows you the origin story of two of the protagonists.
That reminds me of my friend's music video. It's like Birth in Reverse. She's like, oh, what an ordinary day. Take out the garbage, masturbate. I'm like, okay, I don't know what you're thinking.
It's art. It's what it is. It's like the thing with the girly videos gets weirder when the protagonist runs into some character who's fallen in love with one of the girls and he wants you to help him find the girl because he thinks they're destined to be together. And he says, she's really special. Come and I'll show you. And when he goes into the video shop, the guy goes, oh, dude, go away. You keep watching the same video. It's weird. You've watched it 100 times. What's wrong with you? And he says, no, I'm showing my friend. It's really cool. And he takes him in and they're in the booth together watching it. And your protagonist says to the guy, I'll do this so long as you don't make it weird. And they go in and they watch this girl, and he just keeps saying about she's gorgeous and lovely, and it gets like really like the guy wants to whack off, and it just finishes with your protagonist going, "You made it weird."
Oh man, it's like something I would say.
Joining us. Hey, Abigail.
Hello. Hello. Can you hear me?
Yeah, can hear you.
Can I?
All good.
Oh, excellent. Good. Hello. Hi.
Hello.
Hello. Oh, Noog is telling me
Bonjour.
the meme I'm not getting is just the two protagonists, Kiryu and Majima, dancing with a thing saying it's Friday. So that suits us. 80s disco dancing because it's Friday.
As long as it's not Rebecca Black.
Hey, she was very young when she made that video.
What's
Give
wrong
us
with
some
you,
slack.
Becky?
She handled the weirdness with far more grace than a lot of people twice her age would.
I know.
True.
Yeah, absolutely.
That's true.
Yeah. So as promised,
Yes.
the reason that Star Trek Lower Decks doesn't have an international release, TLDR, it's all because of COVID-19. But the long version is that CBS had an international distributor lined up and then released Lower Decks a month early, and then COVID-19 hit, and the distribution company that had lined up got wiped out by COVID. and they haven't
Poor them.
and because of the pandemic,
Oh,
they don't
no.
have another company. Like, I don't know why. I don't know that much details, because no one is. That's as much detail as anyone's ever going to get.
Oh my
Basically,
God, that's
and this was
bizarre.
leaked. That's like that much was leaked. All I can say is that CBS wants to distribute it internationally. They are desperate to, and it's coming. But they can't give us any details.
Because I haven't heard any of this. I don't know what's going on.
It's an animated Star Trek series set in like just after the like set in the post TNG era. So it's not a sequel, and the showrunner is Mike. What's his name? He was with Rick and Morty. Mike McMahon. That's him, Mike McMahon. And it's funny as fuck. It's so good. It's got a ton of references that like Trekkies will just spot and just like, and it's also a great funny show. Like, the comedy stands on its own.
The adventures of the lower ranks people
Yes,
who clean the toilet, people who have to
who clean the holodecks and scrub the warp core. Exactly. It's about ensigns. Also, you do see the bridge crew. Sorry, what was that, AZ?
Being an ensign on a starship would suck, because you know where all the keys are, and you know where everything's kept, and you know to get sent for it at 4 o'clock in the morning, but you don't get to sit inside the bridge room or the officer's room to hear the decisions.
Yep.
You just get told to go and move 6 pallets of lasers, and you're going, But
pretty much.
You get told it's your week to clean the holodecks, and you go, the fucking Klingons were in last week. It's gonna.
There's nothing worse than blood and cum everywhere in a holodeck. It's just,
I was watching a Ask Me Reddit thing, and it said, all you guys who've been on American nuclear submarines, what don't we know? And one of the things they said was, right, your rack is right next to the wall of the submarine, and the gap goes all the way down to the bilge. And at the end of a tour, which could be 90 days, can easily be 90 days and often is, at the end of a tour, the bilge is full of socks. At the end of a tour, the bilge is full of socks. And one of the other questions that was asked, gays are allowed in the American military now, as a matter of course, and are in fact encouraged to join up. What's that like on a submarine? Are there any gays on a submarine? And this guy was saying there's gays on every submarine, and it's no big deal. You're not there to screw each other. You're there to launch nuclear bombs, and everyone takes that really seriously. You're there with your mates to play video games when you're running silent. You're there to chase other submarines in a killer sub really quietly, not there to screw around. You do that when you're on land, and you're there to spy on other countries with periscopes, and you can sit in the same place in an enemy harbour just under the surface for 3 weeks, dodging shipping really quietly. And the guy said, there's been times when I've been in a submarine and we haven't spoken for 3.5 weeks. You can make, they carry around these little whiteboards on their chest and a little black pen, and they can write out things to show each other, and they can play video games with headphones on, but you don't speak because you're running silent, and you don't want to get caught in a fucking Russian port in a hunter-killer submarine, because that's an act of war. And so they said, no, it doesn't matter if you're gay or not. Everyone knows, because everyone reads everyone else's email. They come up to the surface, and this is why I was saying all this. They come up to the surface, they microburst their report in a second, and then they get a second's microburst down, and then they go down again. And everyone's email for the day has come through. And entertainment is finding out what everyone's folks are doing. And so all the gay guys say what their boyfriends have written to them in the emails, and they said the gay guys' emails are often the most interesting out of everyone else's email. But at the end of a tour, the bilge is full of socks. Yeah, I was just thinking when you were talking about ensigns, one of the engineering ensign's jobs is to clean out the bilge when the submarine comes in after a tour and goes in dry dock, and they refit it and reset it for the next mission. Can you imagine just like sweeping out? You're in a cramped 4-foot space, and you're sweeping out muck, water, and socks just for hours, for 3 days, as you're getting the bilge clean, and it smells down there because it's tepid, filthy water. Remember, everything in a nuclear submarine's recycled, and they have an emphasis on moisture and air. So everything that's not recycled is ew. They also were telling very funny stories of the toilets. On German U-boats, there was only one toilet, and you could only use it when you were surfaced. In an American submarine, there's heaps of toilets, but they all empty into a huge sullage tank, which is then compressed and then let out into the ocean at depth under certain pressure. Now, when you're at depth, you can actually let it, the engineers can organise it so it goes straight into the ocean, but it's got to be under enormous pressure. Hey, Chris, to do so. So if you don't do the valves just right, the pressure of the ocean and the pressure of the tank comes back at you. And they said they've heard stories of hearing people having to have their eyelids cleaned out. Ew. That's just from flushing the toilet. No, bad. So, yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing what Lower Decks has got to offer us.
Yeah.
What are you eating there, Chris? Your microphone's off. It's a salad.
Fettuccine Alfredo.
Oh, nice.
Vegetarian.
Very nice.
Yeah.
Very
Very nice. Whereas
Probably
as
something very similar.
Megaleech was bringing up, the submarines are filled with semen. That's what we used to say at school. What's long and hard and full of semen? A penis right at the point of ejaculation. Sorry, I mean a submarine. Submarine.
All I'm thinking of is skies are blue, sea of green. We all live in a yellow submarine. Trust me to think that, because I'm a Beatles fan.
That's
There's nothing wrong with being a Beatles fan. Lots of
I haven't
people
heard that in a
Beatles
long
fans.
time.
You know what I never realized as a kid, that the Sesame Street sang so many Beatles songs, because I always thought they were original Sesame Street songs, but so many of them were Beatles songs. Yellow Submarine was one of them. It's wild. Charlie's going to hit the bong. Kids, that means she works in an orchestra, and she plays the big cymbal that you see in some of them. So
That's a gong. That's a gong.
Yeah, that was an autocorrect error on Charlie's side.
Autocorrect.
I see. Okay.
She's going to hit the gong.
Just going to hit the gong.
The
Billy.
That is exactly what you meant.
I'm going to turn my camera off while I eat, by the way. I'll be right back. You
That's
hear
all
me.
right.
You just
You
don't
can
see it.
leave it on. Eating is a natural human part.
We're just
Who
interested in what
cares?
we're eating.
No, it's up to him. It's up to him. If this were
Yeah,
yours.
I guess. Meanwhile, I accidentally dropped my phone in cat litter.
Oh
And
no!
so I am sanitizing it as we speak.
Yeah.
Why? What's the matter?
Which I do regularly. I have 70% isopropyl alcohol. You can't see it because it's washing
Flaring
out.
out of here. Yeah.
Where do you
But-
get 70% isopropyl alcohol from?
I had to get my pharmacist to buy it specially for me because otherwise you can't.
Okay.
Because I want to get.
And even then, like I bought it for
100%.
electronics, for cleaning electronics, but
Yeah.
even then you need 90%.
I was gonna
But
say, I want
70% is
90%.
perfect for sanitizing phones that land in cat litter.
I can
Yeah.
buy 90% alcohol here.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Well,
Yeah, US is different. Yeah, I
you're
used to be
American.
able to
That's a
get
different story.
90%, but that wasn't since the 90s.
Hey,
And
look,
I
I
had
can
one bottle
buy
that lasted me until last year.
I can buy
And then I
explosives.
couldn't buy it anymore.
I can
Sorry?
literally go buy. I can buy tannerite. I can buy all these horrific things. So it's
Yeah,
gonna be.
because the US is like that.
Oh, did you
it's,
guys hear? Oregon decriminalized all drugs.
Yes,
Yeah.
Yes,
I heard that.
I did
You
hear
know,
that.
so
It's
I was
great.
making jokes all night till my internet cut out about how we're going to get some heroin, some bath salts, some marijuana, some coke. We're going to mix it all up, and we're going to do it in front of the cops. And all they can do is give me a fine.
It's about bloody time. America stopped the war on drugs so that we can all stop the war
Yeah.
on drugs.
And the war on drugs, the drugs won.
drugs
and I
won.
think
Yeah,
that's great.
yeah.
No,
It's over
Yeah.
and
Drugs
won.
declared the
the
winner.
car and the cartels are
Oh,
loving it.
Portugal drugs have
Fucking-
been
In
decriminalized.
Australia right now, there's only one drug that can get you in trouble, and it's ice. The
Yeah.
Australian government and the Australian police forces have basically turned around and said, you know what, we don't give a fuck about any drugs at all in this country. Ice is the only thing we care about because it destroys
Yeah.
people.
Yeah.
Heroin's bad, right?
Ice is, crystal meth is worse.
Crystal meth is so physically destructive
The destroyer.
that doctors and law have for the first time come in at the same angle and said this stuff is Satan's fucking breath. Fucking it's got to go. And in Australia what happened was the people who distribute it, the biker gangs, were very clever. They went to the rural areas in Australia where the kids who didn't get the farm, who have to wait by the phone to get casual hours at the mine or the mill.
Oh no!
And
Oh
they
no!
welfare, and they have nothing to do. They have nowhere to go. They have no money.
Yeah.
And someone comes up and says, "I can make you high for 3 days for $7."
Yeah.
Hmm.
That's a good
And
deal. Yeah.
that they fucking went for it. And now in rural Australia, it's an awful place. Rural Australia used to be the most idyllic place in the world, but now it's awful.
Yeah. Frank
it's
towns
like-
are pretty bad.
It's like fucking the Appalachians that no one likes.
Hey, my family lives there.
good.
Well, you know what we're talking about.
I mean,
then.
Don't
Fuck them.
don't worry. I refuse to ever visit them, but they live.
Yeah.
I'm-
I was going
I'm
to
not
also
insulting your
answer
family.
Heist's question in the chat was the difference between legalization and decriminalization. In terms of drugs, when drugs get decriminalized, that means you possessing and using drugs is not a criminal offense. The trafficking and possession of large quantities will still be a criminal offense, but personal amounts of possession and usage is no longer a criminal offense. You can't be charged with an offense just by having the drugs. Legalization means there's an entire framework in place for the supply, sale, and purchase of the drugs. Decrim means it's still illegal to buy and sell drugs, but it's not illegal to have them and take them. Legalization is when they put an entire framework in for the sale and distribution.
Yeah,
Yeah, welcome to
frees up
Portugal.
the cops.
pretty
from
much.
chasing after junkies.
Exactly, and that's a huge problem here with the homeless population that they've been brutalizing. Because local politics outside of that have been horrendous for Portland because. So what happened was the protest movement had 2 candidates in the primary. One of them was
can't see you, mate.
So there were
The
2
stink of
candidates.
clean.
There were 2 candidates in the primary that were with the protest movement. One was a black woman. One was a white lady. Black woman was a little bit more, out there than Sarah. And I forget her name, sadly. She was a write-in candidate. But anyway, she got obliterated. It was Sarah and Ted, who Ted's owned by the police and the big real estate tycoons that have destroyed most of the city and turned it into a shining skyscraper nobody can afford to move into. Therefore causing the homeless problem, which he was supposed to tackle as mayor, but he can't because his donors won't let him. Anyway, so there was a big mayoral race, and the protest movement, because they couldn't get behind a united front, gave 12% in America, 12% to an independent write-in candidate. That is historically unheard of, and I am proud of them for it. But Sarah lost by 3 points to Ted. So do you know what happened the day after he was reelected? The Oregon governor sent the National Guard in with the Portland Police Bureau to crush all dissent. And that will continue to happen until the protests end. They will be allowed to kill. They will be allowed to beat. They will be allowed to maim. They will be allowed to gas. I mean, they have been using so much gas, children have been waking up foaming at the mouths. People have been dying. They don't give a shit. The police run Portland, not the people. Not anymore. So bravo. I'm so happy that a very small contingent of a radical group that continually incited violence in the protests when nobody else wanted violence fucked over city politics for us, possibly for the rest of our lives.
That's pretty intense. Yeah.
Yeah. And this was all right after Kevin Peterson, who I remembered, I actually filmed a few interviews with him for work years ago when he was playing at school, when he was killed by police. And no one's been fired. There's an investigation.
Wow. No, that's sort of wholesale violence and whatnot. It's not unique to America, but the scale of it's kind of unique to America. Like we complained about deaths in custody of Indigenous people, which happens too often. But it's a couple of times a year, as opposed to in the US, it appears to be a couple times a week.
Yeah, because here's the thing: is we have concentration camps, but the real problem is that that happens once, that happens twice, okay, that happens 3 times, that happens 4 times. It's a slippery slope. The cops have always got to have somebody on their ass.
Yeah.
Period.
Yeah.
Well,
we're talking about
this is also the other thing that's different in Australia. The cops here in Australia have a habit of every 20, 30 years going really dirty, and then they clean them up. But they're not trusted as such, and they're kept honest by a few really stupid checks and balances. One of the stupid checks and balances are that most cops in Australia are actually quite clean. And you can do a thing in Australia, they call it confessional. And if you find that something's dirty and it's really wrong, basically you can go to your confessional and go, look, these guys are doing this thing and it's wrong.
That sounds like religion.
Yeah, it's got that Catholic edge. My favorite variation of that I ever heard was the St Kilda police station a few years, well, probably 10 years ago now. Internal Affairs were just there on a paperwork thing. Like we got questions about the detectives not recording interviews properly, and we're checking your paperwork. And so they've got an office and they're just going through this paperwork. And they came back from lunch one day and there was a Post-it note on their desk saying, lift up the ceiling tiles in interview room 3. And so they did. and there was drugs, there was cash, there was guns with the serial numbers filed
That
on.
is fucking awesome.
Yeah, there was basically a couple of bent cops in the station, and it was people had found it impossible to move against them. So someone who finally had the shits just gave the internal affairs team a tip off. Just said, "Yeah, just go lift up the ceiling tiles in interview room 3." And I don't think it was ever pinned back to the people who did it, but it was basically made clear, motherfuckers, we now know what someone here is doing. So you're not doing it anymore.
They split up over it. They split up.
Yeah.
They
It was just fuck.
They split them all up into different.
Yeah.
Some of them, the worst ones, were apparently sent to the country, which is in Australia. When you're being sent to Coventry, they send them to country towns.
Yeah, country towns. Yeah.
What's wrong with the beautiful Australian countryside? Nothing can kill you there.
For city cops, it's just boring. Yeah. But
She got the joke.
sorry, I'm just going to say,
As an
because
Australian,
Charlie's
I did
getting
disagree
ready,
with that.
and she's going to. I was waiting for Charlie before I went off and made my cocktail video. She's putting green tea on apparently, and Abigail, you pre-going goth, you've got your Galaxy dress on, which is pretty goddamn cool. That is pretty
And
cool.
check this out.
It has
pockets. Pockets. And yeah, it's full of like planets and stars and galaxies and
People.
As soon as I saw it, I had to own it.
Yeah, it's great.
Yes, you did, and I have
Yeah,
to be with you while you're owning it. It's a thing, Chris. Yes or no? Biden's going to get up or not?
Biden is going to win the election, but just like 2000, the Supreme Court's going to give it to Trump.
Okay.
I don't know. I think that's a danger, but I don't know. It's because the Republican Party seems to be abandoning Trump. Yeah, I thought it is funny, isn't it? It is funny.
Oh, I've got no comments.
The thing I have about that is
That's a good one.
like Mitch McConnell, for example, has said nothing. He refuses to comment. And, and there's a lot of that going around. And all I can say is silence is consent.
Bingo.
If they don't speak up against him, then they're giving consent to it.
It is absolutely consent because they're terrified of getting primaried by a hyper-conservative Trumpian challenger if they speak against Trump. None of them like Trump. They never have. But they're hideous, obsequious creeps who want power above everything else.
Oh, my God. Do you know what I love? I love Republican drama. I eat that because they're all shit faces. So what was hilarious to me is ABC News, who, because the maps all the news I followed, I think, Angry, you saw, I had everything up. I had every network.
Chris shared a picture of his studio set up with me. It was just like monitors with every possible feed on.
Had everything on there. So when the Google map is the AP map, and the AP map called Arizona for Biden, like on election night, I'm like, this is 2000. I knew then this is 2000 because ABC, NBC, and Fox even didn't do that for quite a while. Fox started flip-flopping. I'm like, we're fucked. Yeah. I knew right then we're fucked. But it still bothers me that to this minute, they still haven't changed that map on Google.com. Because it's Google's map. They use the AP, which is bullshit. And mind you, on the networks, CNN, ABC, and NBC, they have literally said multiple times that the AP map is not accurate. They need to retract it. We do not understand why they have called that state. Because in America, if a network calls a state, it becomes a narrative. And narrative becomes fact.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yes, true.
Yeah, a lot of fun with that. Highly.
So if you look at the CNN map, they don't go by what the AP is saying.
ABC, NBC,
and they have, and that's what I've been trusting for decades.
And here's the other thing too, that's been also quite concerning is Trump. A couple nights ago was at 76,000 down. Now he's at 46,000 down. Slowly and surely.
Yeah.
That's what happened in Florida. what happened in Florida. I remember the Gore victory party. I was 11 then. I was all excited because he was about green stuff and electric cars, and I love electric cars. And I was so pumped that Gore could win and we could have electric cars.
I liked Al Gore.
And then they fucked them. And we would not be in the climate crisis that we are in currently if Al Gore was elected president.
True
I
story.
agree.
Fox
True story.
News literally fucked possibly the entire human race just by doing that. And it just
Yep.
pisses me off to no end. It's like I was on Twitter for hours ripping Trump supporters, liberals, everybody in between that were all like ready to go to bed. And like Joe Biden, people were like, he's won Arizona. I'm like, motherfucker, he hasn't won anything. Trump is closing the gap. Nobody agrees that's been called. Well, the AP says, I don't give a shit what AP says.
AP were a bit bloody aggressive with their calls, quite
All
honestly.
night
Yeah.
long. All
They-
night long. Yeah,
They very much were.
right. But do you know what was weird is when Biden was called for Michigan, which everybody agreed on, AP waited half an hour.
Mm.
So
Although-
they knew they're wrong.
I was just looking at headlines now. Apparently, Georgia is looking more and more like it's going to Biden, which would be a first. And
I've been watching it slowly go up and up and up.
Hey, Charlie.
Hello.
Hi.
There we go.
Hey,
Ooh, the green
Charlie.
lippy we're waiting for.
I'm sitting here after like 3 long days of stress eating noodles, and Charlie's all done up.
That's okay.
I
Some
love
of us-
it.
I heard it was goth night. I had to dress up.
I'm gonna
I
goth up in a sec.
I like dressing up.
I you know what? I love wearing a tie, but I never really get to anymore because of the pandemic. But I do have good
Okay.
news.
Does
What's your good
does
news,
my
Chris?
does my makeup show up?
Oh, yeah.
Yes,
Darling.
You've got so
absolutely.
many happening.
That is
Oh
so
my
cool.
God. That's
That is amazing.
absolutely stunning. Yeah.
That's art. That's
Exactly.
amazing.
I've got to
It's,
pop away for a little bit. I will see you soon.
No
Oh,
worries,
God.
AT.
Yeah.
Go.
Well, that really disturbs me after Charlie showing up. That perfect makeup. AZ has a sudden urge to
Oh, I have to go too. Yeah.
He's got to
Yeah.
That's so funny.
he's got to go put on his
gotta-
eyeliner.
Yeah.
He's going
And-
to go see a man about a
Oh.
dog.
Yeah. Oh, Annette, you've been too sick to goth up. That's okay. You don't have to goth up. Kirsten says she's just got her pajamas on, so that's
Oh, no, I always look cool.
If anyone wants
Professor
me,
Farnsworth.
I'll be in the Angry Dome.
yes.
You know, it's funny too because I was all done up on election night, but by the time I got over here, you pretty much wrapped up. You were just with the ages the whole night. And I was like, I was ready tonight. Damn it, I missed it. I had like my tie on and everything.
That was funny.
I was on
You
a
missed rest
panel for the
Oh, well.
election, so that's why I was doing all that.
All right.
I'm
Well, I'm
using
gonna
old
make
CPU
my first
heatsink.
video.
Remember these? The golden
Oh, yes.
ones?
Oh my god, those are
I'm
old.
using it as a. Yeah, it's very old. I'm using it as a weight to cut things out of fabric,
Yeah.
and it's perfect because you can kind of see through it. They're
Okay.
in awkward corners.
Toby, you're gonna try your internet connection. How's it going tonight, mate?
It appears to be going good.
Yeah, excellent. We love it.
Going well.
Yes, going good.
Going well. Grammar is important.
Also, it's Australia, so you don't know if internet is ever good.
Yeah, it could go out at any minute.
Fair point.
True.
Fair
Yeah.
point.
Yeah, how does it go again? Scotty from marketing from the MBN Co.
Oh, that's funny. That's good. All right, I see what you did there. So, yeah. Oh, but the good news was that I was on a phone call for like 5 hours with a girl before I popped in here, so that's good news. The girl I'm going on a date on
Nice.
Sunday with, so I am
Epic.
Nice.
super excited. So I made damn
Just
sure
make
she
sure
likes
it's
me.
make sure it's a date first.
Oh,
Don't make no mistake.
trust you me, Abigail. We were definitely talking about how it might be a long date.
Okay, excellent. Good to
Right,
hear.
guys,
At
I've
least
gotta
someone's
go.
getting some.
Oh,
Okay.
Riley.
I've got to get ready for a
bye.
non-act prayer.
Riley. Oh shit. Bye.
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 Ah, everybody.
Did you just spill something, Charlie?
Almost.
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 Now that's
I
legal
thought
there,
I-
right? Is that? Never mind.
All right,
What?
I'm just
Okay.
switching my microphone off while I do this.
Good idea.
Oh, you're doing a thing, are you?
I'm doing a video,
A
Cocktail.
video.
so I'll be back.
Tales of cock.
Yeah. When I'm editing, I always start my videos with "G'day cocktail lovers," and when I'm syncing up the start, it usually plays to just say "G'day cock" when I stop it. So, saying g'day.
Or
So,
g'day cock lovers.
Well, when you're on your knees in the glory hole staring at the one-eyed monster, g'day cock. I broke Charlie.
That has multiple meanings.
Yeah. Oh God, have we inadvertently lost? We don't have an extrovert here, do we?
I'm an extrovert. I
Uh-oh.
am.
Good.
Oh,
I'm
you've got to
eating
fill
chips.
in the gap, fill in the silence for us,
Okay.
please.
All right. Well, first off, I'm like chewing would be good enough. You ever have veggie chips?
No.
Well, these.
We have something like it here.
Uh-oh. My
But
cone
they
just
look
kicked
more
in.
like. Oh, that gong just went off.
The gong went off.
Poodles.
The gong went off.
Yeah.
Right when
Anyway, these are cheddar cheese
Yeah.
veggie chips. And if anything, Charlie should be very interested in snacks right now. So
Oh, that's better.
anyway, so yeah, we got some veggie chips here. They're cheddar cheese, which is really good. What is it? Oh, they're gluten free. That's good news. And then they're made with tomatoes,
Look,
carrots.
they're made out of veggies. Of course, gluten is wheat protein.
I was just reading the label on the box, Abigail. I just wanted to make
also-
sure that
Okay,
it.
sure.
also
Sorry.
Also-
I'm such a buzzkill sometimes, I
Potato-
swear.
also potatoes are vegetables.
Yes.
Now,
Correct.
Here's what I'm
So
thinking.
all chips are veggie chips.
I'm thinking,
Yep.
first off, that potatoes are meat.
No.
I'm kidding. Anyway, but yeah, they're like low fat. and
Potatoes are
everything.
mostly starch anyway.
But I've been with a few people and I have a few friends that are gluten free, so I always just eat gluten free food all the time, off and on now. So,
Fair
people come
enough.
over, they're like, "Oh my god, is that gluten free?" And I'm like, "Yeah." Also, this area is the highest rate of people with celiac disease.
There is
in the
no need
world.
to be upset.
Hey. Whoa. Kirsten, your husband is allergic to potatoes?
Well, have I got good news for him?
Oh, that happens.
How does he live?
I know.
Like, potatoes are just the best.
Dude,
Mashed potatoes.
as someone
So
who's like,
versatile.
as someone who's a pescatarian, only when at
I feel that
restaurants,
way.
You need these. You need to eat potatoes. Although I don't know what the potatoes is. But you need to eat potatoes. There might be potatoes in it. I don't know. But anyway, what I'm trying to say is the Northwest here has the highest concentration of people with celiac disease, which is those people don't choose gluten-free as a diet. If they eat gluten, they could literally have anaphylactic shock.
Yeah, it's a hardcore.
So it's like super high concentration here. So everything that's local is usually gluten-free. And if it ain't that, it's vegan.
Okay. Where do you live?
Soon, however, I think everything will just be police friendly, because
Oh, I gotta get my soundboard up and running.
oh, come on, Abigail, where are you at?
Yeah, we go.
My
know.
The soundboard.
my actual soundboard is broken, so I'm just using my built-in iMac stuff. I gotta buy a new like legitimate soundboard and interface, audio interface. I might get a PreSonus because this thing's pretty old. So, but yeah, that this broke on me the other night when I was in the stream here, and I couldn't hear you guys over something, but I was talking to you guys still. That was my audio board blowing out. So now I gotta buy a new audio board. I'm probably gonna get a PreSonus.
Hang on. So
Yeah.
are you using a DAC or or the onboard on the motherboard or a dedicated sound card?
I have an actual audio board here. Like something that you would use to
like a mixer.
Yeah, I have an audio mixer here. And this is
dang.
This is like 12 years old, and so is the USB card that goes with it. So this is just old, and it's shorted out finally. So I got to get a new audio board and a new interface.
Dang.
Because I do all this professional editing, so having a board to mix certain tracks is really nice. Especially when I'm doing live streams and stuff, like I was on that panel the other night for the election. You know, you tell someone you were in a.
Do you have a channel? Do you have like a Twitch channel or something?
I have 2 channels. 2. So, one's the Gamer Friend, which is my gaming channel. I'll put the link somewhere for the night's over because you won't find it by googling it. And we're on season 3, and it's on YouTube, Gamer Friends. But I'll put a link in. For some reason, we've been putting stuff out for a really long time, just because me and my buddy like to make videos. So he records and I edit, and he, gives me a few bucks to do it. But we just do it for fun because very few people see the videos, and we don't have any subscribers, so it's not a custom link. So I got to put that link up. And then also my name down here, that's my YouTube channel. And you can find the Gamer Friends through Chris W443, my channel there. Okay. I've had a YouTube channel since 2006 when YouTube pretty much started.
Wow.
And before that, I was on Google Video. And around that time, I was also on MySpace Video. And before that, I was a 13-year-old with I was the only person in my town that had a website. And I was 13 years old, and I put videos on it. Nobody knew that, but I did. And I thought that was really cool. Oh, no, the city had a website.
But I'm pretty sure I just found you on YouTube by Googling Chris W443.
Oh, I own the entire page.
So on Facebook, sorry.
Facebook, YouTube, Instagram, Blog TV, Beta Site, Daily Motion, anywhere.
Yeah.
I got this username when I was in middle school. So I've had it since 2002. We illegally made...
I'll check it out later.
Yeah, we illegally made a... so we were using the computers at school, and we weren't allowed to use the internet or make an email. We couldn't make an email because we weren't old enough. So I immediately got the laptop, immediately went to yahoo.com, went to mail, made an account.
As you do, yeah.
And another interesting thing is I've been on Gmail. I was invited because my aunt's ex-husband, my former uncle,
was in the invite.
I was one of the
beta.
I was one of the very first people of that very first batch of people that got invited because he worked at a tech company called SunGuard, which was contracted by Google.
Ooh.
So that was super fucking dope.
I was a senior programmer and just knew people from conferences and got an invite to the beta of Gmail. That's why I've got the email account that I have. I'm sticking to it.
Same here.
You cannot, yeah.
Yeah, it's pretty dope. So,
yeah.
I see your message, Fox. Very relevant. So, yeah. Fun times. So, yeah, I've been on the internet a long time. I've been on the internet since back in the day. I read and wrote fan fiction novels.
Cool.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, I've been on the internet before the World Wide Web.
Probably. You've probably been on it longer than most anybody.
Me and Angry and probably 80, I remember bulletin board days before the internet. They were some fun times.
Yeah.
And then Usenet and newsgroups and.
I had a lot of when I was really. Sorry, you go ahead.
Yeah, well, then this thing called the World Wide Web started, and everything was there, and
it was amazing.
Oh no, Charlie borked the window.
No.
Bork.
But yeah, no. when I was really young, there was a very highly funded law school in my neighborhood, like literally in the center of the neighborhood. There was just this school building. Don't ask me how that was zoned, but it was. And they had computers there, and I was really inquisitive, so I wouldn't stop bugging them about the internet. And then one of the teachers there in the computer lab told me all about the World Wide Web. And back in the day, it was message boards, and he showed me this Apple II that he had, and I got thrown all these, like literally, so since I was a kid, I have been exposed to technology from like the 80s. And I got constantly hand-down computers. So like one of my first computers was an IBM with a big screen, and it had 2 big floppy disks.
Cool.
Floppy things, and it had some kind of OS, some kind of I don't know what it wasn't Windows. It was a pre-Windows.
No, it'll be DOS. It'll be MS-DOS.
Yeah, some kind of like graphical interface where I didn't have to put a ton of code in. It just turned on. It was just that. So I don't know what it was.
Was it X-Tree?
I'll never know.
Oh, okay.
I would love to, but it was some kind of thing like that. Where it was set
X-Tree was a very popular pre-Windows. It wasn't an operating system, but it was a file manager.
Yeah, it was like an interface.
Pseudo-graphic. Yeah, it was. Yeah.
And I was able.
I have a pencil, a promo pencil from X-Tree, the company, somewhere in here, never been used.
That's awesome.
And I got it from an IT trade show when I was in high school in 1990, 91, about then. It's awesome. Like it's a prized possession now, and hardly anyone knows what it is. So
yeah, I got
what's that?
I got this from a trade show, which is this is a TriCaster. This is a switcher. This is what I use at work when I'm directing television.
Yep.
So I've used this before, and this was free at the trade show, and I'm like, I can show people what I do when I'm not on camera. People understand cameras, they don't understand this. So this is my mouse pad for life.
Cool.
Yeah. Charlie is back.
I learned to write code first, not on a Commodore 64. I did have one. That's where I learned assembly language. But I actually learned BASIC on an Atari 2600 with the developer's kit. My parents
that is so cool.
owned a 2600 and bought me the developer's kit for it. And I was like writing stuff.
How did they know to do that? How do you even get that in some town in Australia? Come on.
We lived in the city. Like our cities aren't small.
No,
it's still Australia. I mean, still like very far removed from the rest of the world. So that's really cool.
We have a very vibrant IT community and development community. But anyway, it was cool. And I bugged them for ages. I want a computer. I saw an Apple II in a store somewhere and just thought, oh my God, I want one. And I wouldn't have known how to use it. I was too young, but I figured out this developer's kit. And then when we got the Commodore 64,
yes, which I see.
I taught myself assembly code on the 64, the CPU in the Commodore 64. It was just, I don't know why I didn't see sooner that I should have got into IT, because I went into science and chemistry.
That is really, really cool. Yeah.
Wi-Fi was invented in Australia. Thank you.
Was it? I did not know that.
Yes, it was.
Yeah. Well, I don't look. All right. Australia's really far away from the world. All right. AZ's always saying that things are 10 years removed. I don't know what you guys had in the 80s, but now my cousin, he had a Nintendo original and he had a Commodore 64. So I would play the other one when they weren't playing it. But with the Commodore, I would be like, you have to put the game in, because I was like fucking 4 years old. I didn't know what the fuck that was. So I put the game in. I was like, game, and I was just, this is like put the computer game on. So I would call the Commodore the computer, and I'd call the Nintendo the Nintendo.
Okay.
So, Yeah, that was how I first, and then the law school thing a few years later, the hand-me-downs, and then I was like, so I knew all the stuff about old technology because it was all I had available to me. And then, in that computer lab, they had a Macintosh, and that's all I wanted. And now I have a whole command center with all these screens and an Apple computer.
I'm back.
Hey, Charlie, you're
Hey.
back.
You're back. Yeah, but Macs, I would rather use a computer than a Mac. To be fair.
Ow.
I'm not a big fan of Macs.
There are two things I want.
I can't.
Two things I want.
Even.
And that was an electric car and a Macintosh computer.
Mac.
Motherfucker, I got it now.
Cool. The problem I have with Macs is that they, like Apple, deliberately make them almost impossible to repair, and they're getting better and better at that.
I don't want to repair my own computer.
All in the name of money and fuck the environment, basically.
Yeah.
Yes.
It's evil.
Oh.
And not only that, but the experts in the Mac bar, whatever,
they don't know
they are deliberately not taught how to fix shit. And like something really simple, like just say your fan's vibrating or something, they will push for you to spend $800-900 to replace the motherboard.
It depends on where it depends on where you go, because I for the past 10 years I've gone to the Chicago downtown Apple store or the downtown Portland Apple store, and there they have some techs that literally know what to do, and also they're some of the main repair centers as well. So I've lucked out. I'm not going to some Tennessee, middle of nowhere, Apple store. I'm going to some of the main areas. So I've had that. But the other thing too is for what I do, I have to rely on the computer. I don't have time to learn how to build computers every couple of years. I tried it for a while. I couldn't keep up. So I just get the phone and I call Apple, and then they just fix it. And I love it. And that's what I pay.
If you're willing to pay a premium, because
I 100%.
I mean, some of their computers are actually really good.
This iMac's is a
pay
really
a premium.
one.
Yeah, you pay like a huge premium on it.
Yeah.
And
Well,
if
I
you're
mean,
willing,
yeah, I mean, like at the time this came out, the display it had was alone several $1,000s. Getting a screen
and
like
the
this.
thing about Macs is they're overpriced, and they don't use good components. There's nothing to justify the price. Like I've heard people say that
the lower
Macs
end ones for
premium components. They don't. They just don't.
The one I have here, it's one of the it's nice. It's got a very nice CPU, it's got a very nice graphics card, got all those great things in it.
Yep.
And I know
desktop ranges are pretty good.
Yeah, because I'm not buying MacBooks. I'm not buying. I love the high end Mac Mini back in the day. The high end Mac Mini now is pretty great too, but the graphics card sucks. But you're not using it for that. It's that's not what it's used for. But the iMac's really good, and I priced it out with my buddy, and at the end of the day, building a PC, or getting a rebuild with a similar monitor would have been the same amount of money at the end of the day. And it's like, for me, I get a webcam, I get a microphone. When my stuff's not working, I get a screen that's 4K, which I need for my video editing, and I make one phone call and it's fixed. For me, it's perfect, right? And for a lot of people that don't care about computers, I tell them, especially college kids, get a Chromebook. Go get a Chromebook.
Yep.
If you really want to have, if you really care, you can get a MacBook. It's fine. Just, get a base one, save yourself some money, use a discount. But, if you want to get into building your own PC,
I don't know. I don't know about prices there, but over here, Macs carry at least a 50% premium on the same hardware.
Yeah, here Macs are not as expensive because some of them are actually built here. And if they're not built here, their parts are here, just floating around. And then you have a massive used market here too.
Yeah.
Okay.
So you put all those things together.
There's an equally big used market here as well.
So
But I refuse to fix MacBooks now. I've done it a few times, and it just got harder and harder and harder.
Yeah,
I just can't do it anymore. Can't do it unless it's like a data recovery where I can just take the hard drive out and that's fine. But if it's faulty power supply, or I have to go digging around on the
yeah.
motherboard for a busted capacitor or something that's blown, a resistor or something, can't do it anymore. It's just impossible.
Yeah.
You have to be Lewis Rossman basically, and dedicate your entire life to fixing Macs to do it nowadays.
And MacBooks are notoriously difficult. I have a very high-end MacBook that is, even has the upgradable RAM and everything. So, mine's pretty simple to deal with. Obviously the Mac Pro, even simpler to deal with depending on how much you want to spend. But, these are professional products.
Yeah. Well, meanwhile, I'm just making tequila drinks while you're talking all this hardcore stuff. I suspect this is actually a really shitty tequila that someone gave me.
I can tell it's Friday night, Angry. I can tell it's Friday night.
So this is...
I'm gonna finish cutting out what I'm cutting, and then
I'm gonna grab me a drink.
I think.
Yeah. So this is tequila and velvet falernum and lime juice.
Like I actually messed up. I put on my velvet leggings and my leopard loafers.
Those shoes! Wow,
nice.
Well,
speaking of Star Trek, I'm making velvet gloves, and the pattern I used for my first pair didn't size up properly, so I've made. I'm just turning it inside out now. The right way around. But I made one glove, and it's just too small, so I have to do it again. And that's what I'm doing at the moment. Making velvet gloves. And they're going to be great.
And you need to put a fist of steel in there. I think that's from one of the old. I think it's from one of the old noir detective comics, novels, like a Dashiell Hammett. Something about a fist of steel in a velvet glove. It's like gives the appearance of being soft, and it's he's referring to one of the femme fatales who is gorgeous and wonderful and all the stuff, but is a stone killer. She's cool, in other words. So
fair enough. Okay, I finally got it around the right way. I haven't sewn the fingertips up, but this is a glove that I started making, and it like I put it on, it's just so tight, and the fingers are poking out, and it's just made of sadness because gloves are really just tedious to make.
Gloves are the hardest. Gloves are the hardest garment to make.
Yep, I could believe that.
Anything with sleeves, shoulders, I find the worst.
Difficult. All right.
Getting the shoulders matched is ridiculously tedious. But I mean, gloves are a very close second for me.
Okay.
But I got that far,
are a nightmare.
And you can see a hole there. And the pattern was too small.
Okay.
Too small to begin training.
Okay, Stella had a really fucked.
That's why whenever I need gloves for a cosplay, I just buy them.
Yeah. Funny story. I was in a performance, and we were supposed to, it was black tie, so I had to have a ball gown, like a proper long gown, and so I bought gloves to match to play my clarinet in the show, but the fingers in the gloves wouldn't make a proper seal on the instrument, so I had to cut the fingers out. So I was dressed to the nines, but with fingerless velvet gloves.
Saw
and
that
I thought that
going.
was amazing. Yeah.
I'm getting paid for this, by the way.
You're getting paid for this? Angry, where's my money?
Coke, no, I think you should pay Coke.
The Coke endorsements.
Yeah.
Look, I haven't seriously drank Coke since February from a liter plus a day addiction.
I have given myself this week to drink a lot of soda because it's been rough. And
that's fair.
Yeah, fair.
I am a big Coke fan. Typically, I'll have a couple Cokes a week, and that's about it. But I just thought it was funny. I was sitting here drinking this Coke, and that's when I realized, oh, I have all these things here. I should put all these up here. Like, I thought the Tic Tacs were hilarious.
Should get
Do
an
some product
endorsement,
placement.
yeah.
I mean, you know.
Yeah, so I quit my caffeine / Coke addiction, and it's
You know what? I didn't drink any soda for like 6 to 8 months before. When I lost my organ and had to stop eating meat and everything, and fat, I just cut that out for a long time. So slowly weaned it back. You know, I give myself breaks every few months so I can have a lot, but just twice a week is usually what I have.
fair
I
enough.
found the last bottle of water in the house. Thank God. I was dying because you can't drink tap water. God knows what the fuck they put in it here.
Oh, okay. Tap water here is really nice.
You're very lucky.
It varies city to city, but yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it varies
Adelaide,
here.
Adelaide, you can't drink the tap water, I don't think. Ludo.
It-
What's the deal with Adelaide's water? It's like got a lot of salts in it or something.
Yeah,
They call it heavy water, but the technical definition of heavy water is the H2O molecules use deuterium instead of hydrogen. It's an isotope of hydrogen, so it can make water, but it's got 2 protons instead of a proton and a neutron, otherwise it'd be helium, of course. So a normal hydrogen atom is just a proton and the electron. So a proton and a neutron, that's deuterium, that's an isotope, doesn't change the chemical makeup or the chemistry of it. And tritium is a proton and 2 neutrons, which is H3. It's the 3rd isotope of hydrogen. So heavy water is technically deuterium or tritium in the water molecule. But Adelaide, for some reason, have to say they've got heavy water and you can't really drink it, but it's got nothing to do with the atomic makeup. It's something to do with the shit that's in it, or
It's just that way.
yeah.
or salts or something.
Like in some places, the water here will be so toxic it will literally catch fire, and in some places it's fine.
Isn't that because of fracking?
In some places it's fracking. Some places other types of pollution. And some places it's horrific leading as well. There's a lot of we have different problems in different places.
Stella is saying they call the water in Adelaide hard water, not heavy water.
Oh, hard water. Okay.
Oh, so it's salty?
Sure.
Yeah, I think it's salty.
What is hard water? Yeah.
Okay, because here that means it's practically salt water.
Megaleech reckons they put too much chlorine in the water in Adelaide. It's like a swimming pool, he reckons.
Oh, gross.
Oh yeah, that's the thing here is like sometimes they'll put too much fluoride or too much chlorine, or there'll be little poop in the water, or there'll be lead, sulfur. I was poisoned a lot as a kid in Indiana with poor water.
Okay.
Which is why I have fucked up teeth.
Fair enough. Stella reckons the Adelaide water's shit because they pump it underground to prevent evaporation, and it picks up stuff from the pipes, I guess. But yeah, Adelaide's notorious. People say that it's got dodgy fucking tap water. Okay, yeah. So hard water is more difficult to lather soap because of the mineral composition. Yeah, it's got a lot of salts and minerals in it, basically.
See, I knew it.
Thought so.
I knew it. Just like I knew Joe Biden would win this campaign, and I won $10.
Nice.
I mean, he may not be president. We'll see if Trump lets him be president, but you know.
I think I got the soundboard.
Down to, I think, if the Republican Party supports him.
That too.
Yeah.
You are really right about that.
Biden only has to win 1 or 2 states. Trump has
to win them all.
So many more hoops to win.
So it is still possible for Trump to win on electoral college votes. It's just really unlikely.
It's really hard, but Pennsylvania already has a lawsuit over their mail-in ballots due to the ridiculous lawsuit that got the Green Party off the ballots. So the Democrats sued because the Green Party was on the ballots. So several people have ballots and have the Green Party on the ballot, and they turn those in to vote. those are ineligible due to the Democrats' own legislation. Biden literally cannot hinge his victory on Pennsylvania. He can't. He's suing himself. Good job, Democrats.
It literally this ridiculous crap could actually drag on for weeks.
So that's why I was saying if he won Arizona that night legitimately, he would already be president. He has to win Arizona.
Yeah.
So it's looking like Biden's going to win Nevada, Arizona, and maybe even Georgia, which well and truly pushes him over the 270.
Yeah, I think he's actually on the most recent figures. He's doing better in Georgia than Arizona, which is unprecedented.
Yeah.
And not good because if he's at 253,
I mean, percentage-wise, not quite, but yeah, he's got more votes in Arizona than Georgia.
Yeah.
So we will see what happens. You know, at this point, it's a ball game.
No, Stella's apologizing. Sorry, I just want to say Stella's apologizing for going geology nerd about Adelaide's water. No. This is nerd.
No,
central.
do it.
Do it.
Have you been here?
Absolutely.
We're all nerds here.
I want to hear all the
you know us?
things that I know almost nothing about. So
Look at these
I want to hear all the.
Come on.
I've got my eyes up there too much to know about rocks and shit. So
yeah.
So yeah,
You're not
bring
down
on the
in
geology
dirt, you're gonna
nerdism.
rocks.
Yeah. I actually find rocks are really interesting. In fact, if you can actually look and find certain types of rocks in certain places, you can make a fortune off of them.
Well, there is money in rocks.
Yeah.
Yeah, there is. My ex, she was huge into
There
rocks,
sure
and her
is.
friend was literally a dealer. They would literally go to a mineral-rich place in Arizona that I think there was like a small meteorite impact, and there was also some mining there beforehand. And so they would find like iron and cobalt, and they'd find amethyst, and those dinosaur eggs, the rocks that are like this. If you pop open, they have all these different minerals.
Geodes.
Geodes. That's
Yeah.
Literally, like one time he bought home a boulder that was a geode, and they made like $50,000 when they sold it.
Mhm. Yeah. My partner used to live in a town up in like northern Queensland called Emerald,
Oh, nice.
which is like a
Named
You know what?
after the
it's a mining.
after all the diamonds they found there, right?
Yeah.
Oh
No,
dear.
but like I always thought it was. I always asked him like, did they not think to lean into like being called Emerald City, like Wizard of Oz?
Yeah.
But no,
okay,
they never thought of that.
Yeah. Speaking of dumb names,
Yes.
Townsville.
The city of
Of Townsville.
That's
Are you talking about
It's,
Like
Power
the
not-
Puff Girls or
it's
the
actually
actual town?
named. It's an actual town, Queensland.
City.
yeah, in
City.
Queensland.
Yes, but it was named after someone with the surname Towns.
Yeah.
So it wasn't just called Citiesville or
Yeah. But that's
Villesville
what I
or
love.
Villestown.
Powder
Yeah.
Puff Girls
Yeah.
used to always.
But it does. It does.
Well,
It
Townsville.
that always fucked me up with
Yep.
the Powerpuff Girls.
Yeah.
The narrator would just go, the city of Townsville. And I went, you think
I'm
you're
like,
being funny. You
Town-
think you're
Yeah. And
But the-
that's the thing. They go fucking Powerpuff Girls go the city of Townsville, and I'm like, where's all the sugar cane?
That's funny. Oh, you know what was funny too? I remember to this day is they had like a thing where they went to Citiesville, and the mayor of Citiesville sat them down and had a talk in this office with like moody film noir lighting, and he's like giving the Powerpuff Girls a talk about how we do things different in Citiesville. And it's literally it's the same picture of the bridge. It's just flipped,
Yeah.
and that's the only difference, and the name. And it's just so funny to me. I'll never forget that. And
They should have called it Cityburg. Sorry.
yeah, I just wish they would have went with the name of Kick-Ass Girls.
The Kick-Ass Girls.
Yeah.
And that's what the creator called the show, but when it got bought by Cartoon Network, you couldn't call it the Kick-Ass Girls anymore.
Okay.
Ah.
One of the best.
I want to see
one of the best.
I want to see a country called Country Stan.
Yes.
Stan
I
means
actually.
country or something like that.
Land of.
Land of the country.
I-
Stan means land of.
I actually a few years ago I cosplayed as him,
Ooh, that would be good.
and
I feel like you
yeah,
made a
and I
photo
was
of
so
that.
I was so popular, like
Mm.
everyone wanted a picture, but it was such an easy costume to put together.
Yeah.
Once I figured out how to do the lobster claws,
Yeah.
I just basically did them. I just did them like a the foam hands.
Yeah.
Yep.
I just glued 2 pieces of foam shaped like lobster claws together and just stuck them on my hands.
Yeah.
Ooh.
That works.
I
Yeah.
once did a cosplay of Zatanna from DC Comics.
Nice.
Yeah, it was great.
She's hot.
Yeah, and I nailed it. I looked amazing. My legs went all the way up. That was just great.
Wow.
Nice.
And I did it for, it was a singles night at a place called Beta Bar here in Melbourne, which is a nerd
Oh
bar.
yeah. Nerd bar. Yeah.
But it was seriously just like, I don't use the word sausage fest flippantly because I have trans friends who are men and they don't have the sausage.
Yes.
But it was cis dude central. Sausage Fest
Wow.
is beyond the name of it. And the only other woman who was into women who was there, I saw her, we started chatting, and wasn't my type.
Oh well.
Oh, that's
Yeah. But I do have pictures of me as Zatanna, and it was it was great.
That's all that matters. That's all that matters.
But
Yeah.
I was gonna say that trans men have a spiritual sausage.
Yes.
Indeed,
Yes.
they do. Yeah.
Well, sometimes they have a silicon one.
True.
True. Yeah. Speaking of places with interesting names, a lot of people when they're bored come to Oregon and they go to boring Oregon.
Oregon.
I mean, I tell you what, man, I went for a drive there. It was the most goddamn boring thing all day.
Frederick Redfoot got distracted by archaeology videos. That's perfectly acceptable.
That's good.
And I think it's cool we have nerd bars. We have several. Beta Bar, which was a moving venue, actually, if I remember rightly.
It was, yeah.
Kind of gone permanently now. There's
It has
one in the city that has like arcade games and pinball machines. And,
yeah. There's a couple on Smith Street near where I live as well.
yeah.
Yeah.
And there's one called GG something. It's they're all themed around online team games.
There's
Yeah.
nerdy bar in Melbourne. I can't think of the name. It has a
Virus K.
no. Well, there's an upstairs area where you go play like D&D and all that, but there's a downstairs area that opens up later that is a bar.
Yes.
Oh,
yes.
that's
Wizard's
Games
Lair or
Lab.
something?
Games Laboratory. I'm on a I know the people who own it and am very friendly with them.
Well,
And
I-
during the COVID lockdown, the owners of the building sold it from under them. So now they're looking
Oh,
for a new
shit.
home.
That's
Yeah.
Oh, that sucks.
yeah.
Yeah. And they had a
What's
week.
my thing, my
They gave them a
girlfriend
week to get their shit out. But that venue was amazeballs. I loved it.
was.
That's
Yeah.
crazy.
And
Speaking
I used to
of
play Magic the Gathering there a lot.
Oh, my friends in the Magic. Both of my friends are in Magic. I'm not, but I'm like, man, they spent so much money in that game. I'm like, that's kind of neat, dude. I've watched them play it a few times. I'm like, this is interesting. Like, do you want to play now? I'll just watch you guys do it.
I've got
That's
a
a funny
single,
thing, too.
I've got a single card, one single card, a piece of cardboard that's worth $600.
Yeah.
Oh, damn.
Yeah,
And
the
that's
funny-
not even one of the most expensive cards by far.
Yeah, it's
There's
just like
$1,000 plus cards.
oh yeah, like they blow tons of money. For me, I quite enjoy just watching other people play games. There's very few games that I like to play. I love watching other people play games. But speaking of cool venues, there is a arcade in Portland, a bar called Ground Control with a K, and the sign is the spaceship from Asteroid shooting an asteroid, and
Oh, nice.
inside the bar is the supercomputer from War Games, the movie with Matthew Broderick, and the wall is the NORAD command center screens, and it keeps playing the simulations from the supercomputer after it tells it to play. It says sometimes, "Would you like to play a game?" It's so fucking cool, and all the lights in the bar, they all move with the computer, and it's fucking crammed. Every arcade from the original 70s games until today. It is fucking awesome. The only problem is it's a bar, and like I'm fine with bars and I'm fine with arcades, but together, there's a lot of spilled drinks and a lot of arcade shit, and there's drinks all over. And sometimes there's very bored women there trying to find someone else to talk to because they don't like video games, and I'm just like, please get the fuck off. I'm trying to beat my high score. Get away.
Speaking of weird theme bars, there used to be one in the CBD in Melbourne that was themed around the stock exchange. I think it was actually called the Stock Exchange Bar, and they had this little ticker of drink prices going, and the drinks would change prices over the course of the night. Like some would go up and some would go down, and it'd be basically, if they were trying to push a particular drink, its price would go down, and then at a couple random times during the night, the market would crash, and all the lights would start flashing like market crash, and all the drinks would be much cheaper for about 15 minutes, like time to sort of go up and charge the bar and try and get.
And then the price would go up again.
Yeah. And it's basically
Does
Charlie.
Does anyone remember when the Brisbane Buyer Centre had the Brisbane City Buyer Centre? It used to have like pretty much a theme park on the top floor, and it was called Tops. And there was there was this like roller coaster.
That sounds vaguely familiar.
I remember this. You know what? I think I've been there before.
There was one in Vegas like that. There was a roller coaster on top of a high rise in Vegas.
They almost built a full-scale version of the Starship Enterprise in Vegas. Like Vegas did crazy shit.
Yeah, one of my internet friends worked at the Star Trek themed casino for ages, and they had the costumes, and they loved it. They were really sad when it closed. It ran for a few years and then closed.
Vegas conventions are always huge as well. Like the Magic the Gathering Grand Prix in Vegas is the biggest in the US, and PAX. Do PAX do? I don't think they do actually.
I don't know.
Yeah, PAX goes.
But
some kind of computer show that goes there. I almost went to
Vegas.
NAB.
Is always like go big or go home.
I always wanted to go to NAB. It's the National Association of Broadcasters. All the broadcast people and all the camera people, they all do their shows there. I was finally going to go for the first time this year, and then fuck you, you're not going.
COVID. Yeah. So many people have had, I planned blah, 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 and then COVID. And it's like, fuck you, COVID.
Yes.
Okay,
I think it's time I go and get gothed up. So I'm going to go on mute, and I'll be back in a bit.
All right, that sounds good. And I don't know, AIDS's. David, we do actually need the Lord Jesus Christ. You have hit the nail on it. I swear to God.
I speak of the
Here he is.
I heard.
Speak of Jesus.
I heard my
not the devil
sign, and I thought, maybe my people need me.
Yep.
And I thought that I'd pop in, but I'd only pop in for a couple of minutes because
That's okay.
unfortunately I have other business to attend to.
That's okay. Nice to see you
So
for
I
a
have
few
to
minutes.
attend to that business, and once I've attended to that business, I am yours.
Gonna come back? All
But
right.
I'm not going to be speaking in tongues,
Right.
and I am prosperity gospel.
Good, good. And the
Go
teeth
fund
thing
Is-
seems to be working for you.
Is my dog barking too loud?
Yeah, it's
Yes, but,
barking at a dog level, but you know.
dogs bark, and unless you train them for military purposes, you can't get them not to bark. Or unless you're a Queensland farmer that I once visited with my family when I was very young, and he had something like 120 dogs ranged on his home paddock, and they didn't bark. Not one of
Yeah.
them in one of their 120 kennels barked.
That's weird.
And my dad said, "Why don't the dogs bark?" And he says, "If they bark, they get shot." And in the middle of the night, we heard a dog bark.
Oh my
and then we
God.
heard a crack,
Yeah.
and then we heard silence.
Yeah.
And the
No.
dogs don't bark.
You sound like me. That's like me playing Red Dead Redemption. You, dude, when you get to come over again, I think you'd find Red Dead Redemption hilarious.
Oh my god!
Okay.
I want to get. I'm really close. I'm thinking about getting that
I've got to
game.
go and deal with this business, and I'll see you later.
Alrighty. So, yeah, as Adam on Facebook said, if you say Azzy's names 3 times, particularly if it's into a mirror on a Friday the 13th, he will definitely appear. David, you got a Bible, dude. You got to get in line. I'm not joking. I've been sent so many Bibles, and various.
I've read several Bibles. I've read them.
Yeah, I went to Catholic school, man. I won a Bible knowledge quiz in year 7. I beat everyone. Guess what the prize was? Guess what the prize was? A fucking Bible. Did I need one? I just proved I fucking knew it. I should have got like a Black Sabbath
They
album.
knew it. They knew that you'd be
Yeah.
a sinner later in life, so they gave that to you because they knew you'd be a little shit. They knew it.
But
What
this
I
is
like about Bibles,
Hmm?
what I like about Bibles is the pages of they're like joint papers.
Because they sometimes, because it's so big, if they want to do a small thing, it's really fine paper on the
Yeah.
book.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's good rolling paper. Yes.
Yeah,
Yeah.
they're really thin. Yeah.
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 The number one stolen object in the world are Bibles.
For the Gideon Bibles in the hotel rooms in the US.
Makes sense.
Yep.
Actually, you used to get them in Australia. I don't know if you still do. Gideon Bibles in the hotel
Maybe they
rooms.
finally learned it. Nobody reads them.
Yeah, we
Yeah.
got those. We got those at fucking band camp.
Yeah. There was
Hey,
the old
anything to calm
urban
me down.
legend. There's an old urban legend that you should always open and flip through the Gideon Bible in your hotel room because some Gideons would like slip a 20 or a 50 in somewhere in the Bible. So it's like a little reward for someone who actually sat down and read the Bible. So just in case it's true, every time you go to a hotel room, just flip through the Bible and make sure there's no money in
The Gideons didn't put that in there.
there.
Somebody else put that in there, son. And they
Trying to-
don't want it back.
Trying to make you read the Bible.
I just picked it up to flip through it and read out the funny parts.
Yeah, there was a play that we did when I was at college called Once a Catholic, and it was set in a Catholic school in like mid 20th century Australia, and it was fucking hilarious. It was a girls' Catholic school, and they started reading the raunchy bits of the Old Testament about people doing it with donkeys and whatnot, and they're going, "Oh my god, what were they up to there? What were they even thinking?" Yeah.
The Old Testament always makes me laugh. I still have yet to receive my goats for marriage. You know what I mean? I'm supposed to get married. There's supposed to be goats. I don't have any fucking goats. 2 failed engagements,
Yeah.
no goats. I'm telling you, man, this is bullshit.
Yeah.
You've been cheated.
And
Yeah.
they said they were Christian. How dare they?
Mm-hmm.
Oh dear. Sorry, did I just? Oh yeah, I did see Shannon in Facebook. All right, I think I'm going to sneeze. Sorry, I'm going to sneeze. I'm going to sneeze.
Oh yeah. Let it go.
Bye. Is it?
Let it go.
There
Oh,
we go.
that's gone.
It's
That's
gone. It's gone. Okay, I'll give. Yeah, I was about to say. I'm sure Shannon wants the link in Facebook, so I will just do that. Put the link in Facebook.
Facebook, the website everybody wants to get rid of, but can't. Why? Because their grandma uses it, and they don't want to piss grandma off.
Mhm.
It's. I just can't quit you. Was that Brokeback Mountain?
Yeah,
Mhm.
I just can't
Facebook
quit
is our
you, boy.
Brokeback Mountain.
I just can't quit you, boy.
Yeah.
Oh my god, that was so many people's fantasies seeing Jake Gyllenhaal make out with a dude. They're like, yeah.
Yeah. And it's Grasshopper. Hey, buddy.
Yay.
Charlie,
Hello.
fantastic. I wanted to go. I really wanted
Oh,
to.
thank you.
I really wanted to goth it up tonight, but I ended up getting called into work, so
Which thwarted that.
it did. It
You don't have
did.
any black eyeliner on your person?
Unfortunately, no. All of the makeup that exists in this house is in mine and my wife's bedroom. And if I went in there to grab a hold of makeup and to get changed into goth attire for a live stream, I believe it would be either a divorce or my testicles being detached from my body in a rather plausible manner. So,
What the fuck are you doing out there that time?
the poor thing went to bed with a migraine at about 9:30, so I definitely don't want to.
So
wake up.
you're behaving. Yeah.
That's
no,
rough.
good. Yeah.
But
That's
yeah,
not
no, good to see all of you, except for AZ and Abigail, who isn't there. Fox, you darling, how are you doing?
Yes. Oh, pretty good.
Pretty good.
How are you?
Very good, very good.
Other than seeing there being a good boy.
Yeah. You're a very good boy, Fox. Definitely.
We know better,
Good boy.
Fox. We know better.
Oh yeah.
Oh goodness. So I heard you guys talking about the Old Testament.
Oh.
I was making a joke.
Oh yeah, we had some clown come into the chat, so we just said, "Yep, we are of the devil." So
I was just joking that I should get some kind of farm animal for my previous engagement.
yeah,
Yeah, absolutely.
it's
Yeah.
the dowry. It's pretty clearly laid out about how many goats and donkeys you're meant to get.
Exactly.
You know, it's a funny thing. I've met 2 creationists in my whole life, and I've had one of them try to tell me, the Earth is only 6,000 years old because the Old Testament says so. And I turned around and looked at him and said, the Old Testament also says that slavery is a natural condition and is completely endorsed by God. So according to you, slavery is a good thing. And they're like, no, of course not. I'm like, okay, so you want to take one part of the Old Testament, but not all of it. Talk about fucking cherry
Yeah.
picking.
And then you should have demanded farm animals. Those things are worth money, man.
Yeah, it doesn't. That hypocrisy doesn't, and the cherry picking doesn't get much better than I've seen some homophobe Jim Chud with a tattoo of the verse in Leviticus that says, "Thou shalt not lie with a man, for it's an abomination." You want to grab him and shake him and say, "Dude, 2 verses later, it says tattoos are forbidden." So
Yeah.
it's like,
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yep.
it's just ridiculous. It's absolutely ridiculous.
I watched bits and pieces of The West Wing, and the bit that always grabbed me was the part where Charlie Sheen's dad, whose name I can never remember,
Martin Sheen.
Martin Sheen, he has that religious lady come in when he's
And
he
tears her apart with the Bible references. Yeah.
absolutely beautiful, absolutely beautiful. Apparently, the show took a massive toll, took a massive hit in the numbers after that happened because a whole bunch of people called in and went, "Aye."
You were offending me as an American. I believe in the Bible and fucking my cousin.
I was just checking the social media to see if anyone was pitching new numbers or whatever. And someone's got this thing, this is the greatest GIF of all time. Now, you know how like all the news people, they all have touch screens now and they make touch screen. So you've got Wolf Blitzer and his sidekick. They're CNN, aren't they? And there's a fucking Pornhub tab on the screen. And this guy you just see him touch it and wipe it away. But it's not small. Like it's this really big Pornhub logo that's really, and you just see this guy touch it, and he's on camera when he does it. He's like and touches it and makes it go away.
Pay no attention. Pay no attention. Yeah, no. It's,
Oh my god!
Although
it's so-
listening to the news on the way home, though, one bit of good news: it looks like Biden has actually won Georgia, although it will be up for a recount. But
Yeah.
at this point in time, it looks like Biden has won Georgia, so that's a really good thing.
Yay!
Yeah, but you know this shit's gonna drag on in one form. Oh, David, you said AZ's a fag. Yeah, he's pretty proud of it, actually. Well, he's bisexual, but
Yeah.
he's oh look, he's AZ.
I'm
He's back.
bisexual. I
Yeah.
am a fag.
Yeah,
I'm pansexual. And I'll be back in a minute.
I mean, literally is. Say his name, and he'll appear.
I love how he comes back just to say that.
Yeah.
He's
Oh my
watching,
God.
don't you worry.
Amazing. Sure. I'll be
Candyman,
back in a
Bloody
minute.
Mary, Beetlejuice, whichever way you want to put it.
Apparently, we said AIDS 3 times, so he came back.
Yeah.
Yeah, don't say AIDS again.
So David McCrabb says slavery is not only promoted, it is actually a punishment. No, McCrabb, it's not a punishment.
Mm.
Slavery isn't used as a punishment in the Bible. It's actually a condoned thing to either have them as indentured servants, which, you know, slaves, or just straight out slaves. It's not a punishment for them. Although, you know, being a slave would be a punishment in and of itself, I
Slavery
guess.
is used as a punishment in the American penal system.
It was back in the day. It is now.
It
too,
is
with,
still now.
It's
let
ju-
me
yeah,
tell
it
you.
currently is.
yeah,
Yeah.
with private
Why do
prisons.
you think the police state is so popular? Why do you think there are millions of police when 10 black people get angry? So they could arrest them and force them into forced labor.
Yep.
The
Yep.
American economy.
Yeah, Suffer raised an interesting point. The Old Testament doesn't get taught in Catholic primary school with all of its strange things. Suffer, for the most part, you are correct, but they, you know, the 10 Commandments is in the Old Testament, and they always teach the 10 Commandments. They always cherry pick the parts of the Bible that they are and are not going to teach. And nobody said, it originally said not to lie with a boy, and it was in reference to temple prostitutes. Funny how people forget that. From what I understood, the original Greek or Hebrew or whatever it is, says that a grown man should not lie with a young boy the way that he lies with, you know, another person, because therefore
With the
it's an
wo- yeah.
abomination, blah, blah, blah. Now, whether or not that's true, at the end of the day, it's one of those arguments that drives me nuts. Even if that was the case, that is not what it is now. In today's Bible, in English, it is
Yeah.
very much promoting homophobia, regardless of what its original intention was.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
So I'm just looking, because I keep looking at social media now. My Twitter timeline is getting progressively more positive as it seems more and more likely that Joe Biden will be confirmed. One of my favorites, Jonan Vasquez, is the cartoonist who invented Invader Zim, and he's a fun weirdo. But he said, hey, I'm seeing that the counties hit hardest by COVID also voted more heavily for Trump. This is worrisome. We should check on those people. They sound depressed. I think they were trying to commit slow suicide by president.
Yep, slowly and surely, it's looking like Biden has
Yeah.
about a 600 vote lead. So this keeps up for a few hours. It'll be called for him, and that's good. He needs a win.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, may I just take a quick second there? David McCrabb, how about you actually go and learn what the Bible actually says, as opposed to telling me that I don't know what my Bible says?
Oh,
What time is this?
you can expend energy on a troll if you want. It's literally a waste of time. He's a faithless, pathetic troll with a sock puppet account that doesn't even have a proper avatar on it. They are a time-wasting, sad, pathetic, loser, troll, fuckstick. But if it gives you joy, then I bless you and give you the joy, grasshopper. But that person will never respond authentically. They will never respond with with any integrity because they're not even a Christian. They're just
Is this on
really
YouTube?
sad, pathetic troll. Yeah,
this
no,
is on
it's
YouTube
someone with a username David McCrab.
Oh,
It's
sweet!
just
I gotta
troll.
check this out. I love trolls.
In that case, let me just end it by saying this. David McCrab, all religions are nothing but an argument over who has the best imaginary friend.
Oh, God, my stove's making a stupid buzzing noise. I have to go away.
Hey, nobody has some interesting stuff.
Oh, nobody has the proper insights about
Yeah,
religion.
nobody has some great insight. Because you know what? I was actually telling somebody today because they were telling somebody was talking to me today. They told their parents about me, and they said that I was, she had like, they're not one of those socialists, are they? And they're like, actually. And they were going on. They were getting all mad about me being a socialist and everything. And they're like, and he probably hates religion, doesn't he? And that's when I quoted. I think Marx said something along the lines of, "Religion is the flowers that cover our chains. They're beautiful. We shouldn't want to force those away. Those can stay with or without the chains. Religion is beautiful. Gives you a sense of meaning. Gives you a sense of purpose. Nothing wrong with that." Plenty, and believe it or not, tons, like you said, tons of socialists are Christian because they're following Jesus' teachings.
Yeah, no, and the best summary I ever heard of it from someone was, you say you can't do something because of your religion, that's fine. You're making that choice. You say I can't do something because of your religion, go fuck yourself. When someone makes their own choices, even if I don't agree with them, honestly, even if I think they're silly, if they're not hurting anyone, I'm completely on board with it, and I will actually defend their rights to be that person. It's as soon as they start interfering with someone else's rights, that's when I'll.
That's when it's a problem.
Absolutely. Look, when I'm walking through, there's a suburb not far from me called Parramatta, which is like New South Wales' second CBD, and there's a walking mall along the main street there called Church Street. And every now and again, when you're walking through there, you've got a bunch of people standing up on milk crates with a microphone screaming various things from the Bible and about how we're apparently all doomed and all of that sort of stuff. I am more than happy just to keep on walking past them because they're not getting in my road. They're not trying to tell me what I can and can't do. They're just telling the truth as they see it. Whether or not I believe in it is completely immaterial. The only time that I've ever had an argument with those people, and it's only ever happened once to me, thankfully, but was one of the people actually got off their podium and deliberately got in my road to try and stop me from leaving because they noticed that I paid attention for a split second and then turned away and went to walk away. And they decided that I needed to be targeted at that point. And
oh my goodness!
Oh yes, worth the wait.
Yeah, you look fantastic, my darling.
Yeah. But anyway, no. The only thing I was going to say was that, and I said this to that person too. I said, I will put my life on the line to protect someone's religion. I will die protecting a Muslim person. I will.
I think we've got the echo coming in from your end, Abigail.
So it's just I very much, appreciate people practicing religion. They have the legal right.
It's coming from someone else.
I'd say that's coming from Charlie.
Let me see.
Charlie's muted.
Yep, that was coming from Charlie. That was weird. Nobody's joining us. Buddy, how you doing?
Hey, nobody. But yeah, that's all I was saying.
My mic is working okay tonight.
No, you're doing good, buddy. You got that sexy husky voice coming in.
And good to see you gothed up like the rest of us.
I hope it's not echoing this. I've got another mic and this one's very sensitive.
No, it's good. It's good.
Good.
Okay. That's all good.
All right. It's all good.
Yeah, that's all I was saying. Is that, I'm very open to religion. For some reason, people think because I'm not religious, they get really mad at me and they think I'm this horrible person and I hate their religion. And I'm like, I ain't got time for that.
I'll level with you guys. It's no secret what my faith is.
Yeah.
Good.
I'm not a big fan of religion in the form that we see it.
Yeah, with the people who control it.
It's such a lot of the mainstream churches wield power with the Bible. They use it as a weapon. There's all the I've got a dispute going with a Christian friend of mine at the moment because he has some views that I strongly disagree with about LGBT people, and he's basically implied that that LGBT people are not followers of Christ. And well, first thing I've got to say to that is, one, what part of the Bible did Christ condemn anything to do with LGBT? Someone prove that one to me, because
Find a simple reference.
It just isn't there.
Yeah.
It just isn't there.
And don't you have to like interpret it a certain way? Isn't it like you should not lay with somebody? What does lay mean?
Yeah, well, that's a good point too. And there's so many, because the minister from my church is quite progressive, very open-minded, and very LGBT affirming.
Yeah, a lot of
there's another church that actually originated from the United States, I believe, the Metropolitan Community Church. There's one in Brisbane. Their minister is outright is gay. He is a gay priest. It's very fitting because it's affectionately known by many as the gay church. And I've been there to a few of their evening services. They're the most dedicated believers probably ever.
Oh my God. You know, when I was young, I was exposed a lot to black churches, and just because through family, friends, and school and stuff, every once in a while I'd be dropped off there for a few hours. And, you know, I mean, this one church that is still known as a great church, it's a black church, you know, gay friendly. They didn't care who you were. They loved you. They didn't care if you were atheist, what you were. You know, if you want to come in, if you need shelter, we're here to help you. If you want to watch the service, that's great. We're here for a good time. Lord Jesus, amen. Hallelujah. And that's it. They were just great fucking people.
Yeah.
You know? So that's...
Yeah. And there was a meme getting around quite a while ago, and I'm sure everyone here has seen it. You know, some of the most wonderful, open-minded, kind-hearted people you'll meet in society have piercings from their head to foot and tattoos, and some of the most pompous, arrogant, judgmental, parasitic shitbags that you'll come across go to church every Sunday.
But speaking of things Jesus actually said in the Bible, the story about the hypocrite in the church, the one who stands up the front and says his prayers out loud, "Thank you for making me a great holy man," and pointing to some dirty beggar.
Yes, I know this
pew,
one. Thank
and
you for not making me like him.
Not making me like him. And Jesus just said to the disciples, "Okay, dude up the front, straight to hell." And
yeah, he just basically said the dude up the front is insincere and is missing the entire point, because the other person was saying, "I know I'm a flawed person."
Yes.
And
he actually says,
"I don't deserve forgiveness. I don't."
Tax collector, I think.
My conservative friend, he asked me, in my opinion, can someone lose their salvation? Well, the answer is no, because it's not ours to begin with.
Well, that's a fair one.
It can be rejected, but it's not ours to lose.
Yeah.
I'm a long way from an expert on these religious matters, but I've come across a few conservative clowns, and I have beaten them down with their own logic. If you follow that level of conservatism to its natural conclusion, we should still be living in caves and stoning people and burning people and crucifying people. And we should still be having slaves, like like it was pointed out before.
Exactly. And I should have several farm animals. This is what I'm trying to say for years.
So the idea that, so religious conservatism just doesn't make any sense, because that's the other thing that this person said. When he hears left wing, he hears rebellious, and when he hears progressive, he hears unholy. And I said, dude, Jesus Christ was the most progressive person to ever walk the earth.
Yeah. Did
And you can't really refute that fact because he challenged the old ways. I also pointed out that it was actually the conservative religious leaders that demanded Christ be executed.
Yeah.
Am I right or am I wrong?
No, you're absolutely right.
man.
It reminded me of like Tony Abbott. Most people, I don't know most people, but a lot of people know he actually went to a Catholic seminary, like to study for the priesthood, and left because he's always been like hyper Catholic his whole life, and a lot of people go like, "Oh, he left. Was there a scandal? What did he get up to?" No, the reason he left is he just liked the idea of strict religious rule, and the priests were trying to say, "We actually help people. Do you not understand that?" That's and they kept trying to show Tony the charitable side of the order.
The
and
letter of the law is not what it's supposed to be about.
Yeah, and Abbott's thing was just he wanted really conservative rules running everything. And
his rules and fundamentalism instead of that. And that's just not how it works. It's not meant to be about that.
Yeah,
it's meant to be about grace and being gracious.
Yeah.
And showing other people the same level of consideration and the same charity that we receive as believers, which basically means not one person, believer or otherwise, gets to say that somebody else will burn in hell.
Yeah.
Now, hell's another subject, by the way, because a lot of references to hell are actually talking about stuff that happened in this life, not the next one.
Yeah. It's again, one of the ones because
the burial ground for rubbish, the constant burning fire. A lot of people's loved ones got buried there because they couldn't afford proper burials and stuff. So there was weeping and gnashing of teeth. Anyway, you're going to say something.
No, I was just going to say because again, I was brought up Catholic and whatnot, but not in a hyper conservative strain. And like the priest who was an old Irish Catholic priest, he was just saying like, don't worry about fire and brimstone. And he's basically saying the fire and brimstone's not in the Bible. And he's going, and his thing was just not being in heaven is the damnation. And it was like the being.
I agree with that actually.
Outside, he's going, that's the damnation.
I mean, have you seen this world? It fucking sucks.
Yeah,
so,
and
I mean, I always
think about this.
Yeah.
And the Bible's not the only place where you can get this doctrine, but basically the New Testament teachings, about being basically showing integrity, loving people, trying to love people who are hard to love,
being a good person,
being honest, basically being a decent human being. If people in the world live by that, regardless of their faith, and I think most religions, maybe I'm sure there's somebody going to correct me, but I think most religions, at their core, actually do promote peaceful, dealings with integrity, showing kindness, consideration, all that sort of business. If everyone did that, we wouldn't need police.
You know what?
That was easy.
Yep.
That's great. Oh, AZ's back. I
End
just
it,
noticed
Brian.
you were back, AZ.
AZ's back. AZ had an interesting talk with a policeman once.
Oh, that's nice.
And the policeman said that in every archaeological longitudinal study of a site that they've ever done, they've found that prehistoric humans have had effectively laws, rules, and a government. And there has always been in that society people within the hierarchy of the government of that society, and we're talking cave people here, that have been appointed to be police and appointed to be detectives. In every single society throughout the world, there has always been a detention area for criminals and drunks, and basically there has always been a group of people who walk with a lamp and a bell in the night time and protect the people asleep. And this has basically been found in Neanderthal Neanderthal dwelling places. There were clearly people in Neanderthal tribes who were police of some of the bigger tribes. There's always been what we would consider the commandment laws in human society and in ape societies as well.
Yeah.
When you go down through the basics of don't kill, don't steal, don't cheat.
That's universal.
Basically, you're talking about monkeys.
Pretty much.
They have.
I'm just making I'm making another cocktail, so I'm going to switch my microphone off and leave you folks to your devices.
Fair enough.
For a few minutes. So be good.
He's gotta go to his YouTube stuff.
Everyone get their tits out.
He's a big YouTube man.
Well,
oh shit!
when you come back on like bail,
I haven't switched everything off yet. I'm switching it off now.
Angry. I might have bailed before you come back, but
That's okay, man. Everyone else can handle things.
If I can't go too much later.
That's good.
But I'll wish you well if I don't see you.
All right. Get your leader.
Yeah, so basically in all of these Charlie, you're freaking me out. I don't know if that's a freeze frame or Charlie doing that.
That's a freeze frame. I think it's a freeze frame.
That girl looking at you in the video for 3 hours.
Yeah, it's just like it's funny. You know what's funny? Actually, AIDS, that reminds me. Earlier today, when I was talking to somebody, we brought up the fact that there's it reminds me of history. It's like we know that Native Americans kind of did some of the things you're talking about, but Native American history in the States has been so, not researched, not cared for, and whitewashed that there could have been 1 billion natives here in the Americas, whole cities, whole civilizations with, like you said, police and laws and rules and just the basic things, but it's all just been destroyed. Like, I could be sitting on a city that's been here 1,000 years before we were even here, but we only have the tales of London and Paris and stuff. We don't have this history, and it's just like Native Americans, they're so spiritual, they're so religious with the earth and the land, and they have this code. And Native Americans are some of the best people I've ever known. They're so caring. They're so nice. They care about their community, And in this world where people always think the grass is greener on the other side, and capitalistic dreams of houses and everything, they're just happy with looking at a field that they own, and that's it. That's their world, and that's just it's beautiful. That for thousands of years we followed these rules, these basic rules, make the world a better place. Which is why I believe America can eventually become a better place, but not as one country. It will have to be split.
It's kind of similar to the Australian Aborigines in that they get mightily saddened by seeing what mining and all of that sort of stuff is doing to the native lands over here, because they don't believe that any one person does or does not own the land. They all believe that
collectively,
that we belong to the land.
We
actually own it.
Exactly,
and,
which is true.
And what we're doing is basically destroying it. We're doing ourselves no favors.
Exactly, because without the land that we have, without the climate we have, which is what we're destroying currently, especially here in the United States, without that, we die. In fact, it's an old native saying here in the States that one day the rich white man will poison all the water, and poison all the air. At that point, money won't help him anymore.
Well, you can't breathe the money and you can't eat it.
Can't drink it.
You can eat money.
No.
I mean,
you can bloody eat money.
You can eat money. You can eat money.
Well, it won't give you much nutrition. I wouldn't recommend it.
Exactly.
Well, if you're going to go on a crash diet, eat money.
AZ, I like your capitalist.
20-cent pieces before and put them with a lovely agnoliotti. And, they go down a little rough.
Can I say something?
Feel free.
Go ahead, Charlie.
Can I say something? Abigail looks hot.
Thank you.
The weather is awful. I'm joking. You do look good, Abigail.
This tastes
Thank
terrible.
you, thank you, Charlie. I really appreciate that. You look hot too. I think we just lost Charlie. You freeze framed.
Thank
I love
you.
the,
But
the
you always look hot, Charlie.
Huh? Oh.
I love the dichotomy of green lipstick with the black eyeliner.
Charlie,
I
do my best.
Getting hot here between these two.
People here.
I do my best. Uh-oh.
Don't you worry, Chris. I'm looking at you too, buddy.
Chris is the meat in the sandwich here.
Oh,
Yeah.
oh, yeah. A little bit of, you know what I mean? A little bit of, left, right, up, down.
Oh, did you just get a secret message from QAnon?
Yeah. Yeah, didn't you know? Yeah.
And what was the secret message?
The secret message is that any minute, Bernie Sanders is going to jump out of stage with a steel chair and take down both Biden and Trump. He's coming. Oh my God! It's Bernie Sanders with a steel chair. Socialism, fuckers.
I'd pay to see that.
Oh my God, I would love to.
That would be so
You imagine
fucking
WWE
sweet.
fucking coining on that pay-per-view. Fucking cage match. Biden
Oh
Sanders,
yeah.
fucking Trump.
Oh yeah.
My God, man, that card is
chairs,
really bad.
ladders, anything in the ring, you know, they'd have to all blade up. You know, that'd be a match.
You know what's funny for me too is like they always say the steel chair is coming out. The steel chair. A steel chair actually isn't that bad to be hit with.
No,
a wooden chair. A wooden chair is far worse.
Well, the wooden chair weighs more.
Yes.
I wouldn't really want to be clobbered with either of them, but yeah.
Mega Leech, yes, in the chat, yes. Da, 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 da. It's Bernie Sanders.
Someone was saying in the chat,
Yeah.
Sanders 2024.
I've been
Unfortunately, America
hit
is
with
not
a
ready. Is
steel
not ready
chair.
for Sanders.
Dude, I don't think America will be in one piece by 2024.
I just don't think that they'll.
America's not in one piece now.
Yeah, no, but like officially,
It's
just
divided.
break it up. It's just like I'm telling you, it's 134 miles to the border. I'm ready.
Are you so? Which along which lines do you think America will split itself, Chris?
I hope. There are already 3 regions in the U.S. that are pretty much at a point at which they want a regional government. That's the Pacific Northwest with Cascadia, that is California with California, and that is New England without New York. If America starts to break apart, those areas, they don't want chaos, they don't want fight. They're highly organized, they're highly first world. In fact, the Northwest and California are the best quality of living in the United States. Parts of Alabama, where my family's from, is third world country. So if it breaks, we have the economies. They don't.
Yeah.
So as it breaks, that's what'll happen. Is
point.
in the
Good
South, they'll all fight and they'll kill and they'll bomb and they'll blow up and they'll be poor and they'll starve. And we'll be here. We'll just steal out that border and get that money going. But the nonviolent way is, I firmly believe we need to balkanize the United States and have separate regional governments that are allied under the United States, kind of like the European Union.
Right. Okay.
But will that happen? I don't know. But I do know that the first place it would happen will probably be California and then Cascadia, because a lot of British Columbians are tired of Ottawa. They're tired of their parties. And if you look at a map of British Columbia by election parties, they have every party you can imagine. Libertarians, Greens, Green Libertarians, Libertarian Greens, Cascadians, Cascadian Now, Labor, Liberal, Conservative. I mean, literally, they're all over the place. It's a very disorganized, chaotic, democratic area. So
Libertarians are a different breed of fucking stupid.
yeah, exactly. I mean,
Yeah.
they're stupid, all right. But you know what? You know what they're not? They're not one of the main 2 parties. So you know what? I'm fine. I'm fine letting them be stupid
Because
for
they
a while
split the Conservative vote.
because they split the Conservative vote and they're really easy on drugs. So you know what? I okay, cool. We can
Yeah,
work together.
that's true.
But eventually, I will beat you. But for now, we're good. I will stab you in the back, but it's okay. For now, we can work together. So, but yeah, that's the hope. The other hope is 143 miles to the Canadian border.
What?
If they haven't built a wall before then.
What? 43?
143 miles to the Canadian border from where I live.
So you reckon you could make that jump in one day? You could bolt?
If I had to, I'd get there. And I mean, it depends. Are we talking plane, train, car, boat, foot? I got my ways. Don't you worry.
Right. So you got it all mapped out. If you needed to bolt across that border, you'd get there.
I know the exact place where I would jump across the border. Nobody would even know.
Well, apparently there's a fucking 100 places across the U.S. Canada border where you can effectively walk across the road, and you're in another country.
Yep.
No one gives a shit because it's just out in the boonies.
Yeah. Well, let's just say there is a apartment building parking lot in the backside of the apartment building that's technically in the United States, and the only thing that separates that is the grassy field.
Yeah, right. All right.
Oh, I live here. This is my building.
Yeah.
I could also just take a boat.
Wouldn't you just park and then walk across?
Pretty much. Yeah. There's
why wouldn't you
also,
just drive
can U.S.
across?
citizens claim asylum in Canada? If I want to, I can claim a political asylum because I'm a socialist, and all it takes is the cops to kill one person that's politically active on the left, and I'm like, they're coming for me, man.
Yeah.
Isn't it interesting that the people on the right-wing side of the fence fight dirty the most? Anyone else notice that? There's always the people on the right who want to fight their way through everything, force everyone else to see things their way.
Exactly. Yeah, that's the thing too. It's like I don't want that. I just want I want to educate and help people. The right just wants to kick your ass. But the other thing too, by the way,
they're always aggressive.
Yeah, something else I want to clear up here. I'm a Washington citizen, so with my real ID, I can go to Canada for 6 months, no questions asked. It's just COVID regulations right now are pausing that. When that goes away, I can just walk into Canada whenever I want to for any reason, but only for 6 months. At that point, I have to apply for a visa. Very easy, actually.
But once you're there, you can just hide.
Exactly.
And then they have to find you before they can enforce the whole visa thing.
Oh, don't you worry. There was a big-ass island called Vancouver Island with one nice little city on it. And you could hide from
If I ever moved to Canada, I'd probably live in Victoria.
You know what I'm talking about.
It's a really nice place. Yeah.
It is the only two cities, Victoria and Vancouver, the only two cities I haven't visited in the Northwest yet. Because I got my real ID this year, so I haven't had a chance to go north of the border yet. I do need to get my passport, though, so I can go to New Zealand, too, when this is all over. Got to visit New Zealand.
I'll be right back, guys.
Gotta go to Hobbitsville.
Yeah. I kind of just want to see Auckland and then Wellington. Those are my first two places I want to see.
New Zealand's a pretty place. I've been there 5 times.
Yeah, Wellington's gorgeous. I
regret that I didn't get to see Wellington.
Wellington.
Yeah.
Cuba Street is still gorgeous. You can spend a lot of time in Cuba Street.
Cuba Street. I will put that on the list.
And, looking at pretty babes. And listening to junkies busk that sound like fucking choir singers from any other country. Incredible. Yeah, New Zealand's a really nice place. Unfortunately, it's not very populous, and as a result, you can't
say that as if it's a bad thing.
Well, you can't get a lot of shit done.
What do you
mean? You
getting things done.
Effectively, I talk to many of my New Zealand friends, and they say everybody in New Zealand, when they want to get their thing done, has to go to Australia to get it done, and then they can go home.
Yeah.
But everybody.
What does
spends-
that
So
even
if I'm
mean?
with
What do you
you,
mean by
Jacinda
getting
is
it done?
awesome.
Yeah.
Okay,
Like,
so
why can't you get things done in New Zealand?
Hello, Celtic King.
No, it's basically just a capital base. Okay. If you think about all of the really wonderful, think about all the wonderful entertainers in New Zealand. Yeah, the really wonderful entertainers.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, they've all had to go usually to Australia to get established.
Oh,
to
okay.
get
I see what you mean.
basically their capital base up so that they can do something useful
Yeah.
when they go home.
Yeah. I mean,
Jackson, who has Weta, who has made some of the biggest films in the world, who's sturgidly bases himself in New Zealand because of his patriotic fervour for his own industry and his own people.
Yeah.
Basically had to capitalise everything in Australia first.
Yeah.
And
because
then in
it's a
Hollywood.
bigger market. Yeah.
And
But
then,
like,
but that's the
Okay.
I mean, that's like I said, New Zealand's gorgeous. I mean, I love New Zealand.
Yeah, it's just like
I mean, they're fucking butthurt about underarm bowling, but fucking they go. So
But what's funny to me though is just like
we're never going to live that down.
they are never
Ever.
going to let that go.
It's the same thing with like
No, they have every right to just hold it over us forever.
yeah. For me, it's the same thing. It's like whether it's Victoria, Canada, and on the island, or whether it's New Zealand. I just want to get a job running a camera in a TV studio and then just sleep for the rest of my life. Like I'm tired. I would like to make some movies. That'd be great. I could do that anywhere with just a little bit of money. So you know what? All I need is a camera. I'm happy.
Yeah.
So I'm back. I made it.
Hang on, Grasshopper's trying to say something, guys.
Charlie accidentally closed her window and she's asking to be let back in. Please, angry.
Well, she's not there. Oh, does she? I'll repost the link.
No worries at all.
Oopsies. See, we got to talking and we completely forgot.
That's the link for anyone who had an oopsie.
Good night, Celtic King. We
I
love
just made an all
Celtic King?
Celtic King, Celtic King, who knows?
The only Celtic is the football team, which is super weird, but that is how they pronounce their football team's name, Celtic. And that's and I have no idea why that would be a thing. But
American thing, I think.
Hey! What's wrong with American things? I mean, look at me.
Nothing.
I'm fat.
Nothing at all.
I'm obese. I can't
It's
stop
just
drinking
different, that's all.
Coca-Cola. I got sugar in every fucking food I eat, and I am a pinnacle of that result. Just look at me.
Australian footy players love to laugh at American gridiron players. They go, "What's all this padding bullshit? We run at each other with no protection whatsoever, run head on each other, stop instantly, break a bone or two. It's fine."
You know what's crazy is literally, even though they were all that padding in football,
Good night,
every college game every game I've ever worked, they've stopped it for at least an hour for injuries.
Yeah, no, they hit hard.
Mega Leech makes a
Even with
good
all
point
that
there.
stuff. Yeah.
You see Mega Leech. There you go. Our election's great, terrible, but hilariously entertaining. I mean, come on.
Horrible. What was that line from Seinfeld about the portrait of Kramer? It's horrible and loathsome, but I cannot look away.
Exactly.
I used to have a poster of that on my wall.
Fucking love
the Kramer.
Seinfeld. I love Seinfeld. It's like, you know what's funny? There's this, the meme where Jerry's going, "That's a shame." Republicans have been using it when Trump was leading, and now and liberals were using it now that they're leading, and I'm just loving every second of it. I'm just all like, well, actually, technically, you're only up by this much. Like, what do you mean? We're gonna win. I just love pissing them off on Twitter, dude. And then, oh my god, when the liberals hear that I voted Green Party, their heads erupt. They're like, "You can't be independent."
Why not?
If someone who would otherwise have voted, say, Democrat, was voting independent as a protest, I would say they were being a bit of a dick. And Charlie's back, maybe. Oh yeah, there she is.
Hello, Charlie.
She is.
But I'm an
I'm
independent.
just waiting for my
you're a
computer to blue
lifelong
screen. It
Green
does that
voter.
sometimes.
I'm 100% behind. You're part of that movement, and you're strongly behind that movement. That is absolutely the right vote for you. But if someone was doing it as a protest, I'd probably slap it
Pretty
around a bit.
much the only reason I voted Labor in the Queensland election is because I didn't want to be part of splitting the progressive vote enough to let the Libs get in.
Hey, you know what? That's fine. But here's the other thing, too, guys. Is I'm on the West Coast. All of our states are blue by a blowout. They always are. So I don't really have to worry about that here.
Yeah. So your big thing is building up the movement, which
I'm just
Look,
building up the movement all the time. Independent parties, I'm always just
and good because
Well,
independent ones are more likely to actually believe in democracy.
Bingo.
Chris, while I've got you here, the rest of the world considers red to be the colour of the left and blue to be the colour of the right. What happened in the States that
It's interesting because in protest movements, people fly red socialist flags.
Yes.
So I'm not sure why the Republicans are red and why the Democrats are blue. But for the Democrats, it kind of makes sense because they are a right-wing party. They're a right party. So for them, it makes sense. For the Republicans, they're just so fucking stupid, I think. But when you go back to the Civil War, they were the ones that freed the slaves. They were the ones that got
Lincoln was a Republican.
They got the and he wasn't even radical. And some Republicans were so radical they wanted to literally abolish everything. They wanted to abolish all the institutions of racism, not just slavery. They wanted to reform the entire government, and they wanted half of these of the Senate to be black. I mean, that's what they wanted. They literally, overthrew the Supreme Court. So and that I think might be why, because that was around the time of the Paris Commune, around the time of Marx and all of that. So to me, it makes sense that they were probably originally a socialist party in today's term, even honestly, kind of a communist party, really, because at that point you're really getting into a classless society, which is what they were wanting.
It sounds like the Republicans are a bit like the Liberal Party in Australia. They used to stand for something, and then they just turned their back on ethics and
exactly. And the other thing too is back then, the Democrats were pro-slavery, they were pro-Jim Crow, and then they somehow became progressive. And it's just so like I literally had so many allies of mine going on about how you gotta vote Democrat because they're for gay rights. I'm like, Joe Biden was against gay marriage literally until he was forced to be pro-gay marriage by Obama.
Yeah.
Like he literally is a racist, homophobic asshole. Why would you vote for him?
Yeah. I did notice an interesting question in the chat. What does the staff are asking what the red, white, and blue on the American flag means? Google tells me the colors are symbolic. Red symbolizes hardiness and valor. White symbolizes purity and innocence, and blue represents vigilance, perseverance, and justice. That's from PBS.
And I'll form the head.
Okay, and here's the other thing.
Power Rangers.
What did the stars mean? What are the stars for?
The stars
is for each state.
States
for the 13 colonies.
Yeah, well, at first it was just a circle with 13 for the 13 colonies.
Yeah.
Now the stars are for each and every state, and there's 50 stars.
Yeah. And there's 13 stripes for the 13 original colonies.
And I forget when did.
Sorry.
Go ahead.
Very quickly.
Look something up real quick.
Just figuring out that I'm just too fucking tired. I can barely keep my eyes open. I think
Okay.
I'm going to go to bed. Today's been an exhausting fucking day, and I'm destroyed.
Get your rest, mate. Get your rest.
Good night. Have
See you
a
next
good
live
sleep,
stream.
and we'll see you tomorrow.
Yeah.
My
Good
love
night,
to you
mate.
all.
Good night. So a historical note.
There he goes.
A historical note about the American flag, which pisses me off constantly, is there were only 48 stars on the flag in World War II and World War I because it took to 1959 for Alaska and Hawaii to be a state. So every time you see a movie that has 50 stars, but it's a World War II or World War I film, their flag is wrong. It's grossly wrong.
Yeah. You just made me think of Grandpa Simpson in one of the episodes when Lisa points out he has the wrong number of stars on his flag. He goes, "I'll be cold and dead in the ground before I recognize Missouri as a state."
But really, it's Hawaii and Alaska.
He's got a problem with Missouri. So
Yeah.
I'm not saying it Missouri. I love Southern accents. I love Southern accents so much.
Yeah, but no, that's something that just drives me fucking nuts is when I watch
historical inaccuracies,
historical documentary, not just movies or whatever, but if I watch a historical documentary that's supposed to be educational and they have the wrong amount of stars on that flag, I'm all like, Alaska could have never became a state. They could have just gave it to Canada.
I don't think Canada was up for it though, but yeah. Oh well, that last cocktail got me on the way to being pissed.
To get rid of Alaska.
They couldn't afford, their economy couldn't sustain a colony there, but Russians lived there for 50 to 100 years. So there are literally some small towns on islands in the Aleutian Islands that have Orthodox Russian churches that native Nunavutts still go to this day.
Yeah, right. Okay, so
Alaska is fascinating to me, and oh, the other thing, when if the U.S. ever split up, Alaska would be its own country in a heartbeat. I mean, they're fine. Well, they are fine.
Yeah,
They got a lot of oil.
Shit, they still pay their citizens $1,000 a year for the oil they drag out of the ground.
I'm not sure if that's a thing anymore. Actually, my best friend from my hometown, one of my really good friends, Jeremy Sidney, I've known him since he was 6. He moved to Anchorage. So he lives in Alaska, and I'm just all like, that's cool. One of my spots I was gonna go on. If I had gotten married to Max, we were going to go to Adak, Alaska, which is an island. It's a town on an island in the Aleutians, and it's the furthest. West or the furthest you can go away from the mainland, and it's a small a town where an air base was, and before that, natives lived. At Two Island, which is where the battle where the Canadians and Americans were booby trapped and then shot each other to death because the Japanese left they got huge amounts of casualties. There was a whole city there that had been there since the Russians since the Russians took over the settlement that the natives had there. But to this day, after the Japanese invasion, it's never been repopulated. There was a military base there, and they still fly in there once in a while to check on birds. Populations, but you can't go there anymore. But you can go to Adak. So one day.
And good night to Heist, who's leaving the chat. Thanks for hanging out.
Good night, Heist.
So one day I'm gonna have a partly cloudy, 55-degree summer beach day in Adak, Alaska, and I fucking hate hot weather. So to me, that's beautiful.
Yeah. Sorry, I'm just jizzing in my pants a little at this bottle. Old-fashioned from my favorite bar Americano, that I got a couple of weeks ago. It's just I love an old-fashioned. This is a bottled thing, and it's so good. It makes me embarrassed of my own old-fashions. It's just fucking awesome. I love it.
Americano. That's funny.
It's I think that's the owner is. I don't know if he's of his Italian extraction, but he's kind of obsessed with the Italian version of drinking and whatnot. And the Americano cocktail is an Italian cocktail, and there was a bar Americano in Italy. So although it's the bar Americano, it's named after Italian things. Although it's this tiny little place, and it's got very prohibition speakeasy vibe going on. It's very cool.
Safa has said he's going to re-annex Alaska for Russia. They already got Crimea back. Safa, I have you know that Canada on Twitter officially trolled you guys and showed you a picture of a map where Crimea was part of Ukraine. Boom.
Ooh,
That's all we can do because we're pussies and we won't actually do anything about it. Because that's what the UN does when the Americans won't give them any troops.
That was God. You just made me think of that. Not that I watched very much of it, but I know there was an episode of West Wing where the president was gifted a beautiful. It might have been like this original hand-drawn map of someone famous of where there's the whole world or the Europe or whatever. But anyway, the map was made before Israel existed, so Israel's not on the map, and it's this beautiful piece of art. The president got it, and I love it, and it's going to go in my office. And one by one, his staff's like, "Yeah, you can't stick that on the wall. Israel's not on the map." And he goes, "It's because it was made in 1880, whatever." He goes, "Yeah, but Israel, the U.S. president cannot have a map in a public place that doesn't have Israel on it. Okay, that's not a thing we." And it's just this weird circular conversation because he has it with one person. And they go away, then someone else walks in and sees these things, and they go, doesn't have Israel. You can't have a map that doesn't have Israel on it." But it was made before Israel existed.
Yeah, I don't.
That's a show I want to watch. I've never watched it, and
I was interested in the show.
Watch it.
I was interested in the show, and then they did like a reunion episode for Joe Biden, so now I don't want to watch the show. But I know the whole Israel-Palestine thing is interesting to me.
I'll see if I can get the answer to that.
It's terrible what they did because the Palestinians let Jewish refugees in.
Yeah,
and then they killed them all.
I saw an editorial written for Time magazine by the King of Jordan. Because the state of Israel was formed after World War II. The UN declared it, and I saw this editorial written for Time magazine by the King of Jordan at the time the establishment of Israel was being proposed. And it was this really calm, well-reasoned thing like, I see why you're doing it. Sticking it in the Middle East where people are already living is a real fucking bad idea. And this is going to cause problems for generations to come. And every single thing, he wrote this in at the year before the formal declaration of Israel, and every single thing he said came true.
Yeah, and the other thing too is Palestine wasn't really its own country until the Brits and French tore up the Middle East after fucking over the Arabs that helped them overthrow the Ottoman Empire.
Yeah.
So at the end of the day, it was the British did it. The British did it, and it's just absolute bullshit that even happened.
That's the classic thing the colonizers do, artificially put borders in and say, this is a country now. And the people are all like, that's not how we've lived for generations.
Well, what's sadly what's probably going to happen is at the end of the day is the Israelis are probably going to wipe out the Palestinians.
It's not pleasant what's happening. And
it's terrible. It's unless literally the United Nations comes in and literally takes down the Israeli government with help from the Palestinians. Israel is going to genocide them, and that's just what's going to happen, and it's fucked up.
Yeah. Safa is saying, isn't that historically biblical times? That's where Israel was. Yes. And a concept of Israel hadn't existed for more than 1,000 years. So other people had been living there for 1,000 years.
Yeah, the other thing too about that too is evangelicals. The reason why the U.S. is so supportive of Israel is because evangelicals want to see the end times come, so they want to support Israel because Israel brings literally they are supporting people that they think are the devil, that are the ender of worlds.
Yeah, the end times loonies say Israel has to exist for their preferred Armageddon to happen.
So I just looked for The West Wing to download the whole series, and I found it in 1080p, seasons 1 to 7, and it's 187 gigabytes. And I thought, I hope I've got enough space. So I went to look at how much space I've got on my hard drive, my actual spinny disk hard drive, and I've still got 2.79 terabytes left. So
there you go.
I don't know if that's gonna fit. That's not going to fit.
Yeah, I know, right? I can only download this literally 1,000 times.
Yeah. Every Aaron Sorkin series should just be renamed The Mary Sue, because it's just all his wish fulfillment. The West Wing is what he wishes politics was. The newsroom is what he wishes journalism was. And they talk in a way that people simply don't talk. And I don't even mean politicians and media people. Nobody talks the way characters in Aaron Sorkin stories talk. And wish fulfillment.
Yeah, it was funny. Is Safa's all like, get the 4K version of the 1990s television show? Unless it was shot on.
It won't be in HD, will it?
But
you can upscale it. You can upscale.
You can't upscale it. It's not gonna look like shit.
If it was on film.
I have a 1440p monitor here, and I've got a 1080p monitor up here, and that's the one I watch videos on.
Yeah.
So I'll download it at 1080p. It'll look perfect on this monitor while I'm gaming in 1440p down here.
The funny thing with me too is, like, even if it's shot in 35mm film, it's not 4K. That's 2K. That's not 4K. You can try and up-res it, and it may look okay, but sometimes when you up-res stuff, it gets mushy. So at the end of the day, you know, people who've been remastering and up-resing film from like the 1800s into 4K, and it looks good.
Yeah, I've seen that.
But it's mushy. It's all mushy. But it's nice.
Well, they're using
it's just all like, exactly.
Networks
and it's
to
like,
upscale it.
All
you
you
can
gotta
only
do
get so many picture elements out of so many dots. I mean, the little pigments on the, what do you call it, on the film?
Yeah, the thing that drives me nuts is people think they can up-res everything to 4K like they did 1080, and you just can't. People have to understand that 1080 will always be the standard. 4K is extra.
Yeah.
It will always be extra. It will never be the standard. 1080 will be the standard. And I tell you what, man, people in my industry will fight that to death. But we have a
8K monitors are coming out.
Yeah.
Oh,
we
need 8K. We need 12K.
Yeah,
I remember back in the day.
frames per second.
I remember back in the day when I would use a broadcast camera and shoot 1080p, and they had the newest 4K cameras, and they looked like a cell phone video because they had no color information, but they had all the actual digital resolution. So it's just like these Ks. People at home don't need them. It's for manipulating in post. 4K will be the modern standard, and everything before that will be 1080. And I think that's really going to be it. At this point, we need color information, and you know, the game's over. They're going to keep trying to push that. The game's over.
I'm just thinking with, when you got 12K and beyond all that, what's that for when you're projecting on the side of a fucking skyscraper?
Yeah, and the other thing too is like,
it's for
what's IMAX?
IMAX. It's for IMAX.
IMAX.
IMAX. Have you ever watched old school 70mm? Like the one that springs to mind is David Lean's Lawrence of Arabia. If you see it in the proper format, it's this super fucking wide.
It's just really wide.
Like it's really wide. It's completely. If you watched it on a monitor, like even a widescreen monitor, it's super surreal because you'll still have half the screen black above and below it because it's so wide. I saw that in the cinema, and it's so beautifully shot. It's so amazing.
It is amazing. I saw Dunkirk in 70mm at the Cinerama in Seattle. It's one of the last 70mm theaters left in the world. Yeah. I've seen IMAX. I've touched IMAX film. I've seen 70mm. If it's not on a movie theater screen, you are not going to benefit from it. Period. You won't, unless your screen's the size of a mountain. The thing that I noticed that thing's going to go to is, you know how in the Avengers they have all the clear screens.
Yes.
They have all the clear screens. That is going to be the future. Is all these panels are going to go away and be little cubes, or mirrors, or little walls that are see-through. That's the future of screens and image technology. At the end of the day, a screen's a fucking screen. It's not going to look that much better.
Yeah. I love, there's been some good sci-fi where they explore that idea where basically every surface is a screen and they're looking at a little thing in front of them and they expand out a little window and they grab it and throw it. And then they've done this in the Avengers. They grab it and throw it and it's on the big screen on the wall at that point.
Yeah, that technology already exists. It's just incredibly expensive. Right now, there's I think $16,000 or $26,000 transparent monitor. looks great. It's fucking dope. Linus Tech Tips did a video about it, and
Oh, I,
there's
did,
all
I
these,
saw that.
and there's all these like
that.
like these touchscreen mirrors and stuff. And it's like, I want that. I don't want 8K. I want a mirror I can look up in the morning and play around with it.
It's fucking retarded now. I get my cell phone,
Ableist, please.
and I'm working on something on my cell phone, and I bring it to my iPad and just bring it near it, and my iPad comes awake, turns on the fucking app, writes down everything I'm doing, and then I put my cell phone down and I keep on talking.
Yeah, that can never be
iPad.
used.
Safa, doesn't miss a beat. Doesn't miss a beat.
I've worked with
Eventually, people tell me that you'll be able to tell your phone. You know how you've tried to write down someone's number while you've been on the phone to them?
Yes.
They tell me now that if I tell my phone, "Oh, make a note of this number," and say the number as they're saying it, it'll do it. But now they're saying to me, before you hang up the phone, or when the phone's just been hung up, go straight to Siri and say, "Siri, grab the number she said, and put it in notes."
Yeah.
And apparently, and then they're all there.
Yeah,
I'll be back in a sec.
Okay. Yeah, but that's the future technology, is throwing stuff up in places. Safa, I worked with several Red cameras. In fact, I used the very first camera. That thing literally was a pain in the ass. It would take minutes to turn on. So you're on set, everything's ready. All right, let's turn this camera on and get shooting.
I get that that's really frustrating, but I'm trying to figure out how that literally is a pain in the ass. I mean, you're not supposed to sit on it, are you?
Anyway,
putting out what's figurative and literal.
Yeah.
Some of them have really long lenses, and
You know what I'm saying? And you get, let me tell you. But anyway, so
but breathe deep. Sorry. Okay.
But no. Anyway, web cameras are great. They're fantastic, but a lot of cameras do stuff cameras are tools, right? If you don't need to have footage from a Red that you have to spend hours working on, you just need quick footage quickly that looks really good, you're going to use a different camera. You can use it. And the other thing too is the Hollywood camera, the chosen, the prodigal son of cameras, it's an ARRI Alexa. It's not a Red, it's an ARRI Alexa. So I've used them all. If there's a camera in the world, I've at least played with it.
Yeah. I love, we are definitely going to have little personal, I mean, the technology basically exists now, but little personal drone cameras that you...
God, that terrifies me.
You just flick them up and just go like, yep. And I'm now going to do a walk and talk, as I say, like you just like put the button and a little thing flies up and you go, yeah, stay there. And you go like, hey, look, and it follows when you point. You go like, you're doing a holiday thing like, hey, everyone, how's it going? Like, look at that cool building over there. And it sort of zooms over the building over there. And you go, okay, come back. And it comes back and lands again.
Yeah, Safa, resolution isn't, they don't really care about that. As long as it's, 1080 or 4K. They care more about what the image looks like and the lenses in front of that. Some Alexas are like the Alexa 65, has same resolution as IMAX, which is pretty much 8 to 12K. But at the end of the day, most films don't need that much resolution. Filmmakers don't give a shit about resolution. They care about telling a story and making it look good.
Yes. Obsession with technology is not normally the sign of a good filmmaker. In fact, so many times I've seen...
You'll offend your viewers with many things before the image quality itself, as far as the pixels are concerned.
If you want to see good work, it's when it's a good photographer or cinematographer, when all the technology breaks to do their job and they're pushed and they go, okay, I need to do this, and that's all the easy stuff is broken. So it pushes their brain and they just go, okay, with what I've got left, I can do this. This is the stuff that Aidsy and I did at college with putting on shows. It's like, you need to put on a show. It's going to have 6 people. The audience is going to be 200 people. They're going to be in this environment, and you have no budget, no props, no set. Off you go.
Yep.
And that's when you sort the sheep from the goats. When you don't have a budget and you don't have technology and you just have people who, this is my thing and I'm gonna make it happen.
Yeah, I use 10-year-old technology to get to film a season of basketball on tape. Mind you, when people weren't using tape anymore, and it was 480 widescreen, standard definition, when people were all in high definition, literally the tape that we were using for the master recording melted at one point because it was so old. It melted, right? And so the game that we aired was just the footage from the wide camera that we happened to have recorded as a backup. So like, and it's just so like I was like, literally, my friend would be like, Chris, I need you to film this. I'm like, why do you want me to film it? And he's just all like, because when I film it, it looks just like an image and it's good. When you film it, it looks like a movie. So just take this camera and film it. I'm like, this is an iPhone. Just film it, and it just always looks better. And I'm like, okay, thanks. Like, it looks so good. I'm like, I just did the thing.
Well, I mean, you know, the thing that Angry was talking about is we used to call it the theatre of sticks and mud, because that's what we got told when we got in there. They said, like, you know, you've come out to the country, and we don't have the stuff that the big city universities have. We don't have the money. We don't have the people. We don't have the expertise. What we've got is thousands and thousands and thousands of years of storytelling technique. This is what we will give to you, and
that's all you need.
Will basically modify it to your need. Now, when YouTube came along, your man Angry and his dodgy mate Aidsy just went whatever, and everyone was shitting themselves, and we were basically looking at each other going, it's just another platform, guys.
No, it's different.
We'll take you through, because YouTube will stop, the internet will stop, web will stop, and there'll be new platforms and there'll be new ways. And you know, I did a talk to a corporate that I got a job off, and then I got fired.
Sorry.
They asked me to do this talk about social media, and they had in this boardroom, they had fucking huge screen TV, and they had fucking NBM internet piped into several other monitors, and they had fucking 3 laptops running 3 different versions of whatever slide images that you wanted, and they had the corporate logo bouncing around the thing, and the whole thing was being videoed for their own records. It was a pilot class, and they were going to get professionals in to do this pilot class. And so they said everyone gets to listen to everyone, and everyone gets to speak. And they got me to speak one day on social media. And I said, all right, I'll speak on social media. And I got up and I said, please turn everything off. Please turn off the TV. Please turn off the computers. Please turn off the lighting. Please turn off the sound. Please turn everything off. Just turn everything off. And so we had the room lighting, like the light bulbs, a table of people, and me talking to them. And I said, you know, guys, this is it. This is what you need. Don't let the people in the internet position you, because that's huge at the moment. Is people saying, oh yeah, fucking you give us this, you know, millions of bucks and we'll position you properly for your social media. And it's like, that's not. Don't let anyone
Position you with
And I
what?
was making the mime of being fucked in the ass. I was miming, fucking someone in the ass. Don't let them position you. Just know your story. If you know your story, it doesn't matter what platform you're on. You'll be fine.
Chris, I was about to say, Chris, you're thinking small.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, that's
If you know the
entirely
story, it doesn't matter what platform you're on.
Yeah, it doesn't matter.
Story.
It doesn't matter
Your
at all.
people are your history. Keep them around. They're your history. And your current people are your story. Know what your story is. And that's it. That's all you need. You don't need anything.
I may have a story for you,
Okay.
but it involves fisting.
Well, fisting is fine with me. I've seen
Okay,
it.
all right. Look, it's hours into this broadcast. If you're here, you're here. So I was watching. All right, so my friend and I, we used to moderate a really. Eventually, the channel got pretty big before it died out. I mean, and the guy's a friend of mine. I still love his stuff. He still streams, but he just doesn't really do it on YouTube anymore. But he would tell these ridiculously inappropriate stories about 2 or 3 hours into a gaming stream. They'd be playing games and they'd be talking about this just ridiculous shit all the time. It's hilarious stuff. And one time they were telling me about, his name was Danger. He started talking about, this girlfriend. And this girlfriend had seen these videos. And one day he's, going to town and she's all like, put more in. Okay, put more in. You know what? Let's just try it. We'll try what? I want you to fist. I want you to fist me. And he was all like, "Are you sure? I'm a big guy. Are you sure?" And she's all like, "Yeah, baby, fist me." So he puts his fist in. He goes once. He goes twice. He goes, "Oh, ow, oh fuck, what happened?" And she orgasms at that point. He's like, "Oh God," and she's like, "Oh," and he's like, "Oh God," and his wrist is like bent backwards. He broke his fucking wrist and twisted it backwards inside of her, and she's all like, "Oh God." She goes from full orgasm to a
Vaginas
full
are
freak out
amazing.
move, and his fucking wrist is flopping about. Like, I think we need a doctor.
Oh my God.
So my
Good luck
fisting story is
explaining
not as
that to
great
the
as that
medics.
one, but I was at a party, and after the drugs had started and people started doing their BDSM things, and I was like, okay, I'm gonna go to the chill out room now, but not before the host of the party just burst into the room and said, "Can someone please fist me?" And so she got a towel and just proceeded to get fisted by someone in the lounge room. And I'm just like, okay, I'm gonna go. I've taken some mushrooms. I'm gonna go to the chill out room. Walk past the couple doing blood play on a surgical table, getting needles inserted, and I'm just like, I'm gonna chill out in here and let the mushrooms kick in. And
Yeah.
I was shortly joined by another couple who are like, wow, it's crazy in there. Over the sound of someone being spanked in one of the bedrooms.
Oh yeah.
Oh my God.
I have lived such a sheltered life.
And we ended up talking about sci-fi all night. It was great.
That is fucking hilarious.
You just reminded me of something totally innocent that I was thinking about. Then this goes back to high school in the seniors' common room. We all thought Monty Python and the Holy Grail was hilarious. And someone walked in just as one guy said the line when with the nuns and the thing, we're like, first we'll have the spanking, then we'll have the oral sex. And then all the other guys went, a spanking. And someone walked into the common room just as we were saying that. And they were like, fuck are you guys doing in here? No, unfortunately,
That's
nothing
great.
that interesting, just reciting.
If that was me, I would have walked in the room and I've been like,
Yep. I also just noticed in the chat,
Maybe
Kirsten
I've come at a
just
bad
woke up and
time.
we're still here. So, welcome back, Kirsten.
Oh, hey, welcome back.
And what
from
a
your
time
nap.
to come back, Kirsten.
And so Mega Leech, what's this about a coronal mass ejection?
Because we're just talking about technology going away.
Yes. So,
Oh, okay, yeah.
Here's the truth about it. It actually won't be that bad. It'll freak out some power grids. Couple planes may crash. At the end of the day, technology is going to survive. We are beyond that point.
There'll be a hiccup. It's going to be worse than you think, but we'll survive.
We'll be fine. Everything's going to be okay.
Jesus
Just calm
Christ.
down. I have written a script where
Depends how
literally the
big
world
it
ends,
is.
but you know.
I mean, here in Australia, I don't think we'd be prepared for it. Our electricity grid would go down.
No.
Instantly.
Electricity
Yeah.
grid
But
goes.
eventually, everything would be. Eventually, I think it would be.
Oh yeah, eventually everything will be fine.
Calm down. Don't worry.
Eventually, not before I'd cracked open my neighbors' skulls and feasted on the goo.
Hey, look, guys. You know what?
Hey,
you know what? I'm either
Australia
going to
would turn into a purge island.
I'm going to be.
Mad Max Fury Road. Here we come.
Look, man. When that happens, I'm
Yeah.
either going to be in New Zealand or here in the Northwest. So I'm going to be just fine. I'm going to have all the resources, or I'm going to be in New Zealand on top of a mountain with a horse going to Hobbit Town. So I'll be good. All right.
New Zealand is a great place for the apocalypse
It's the
because
safest place.
lots
Just
of
remember,
fresh
Chris.
water,
Just remember, Baba means no.
Baba means no.
Oh.
There's a lot of dumb. They're introduced, but there's a lot of dumb ground dwelling creatures there that you can kill for meat and fur. So New Zealand.
There's also a lot of rich people building bunkers in New Zealand.
I mean,
and they're a good source of protein, is all I'm saying.
Rich people are a very good source of protein.
You can also just make your own tofu, but okay, guys. Anyway,
The rich are the only meat I eat.
Tofu. Rich people.
Okay.
I love that.
This is an important one about the rich people in their bunkers. This was a true story. A famous sci-fi writer said he was invited. He thought he was being invited to like a symposium to talk about, can sci-fi writers predict the future? And it was just rich fuckers who were planning post-apocalyptic bunkers with their paid security, and they basically wanted to know, can you come up with ways that I can convince my armed security to not kill me and eat me when money doesn't mean anything anymore? And it was just, and the guy was just going, you people are fucked. I hope you all fucking die. And
But I mean, I actually have heard a rich person talking of this very thing, and he said, and it was, come and see my bunker, and he converted one of the old Minuteman bunkers to his bunker, and decked it out. It was very nice. And it was one of the complex ones where there wasn't just one missile. It was like a few missiles. So there was quite a large complex. And so he had quite the mansion underground. And he had quite the security force. And he said, look, you've got to understand that these guys have got to be invested in it with you, or it's pointless.
Yeah,
so
they're not security unless they know that you guys are going to build a community.
To bring their families, and they all have a house within the complex.
Yeah,
they all have.
You have to build a community with the people that are to protect you, or they will eat you.
Exactly.
And I will find, if it comes down to it, I will find a rich man, and I will take his cabin or his bunker, and I will.
I will.
The only meat I eat, but I will.
The only meat I eat is billionaires. Yep. I will absolutely.
I'm not gonna eat him. I'm gonna beat him up, scare him, and send him on his way and take his stuff. That'd be great.
I'm gonna eat him.
No, I'm gonna fucking eat. I am gonna fucking eat.
Angry, you'll get food poisoning. Don't eat the toxic waste.
By my religious practices, the rich have to be prepared in a certain way. The head has to be removed via guillotine.
Yes.
And then and only then can we eat them?
Yeah,
Well,
Sarah Max.
It's all about how you kill them.
So I always tell people I'm really moderate. I'm just trying to calm things down. But deep down inside, one day, the guillotine's going to come.
Oh, fuck yeah.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
And a certain person that owns a company that begins with A and ends with N and is
Amazon.
And his name is Jeff Bezos.
And it's from the local area. He'll meet the guillotine.
Oh, yeah, he's in your area, isn't he? Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
I've been skimming social media again to see if there's any more election stuff. And this super fucking surreal thing about how badly the UK government is fucking up Brexit and not being part of the EU. They've got this grand plan. Welsh sheep farmers are too reliant on exporting to the EU. Their new plan is that Welsh sheep farmers should export to Australia and New Zealand.
Oh my
because
God.
we don't have sheep. We don't have sheep here.
You know what? Here's what needs to happen, all right? Scotland and Wales needs to leave the United Kingdom because they're going to get so far.
They fucking will. The UK, the US
Scotland is going to leave. Scotland is going to leave.
The UK is going to break up. It's
I'm so excited for it. But anyway,
yeah, acknowledge a point made by Stella in the comments.
Conflict.
Yeah,
with regard to eating the rich people, Stella Mortis makes a good point. The brain is the dangerous part. The rest you can eat.
Exactly.
Yeah,
that is a good point.
You get weird diseases from eating brains.
Curry from eating brains.
Scotland's #1 political party is the SNP. Their current prime minister, Nicola Sturgeon, is 100% pro-independence. Right? The country only lost their vote. They didn't vote no. It was a tie. And yes, happened to lose by a few points. Scotland will leave over the EU. They will. And Northern Ireland is not going to be very happy.
Yeah, Ireland is going to reunite.
There is already a wall that divides Dublin. There's a wall there. There's a fucking wall. And people sit there and act like, East and West Germany and communism was the worst thing in the world. But what the British did to Dublin during the Troubles is just as fucking horrific as what the Soviets did in Berlin. I don't care what anyone says. And here in America, it's way, way downplayed. But
Scooby-Doo, they call him Scooby-Doo. They call shows.
Sorry, did that come on? I was just looking. Someone's dubbed Trump's dumb press conference with him just saying Scooby-Doo over and over again. And it's like stupidly funny.
Dump.
But anyway.
Funny. Sorry.
So when I was saying about how the U.S. would break up with Cascadia and everything, we got Boeing, we got Microsoft, we got Amazon, we got fucking what the hell else do we have? I mean, we got like half of Amtrak is out here, the National Rail Service. Then you got North America's second Hollywood in Vancouver. Oh my God, the money here, billions and billions are just sitting here. So I'm telling you, man, eventually it's gonna happen.
Isn't it?
I'm going to see. I don't know if you'll be able to see this. This is the thing where CNN showed a Pornhub logo on their touch screen. Fuck. I don't know if you'll be able to see it, but we go like, Wolf Blitzer's talking, blah, 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 blah. And there's a Pornhub logo.
Oh yeah, we can see it.
And that was on live TV. He's like,
I'm watching it right now.
He's like, oh my God. What the
That's
fuck?
so good.
I'm
I'm adding the
somebody got in a lot of
Pornhub
trouble
intro
for
to my soundboard.
Yeah.
That's fantastic. That's fantastic.
And the look, you probably couldn't see the detail, but the look of the guy who touched the screen to make the Pornhub logo, like he's looking off to the side like, what the fuck? Which one of you fuckwits did that?
Yeah, what's funny that too is these poor guys have been going 24/7 for what 3-4 days now. I was lucky because the panel I was on decided to end at midnight. I was very lucky because I could have been on till like 4 a.m. if they wanted to keep going. So they were like, you've been in Portland politics for like over a decade. You should be on the panel. I'm like, oh, okay. 4 hours later, I'm like, oh my God, it's never gonna end. I was very, very, very lucky that they decided to cut it early. So I do have a bottle of sparkling cider that I'm going to pop open when Biden gets the affirmed vote. I mean, right now he's winning by millions of votes. So, I'm gonna pop that open. We're gonna have a celebratory thing, and we'll be like, "We're all fucked anyway."
Tell me, Chris, what's the
What? Sorry, what was that? That was good.
It's the Pornhub intro.
Oh, is that a Pornhub?
Hazy knew what it was. He's smiling away.
Hazy's just smiling. I'm dancing. I don't know what I'm dancing to.
See, you're married, so some of us, need help.
Chris, I was going to ask you, COVID's gone through and killed over 200,000 people. In the
It's more than
States.
that. It's way more than that. The CDC has already said there's another 200,000 uncounted.
And Trump did it.
He did it.
He
purposefully did it.
Sorry?
He purposefully did it. He literally downplayed the virus so that way everything would be fine. While they're sitting there telling him, I know it's going to kill everybody, but I have to downplay it. Otherwise, the stock market's going to get upset.
I'm not laughing at what you were saying, Chris. I'm laughing at Surfer saying Pornhub's got a copyright strike the live stream.
There's enough.
In all seriousness, that would make my day.
The economy has to take precedence over the citizenry.
Exactly. No, see, money is all that matters here. I mean, literally, people will walk up to you and blow your brains out for $100 bill. Happens all the time.
Right.
America is a savage place. And it's just all like the people that have voted for Donald Trump, that's how many people may end up getting sick. And people are forgetting that with long COVID, like my friend's family, 2 out of 3 of them that got sick are no longer infectious, but are still sick. And it's been 4 months they've been suffering.
Long COVID.
Like literally, for some reason in the United States, most people that have symptoms are not getting better; they're just stable. And right now I'll tell you all, like right now in the second largest city in Washington, which is bordering Idaho, which is we don't know if masks works. The Republican people that are running that literally fired the public health officer illegally, and that public health officer is then going to fire because he's on the Washington State Board of Health. Not just the county board. He's been fired from the county board, so he's now going to probably fire the lady who's running the rest of the county board of health. So that'll be fun. She's going to fire him. He's going to fire her more than likely. And all the county health boards are crumbling. Got the governor, who I voted for specifically for COVID response, hasn't, and so far hasn't shut down the population centers. The only way for us to become better than the rest of the United States and possibly open up the border with Canada, because half the state is literally starving right now because they cannot get supplies from Canada, is we have got to shut down the major population centers and close the border with Idaho. It's the only way.
Wow.
But they're probably not going to do it. And at this point, regardless of what happens, by the end of the year, 1 million people will be dead. 1 million people are going to end up dead. And we'll shut down. But we'll shut down because everyone's sick, disabled, or dying.
So, but surely the population must know that they were sacrificed.
No. Well, they know. They just don't care.
Denial's a powerful thing, buddy.
They think the economy will save them.
Yeah, funny thing, when you worship the economy, instead of looking after people, you look after the economy, they both get fucked over and they both fail.
They're $7 an hour minimum wage, and the rest, which is like, I don't know, whatever a dollar to US to the Aussie dollars, I'm not sure what the difference is, but it's a poverty wage. You make about I'm not sure the conversion is, but here minimum wage is $15 an hour. That's about a living wage where I live. Where my family lives, it's $7 an hour. They care more about keeping their $7 an hour jobs than they do dying from coronavirus. They're willing to risk that for $7 because they're brainwashed by capitalism to only care about money and to only care about jobs. It's very ableist. If you can't hold a job, you're worthless in the country.
Right.
It's funny how the people who uphold those values, a lot of them call themselves Christians.
Yeah, it's disturbing.
Oh my
It's
God.
One word for that,
disturbing.
hypocrites.
Yeah.
So yeah, COVID is getting really bad in Portland. It's getting really, really bad. It's getting out of control. The Vancouver hospitals, we only have 2 of them. They're full. They are literally full. And by Christmas, there will be no hospital beds anywhere in the entire state of Washington. Oregon has a lot less hospital beds because they only have one major city. So we will see what happens. Because at that point, people die. They literally go to the hospital and collapse.
That's when the shit hits the fan, when hospitals get overwhelmed.
Stella's pretty much nailed it. The attitude problem.
Yeah. Anytime I
Save
get
the
sick,
economy by allowing huge swathes of the population to become long-term disabled, thereby causing a greater strain on the health system, increasing welfare costs, reducing income tax streams. Fucking nailed it.
Wait, hold on. What welfare? What health system? We don't have that.
Well, we do.
There's still people not
You're
paying
going to
taxes.
burn, Chris.
Yeah. No, people are just going to die and then starve to death. And literally, right now, people are starving and getting thrown out of their homes already.
Chris, when they introduced the health system in Australia, they tried it once before and it didn't work. They introduced the health system in Australia and it cost a fucking fortune. And there was a lot of humming and ahhing over it. And they said, look, you're going to get 3 times back what you put in 10 years. You're going to get 3 times back. And what they found was in 3 years, they got 10 times back. And nowadays, they have to have the health system in there because it artificially inflates the economy. Because so many people are at work and not in chronic disease, they're actually paying over and above the taxation rate.
There'll be a little bit. There'll be a little bit of that because with people being able to work at home, it's going to help a lot of people that are disabled that are unable to go into work to get jobs and work virtually. So that is going to be a nice help. But long term, it's just, I just don't.
My point that I was going to tell you was here now the ultra right wing bodies in Australia, if you look like you are going to attack the health system as a government, they will tap you on the shoulder and go, no, you're not allowed to do that.
Yeah, because it would wreck the economy.
Yeah, they are the ones who are saying no. You leave the health system happy and healthy. Now,
same thing in Canada.
They tend to gut it every now and again. When the Conservatives get in, they tend to gut it as much as they can.
But they won't get rid of it?
Oh, no. Because it's too valuable, and it pays too much. It basically inflates the economy by something in between 12 and 17%.
Yeah,
you can't get rid of. You can't just.
Because if you throw away 17% of your economy and you're a small country continent, you're going to be fucked. But, it's just all like because the interesting thing here is that obviously that would help, that would save the economy, that would do all these great things. It really would. But at the end of the day, we're not a democracy, we're an oligarchy. And the most powerful corporations in the United States are private prisons and health insurance companies.
Wow. Fuck.
And then don't forget the banks, which heavily invest in both of those. That's why the police state is so prevalent. Oh, and also, don't forget the military-industrial complex provides all these surplus weapons and ammo for an army that doesn't get to use it because they're not doing anything. Where do all those get sent to if they're not being used? For free, they get sent to the police departments. Literally, a police department could literally get a hold of an M1 Abrams tank if they really wanted to.
That's the funny thing about the whole Second Amendment argument. People saying, "Oh, the right to have guns and everything is, foreign and domestic enemies and blah 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 blah." As one comedian pointed out, if you're worried about needing guns to defend yourself against a government going rogue, clearly don't know how tanks work.
Exactly. Exactly. Yeah. No. And Safa said he's glad that I'm a globalist, and I'm all like, I mean, we it's one planet, one people.
So I have
That's
to
true.
I have to throw in, as I've been again trawling social media to see what's happening, that Pornhub on CNN is fake, which is sad.
Oh no!
But, someone's shown, when you look at it in high res. I was only looking at it on my phone. When you look at it in high resolution, that Pornhub thing is obviously not there, and it's like, oh, okay, it's still funny. And even
It's
the
funny,
article
but it would
said
be even
it's
more
not
funny if it
real,
were
said,
real.
at least it made us laugh,
Yeah, that's true.
Hey, you know what? We tried. Yeah. No, but yeah, Kirsten. The other reason it's not just to kill black people. That's the main reason, though. It's to enslave them in private prisons, but also it's to oppress and have you know that they are in control. Not you, not the mayor, not the city council, not your vote. That doesn't matter. The police are in control. They will find you, and if you do something wrong, they will kill you.
Yeah,
Yes, it
the
doesn't have to be wrong as in
militarization of the
illegal.
US police is really weird.
It doesn't make it. And the thing too is, eventually, it's going to lead to a civil war. It just will. The question is, will the civil war be 5 minutes long and them arresting and massacring entire cities, or and their classes and their fans being behind them, or will it be a long, drawn out thing where you have several cities at war with each other, like they do in Greece, where they had the anarchist neighborhood of a certain neighborhood constantly actively fighting the police force all the time? Is that what our cities are going to eventually become? Because that's where we're headed. I'm not gonna move. Everything's I'm not gonna move yet. It's okay. Calm down. It's fine.
It's all good.
We'll see. Wait
But
for COVID.
It's also odd because the United States has the best science in the world. They have the best scientists in the world.
Granted, some of them are war criminals.
Is privatized, but it is funded better than anyone else in the world. I know here in Australia we could make a fucking killing from science. God, we could make a killing from science. We have everything in place.
But you don't have the scientists.
Yes, we do.
We have
what we have is a government that never backs them.
brain drain.
Just don't pay them when they leave. They go
in
to
Australia.
Germany. They
Money.
Go to the United States.
So I've
Australians-
personally seen this happen. I've personally seen friends being scalped and moving overseas because there's just no work here anymore. The Liberal government has gutted science and technology in Australia. It's a crime.
There's more Australian astrophysicists working in the Goddard Centre in NASA than there are in Australia. And we train them up really well.
Fucking Tesla is full of former CSIRO scientists.
But I don't understand that. It's just all like they're sitting there saying that they need to be prepared for cyber warfare with China because the economy is heavily reliant on China, which is incredibly dangerous for their national security.
Yeah.
And yet they don't want to have the scientists to help them think up cool shit to stop the Chinese.
Yeah.
Don't you kind of need scientists to think up cool shit to stop the Chinese?
The trouble.
There's a subgroup of computer scientists and just Aussie expats who are all Australian in Amazon. A friend of mine did his PhD in computer science and immediately got Amazon paid to move all his stuff, put him up in a place, him and his partner in Seattle. And they
Seattle's
have gatherings that, it is, but like the brain drain is real. And the group of Aussies in Amazon, they get together and they fill a pub. Like, it's ridiculous.
Yeah, that's really interesting.
And I'm talking about the white collar workers and the IT people.
We can literally arrest one fat woman and own trillions and trillions of dollars of our own minerals overnight because her family stole it in the 60s, and it's still a crime. She spent billions and billions of crime dollars, and we could nationalize her shit with the stroke of a pen, and refocus our scientists back onto hard science. We used to have physicists here that were working on a bomb because we got promised 12 by the British because they tested 24 on our soil, and then we said, "Can we have our bombs now, please?" And they said no.
So they used you as a colony, even though you weren't a colony anymore.
Well, we are used to being used by our protectors and then being abandoned by our protectors, and only recently has the Australian military doctrine changed its ways to say that be ready for the US and for Britain not to be there when you're ready, when you want them, when you need them.
Because at the end of the day, with the way the United States is right now, we could, if any conflict breaks out with China, any actual conflict that breaks out with China, first off, we would lose. Secondly, our country's already crumbling. You add that on top of it, they do a one cyber attack. Oh my God! If we had
part of the military doctrine, Chris, was to position China as a client nation, as a customer state, so that they're now dependent on Australian primary goods. And that was not a mistake, that we went into China with cheap prices, cheaper than Canada. And if you can go in cheaper than Canada, you can go in cheaper than anybody.
That's good news.
Seriously, if you can go in with prime product, if you can go in cheaper than Canada, you win. We deliberately went to China. We have the cheapest shit you can buy, and they went, we will have all of it, and they did, and they have bought contracts out into the middle of the 21st century.
I've read a lot of
side. And what's ridiculous is when the United States and China are fighting, a lot of the time Australia steps in and says, we don't like it when Mummy and Daddy are fighting. Can we maybe work out something where we could all win here? And we've gotten those nations to step back a few times. With Trump, it's been hard because he does things by Twitter decree, and the Chinese don't like that. Chinese like to know. See, part of the reason why Australia's not freaking out about the cyber warfare with China is that they kind of let them in, because China likes to know what's going on. That's they're paranoid about it. They want to know what's going on, and Australia kinda isn't very difficult to read. It's a big place. There's not a lot of people in it. There's a lot of stuff in it. It's cheaper to buy it rather than try and invade. You would never invade Australia. It would be a stupid, expensive waste of time.
That would be so ridiculously difficult to invade Australia. You gotta go practically to the end of the world, and it's so fucking big, the entire population could just hide in the outback.
Well, worse than that is
Crocodile Dundee style
place all at once.
Yeah.
And no one's got the population to feed that amount of people away from home at the arse end of the world with a supply chain that is being constantly cut, harried, and bothered by the locals who blend into the crowd. Every local becomes a resistance fighter.
The second you invade anywhere.
Local basically gets a letter with a knife, a gun, and an anarchist cookbook in it.
Yeah, see that
gets told to wipe out a barracks when they get a chance, and they'll do it.
Yeah, this reminds me. This is kind of what's been happening here in Portland with when those feds showed up and they wouldn't leave, and they wouldn't leave, and they shot that guy in the head with a less than lethal round. 10 to 20,000 people from the city of Portland went to that building with Cascadia flags, Portland flags, gay right flags, Black Lives Matter flags. There were enough people to tear that building down brick by fucking brick.
Mm.
Do you know what happened to their precious fence? It's gone. Ain't there no
Yeah.
more. So, you know, that's the other reason why I like, you know, I'm very pro Cascadia, because I'm literally watching in real time, you know, Trump and the federal government attacking an area that is used to not even being known by the rest of the country, and then them viciously attacking it. All they are doing is alienating us. The federal government is doing every fucking thing they can with deportations. Like the last time ICE tried to make a big deportation from an area in a rural city in the middle of nowhere, Oregon, 1,000 people showed up, linked arms, along with the local police officers, and surrounded the bus, and wouldn't let them deport the people to Mexico. Right?
No.
So it's just all like the federal government is doing
remember
everything they possibly can to alienate us. But do you know who's nice to us? Do you know who always works with us? Do you know who's giving us offering tons of money for our high-speed rail system? Canada.
Yeah. Right.
Canada knows. We're right here.
You can have a whole new state if you want it, mate.
Oh, dude, if they offered, yeah. Oh my God, people would be so happy. Healthcare.
Would that precipitate an immediate reaction by the federal United States?
I don't. You know, here's the thing, right? And like that regional government thing, if Canada was interested and this area is interested, it's 1,000 miles of mountain between us and the rest of the United States. So if we close the airports, good luck getting in, guys. So at the end of the day, the United States would be real happy because they just get the tax dollars. They don't have to spend any money there because, well, we're practically self-sufficient. They'll give us some back, but, you know, I mean, okay, sure, give us the money, and we won't have to have any of the troops there. We won't have to deport anybody anymore. We won't have to enforce a border up there. We won't have to, all the resources that they don't have to supply, but yet they'd still get some tax money. And then what we would do with our tax dollars, we'd split them up, give them to Canada and the United States, and be a regional government. So we could buy into Canada's social service system, but also keep America happy with some extra tax. We have billions of dollars here. I mean, we got fucking Amazon. We got all the money in the world. We get print money all day. You know, so that's not a problem.
Make it rain.
Wouldn't the Pentagon / Capitol system be humiliated by the loss of its own continental land? Wouldn't
No, because they also protect Canada. It's the same military. It's all NORAD. So no, there is no end. Canada and America are pretty much, you know,
the same place.
It's the same place. They really are. It's just it's a different country with a much better place. But you know, they could get on all day and all night. That may be fine. So, you know, that's the thing is that because there's Canada, because people in Canada want to be united with people in America, because people in America want to be united with people in Canada, because this Northwest area is very globalist. You know, at the end of the day, it's just we're one people, and we clearly see that, and no one's going to be bothered by it, you know? I mean, like, if there's a hardcore right-wing fucking nut job in the White House or the federal government, they're going to be pissed about anything. You know, if we can have a barrier between them and their ridiculousness, good.
Okay.
But it'll definitely take time.
Don't know that Australia was a colonist, a colonial power for 5 minutes.
Yeah.
We were the colonial rulers of Papua New Guinea.
Yes, we were.
We were the colonial rulers of Papua New Guinea for 15 years. And at the end of it, they decided that Papua New Guinea had to be its own country with its own set of Westminster rules. And it's basically run, administered, and funded by Australia because it couldn't do it on its own. There's no fucking way. And if it was just let go, Indonesia would walk in quietly and grab the fucking lot. It's full of minerals, mostly copper, lead, zinc, and
we have a ton of that here because of all volcanoes and everything.
Yeah,
We have endless pine, endless lumber, endless materials, endless water, endless power generation, endless tech companies, endless money. I mean, we have everything you could fucking imagine here. It's nuts.
The thing that's
I disagree with the endless part. Like, the Earth has
Well,
finite resources.
Yeah, I think Chris
But-
was talking sort of metaphorically. He meant-
Metaphorically, especially with the population density that we have.
My people do not understand metaphors.
I'm just being metaphorical. The other thing too is compared to the rest
Chris,
of the United
suffice
States,
it to say, a fuckload. How about that?
yeah, we have a fuckload. We have enough
There you
to
go. Is
sustain
that
the
better,
current.
Abigail?
Yeah, we have enough to sustain a population twice our
So you
size.
take that literally.
a metric fuck ton. There's a metric fuck ton of all this stuff.
Well, didn't you say that was 1,000 fuck kilos, Angry?
Yeah, it's 1,000 fuck kilos.
So blue whales
Yes.
do ejaculate a lot. So
Yes.
There you
so
go.
you could
Abigail found a
conceivably
way to
have
use it literally.
a fuck ton. Yes,
Yeah.
thank you. Fuck
Well,
you,
okay.
metaphors.
So, Chris, here's where I'm sort of going with this.
Well done, Abigail. Well done.
Has 86 metric fuck tons of resources
Mhm.
that are not even pretended to be completely surveyed yet.
Mhm.
They're still there. You could mine that place for the next 20,000 years
Mhm.
and still be dragging shit out of the ground. We know this. We know this from satellite photos. We know this from seismic testing. The thing about it is that if this place got its shit together, it could own half of Asia. It can't. There are as yet undiscovered tribes of people living in the very, very densely rainforested mountains that still eat people. They say
Good.
they don't anymore, but they do.
Good. They should. We're terrible.
Basically, if that place was let go by Australia, as in you can do this on your own now, the country next door, Indonesia, would eat it alive and genocide everybody black in that island.
I mean, to be fair, they would eat a lot of Indonesians before that happened.
They would.
So I just
but
want to be fair that
they would, but the Indonesians have shown us quite graphically what they do when they want a piece of something that's not theirs.
Yeah, they
I
can
mean,
be
I don't
really,
know though.
really
I mean,
vicious.
like,
They're a lot of cunts.
I mean, like,
we've lived that, and it's
Oh yeah, I
really
actually
pretty
know.
brutal.
A mate of mine's a veteran from Timor.
Mega Leech, it depends if you can see the teeth or not. Because if you can't see the teeth win.
So basically, when you've got a honeypot like you're describing, generally speaking, people want it. What would stop other places from simply taking it?
I mean, we have a stockpile of nuclear weapons, so.
That helps.
Oh yes, it's always the fucking nukes with you,
That
Americans.
helps.
Jesus.
Yep, stockpile of nuclear weapons always helps you. If you say, please go away, I will nuke you.
The other thing, the other thing too is if we blow up all the dams we've built, we don't know what'll happen. We've never seen that. No.
You should do it.
We really don't know because it could. There's a lot less water than there was originally when those dams were built. So we could literally drain the entire western half of the continent out if we did that.
Wow. So,
I mean, you can come here. But and the other thing too is we do have volcanoes and earthquakes. So I mean, come on in.
Yeah.
What the
No,
fuck
you can
is
keep it.
that?
No worries.
I'm gonna have nightmares.
That
about
is my evil laugh.
I'm gonna have fucking nightmares about that.
So Australia, if we wanted nukes, we could have a working nuke in about 3 months.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
we are the biggest producer of uranium in the world.
Yeah. So I
Nice.
I do want to be clear.
Yes.
I am completely against nuclear weapons, and I think that the best thing they could have done in the 40s was bury nuclear technology forever.
Well, we
Yeah,
have
but
a
humans
non-nuclear
don't
policy
do
in
that.
Australia.
Hey, I can dream.
Yes, there's always this stupid idea of the mutual deterrent factor. They won't nuke us because we can nuke them. Yeah, that just means you got 2 nations full of fucking dead people and the rest of the world slowly dying from radiation poisoning. Nice
However,
going, tards.
Unfortunately, it fucking worked for 50 years. It fucking worked.
It's really weird how it works.
But it's a nice idea, isn't it, though?
But it worked. Mutual assured destruction fucking worked like a fucking charm. We didn't have a major war for 50 fucking years when it was on for young and old. For that whole time. Whole time it was on for young and old. It was
but the world was having an anxiety attack in the meantime.
Right?
Yeah.
Yeah, what's
The whole
interesting to
world
me
was
too.
ready
No way to live.
Fucking knuckle up. Left, east and west fucking for that entire time. But the mutual assured destruction stopped it happening. And
Here's my plan in the case of a nuclear war. I'm betting that Brisbane, being Queensland's capital, is going to be targeted. So I'm going to drive into the centre of Brisbane and try and catch the bastard. Because I'm close enough that the fallout is going to fuck me up. So why don't I just go to ground zero and make sure I'm wiped out quickly?
Nukes don't go off on the ground. They go off in the air.
Spoil it,
An
Abigail.
airburst.
Spoil it,
Yeah.
okay.
Yeah.
Tall buildings, all right.
They
we'll
cause more
fucking find a
damage.
way.
The other thing too about nuclear warfare, countries that don't have any nukes are, especially in the southern hemisphere, are probably not going to be thought of. You're not going to get nuked,
Australia's not a threat to
that's
anyone.
kind of
Really.
that's nice to know.
Nor is New Zealand or South Africa or any of those countries. If you are below the equator and you are not coming and you haven't fired the nukes, then you're not going to get nuked because we got to nuke the fuckers who fired the nukes, okay? Because we're going to win. We'll all die, but we'll win.
Yay, victory's ours.
North Korea has like 10
celebratory party,
nukes.
but everyone's been fucking roasted.
When the nuclear war happens, North Korea will only hit one country, South Korea, and that's it. And then they'll be obliterated by everybody
Or
else.
Japan.
Or Japan.
Yeah, they're not very fond of the Japanese.
But at least they got those damn South Koreans before we died. If anything, they probably only have 3 or 4 like ICBMs. The other thing too is, the United States is slowly transitioning.
So the thing about North Korea and South Korea, the North Koreans don't consider their country North Korea and South Korea as a separate country. They see it as Korea. I don't think they would nuke them. They consider them
That'd just be
like their
artillery.
own people. Yeah,
No.
they'd squabble, but they wouldn't
North
nuke them.
Korea has artillery.
They want to liberate.
Yeah.
They want to liberate South
Yeah,
Korea.
and to be
join back into Korea.
And to be fair, North Korea has enough artillery alone to wipe South Korea off the map.
Yeah. No, North Korea would target their artillery on South Korean military bases, and that's it.
It's over. The war is done.
And they have a fuck. We're getting back to fuck tons again, but North Korea has a fuck ton of artillery aimed at South Korea.
Yeah, and that was the thing is like when tensions were really high between South Korea and America, North Korea, I'm just all like, and a lot of times South Koreans protest when, please don't do this, because at the end of the day, we know North Korea will win. That war is over. At the end of the day, it becomes a war between Korea and America.
Yeah. I noticed in the chat John saying he's worried about whether there's a nuclear war, the fallout would flute down to Australia and we're fucked. And then he said, "Oh, autocorrect, he meant floats." No, I want the fallout to flute down to Australia.
They're gonna play a flute. It sounds nicer, really. I mean,
nice.
really, if
It
that
sounds
happened,
like a metaphor.
there would be some kind of
I don't know what the
nuclear
metaphor's
nuclear
for, but-
winter, but I mean, it depends.
Yeah,
Really.
fallout isn't as dangerous as people think. I mean, it's fucked if you're close to where it explodes, but
across
it's
the globe,
it's not
I don't
as-
think so.
It's
If you're
not
that
as
far
dangerous as
away.
people think it is.
Yeah, if you're that far away,
It's the nuclear winter. Chris has got it. The nuclear winter is far more dangerous. That kills crops globally.
Thimble winter.
Fallout-
Yeah.
Fallout,
that
as
was
scary
the
as
Norse
it is
knew
and
that.
sounds, it's localized and it's like it washes away. It's not long term.
yeah, the nuclear.
That's what does
Short
my
term,
head
it's
in.
Someone's
Norse
got a point about what
mythology.
Chernobyl did, but
Norse mythology
Chernobyl
had
turned
what
into a dirty bomb.
Yeah. Norse mythology had their Armageddon was a thimble winter, which meant you miss a summer. Winter lasts an entire year. They knew if something happened and summer didn't happen, if winter lasted for a whole year, you're just dead. You are just fucking dead.
Yeah. And that's the whole thing. It's like nuclear winter would be pretty much apocalyptic. But the question is, and that's a scenario, how bad does nuclear winter get in the southern hemisphere?
Sorry, now
don't
I'm just
know.
thinking of Futurama, where when he wakes up, Fry wakes up 1,000 years later, and he goes, "Oh, cool! So global warming never happened." And Leela says, "Yeah, it did, but nuclear winter cancelled it out." So it's like,
And that's the thing. It's like they're in New York, and it's
Don't
built
give them
on,
ideas.
and it's built on top of old New York.
yeah, the ruins, because aliens had actually destroyed Earth twice in 1,000 years. That
Yeah.
that Fry was in deep freeze, but
Yeah. But yeah, ironically, they were able to build from the ashes. That's the other thing too. Is like some scientists dissected Independence Day, and they were all like, "If an alien attack happened, we would just all be dead."
yeah,
And even if we won that war, it would take a century to get to where we were in the sequel, which I loved. I love the sequel. It's a fun time.
What movie are you talking about?
Independence Day. Yeah, the sequel was fun. You know, it's worth a good watch, but you got to be like, it's not gonna be as good as the original movie. It's a fun time though.
Sequels rarely are. There's not a lot of sequels that I like.
Yeah, I like a lot of sequels.
They're out there. There are good ones.
It's like what I do to people that like don't understand it, like, you know, not every movie is the same movie, and so some movies are going to be good but not as good. Some of them are terrible. Is I will show people the sequel before I show them the first one. So here's the sequel. Oh, that was a really cool movie. All right, here's the first one. Oh, that first one was so good. And then
I love the chat for good sequels. Mega Leech brings up Aliens, which is very good. It's not necessarily better than Alien. It's just they're so different. You can't really compare them. Safa brings up Empire Strikes Back, which is probably the best of the original Star Wars movies.
Probably one of the best movies of all time. Yeah.
Yeah.
So do you want to hear how David Cameron, was it Cameron? Yeah. How he pitched Aliens to the studio?
Yeah.
Does anyone know this story? Because it's
No,
great.
go for it. James Cameron to the studio. Yep.
His pitch, short and sweet. He walked in to the meeting. There was a whiteboard. He wrote alien on the board, and then he wrote an S with a $sign, and that was it. And the studio went nuts. No word of a lie.
That's brilliant. I love that.
That is very true.
What I love is actual Marines love the depiction of Space Marines in that. They go, no, that's what it's like. Really fucking dumb lieutenants giving you fucking suicidal orders, and the grunts trying to hold shit together in an impossible situation because the lieutenant gave them really dumb orders.
Game over, man.
Game over, man. Game over.
Game over. Yeah. My mom,
No.
me and my mom quote that to each other all the time.
By the way, if you ever get to look at the logos on the side of their jump ships, their logos have, I can't remember the name of the number of the corps, but their motto is "We endanger species."
Nice.
Oh, okay. Excellent. Nice.
So in other
Oh,
words, they're
Kirsten's
calling
bringing
another
up
planet.
Godfather 2. Okay.
I've
That's a
never
good
seen.
one.
Okay, I think
Godfather movies.
Godfather 2 is significantly inferior to The Godfather because I think Godfather is one of the most perfectly constructed films ever made.
Is
Godfather
it?
2
I've
is
never watched
good.
it.
Oh, Godfather is such a perfectly constructed film. Godfather 2 is
Okay.
good. Godfather 3 is an abomination, but
It's terrible. It's awful. Every time I get
yeah.
it out, they try and pull me back in.
Oh, that's the one high point of Michael Corleone. It's become a meme. Michael Corleone trying to go straight. Every time I try to get out, they pull me back
Right,
in.
Stella.
Look, it's gonna be completely legitimate.
Oh shit, Stella, what's happening? Your mystery autoimmune symptoms are trying to kill you, and you have to work tomorrow. So you're saying good night. I'm going to say good night too.
I am too.
Good night,
actually.
Stella.
That is a really nice shirt you have there, by the way, AZ. I know you're
Me?
flapping it about a bit. Yeah, that's nice. I like that. I'm gonna.
It's subtle, but it does the job.
It did you wore that yesterday? I remember because it reminds me of the Doppler effect.
It kind of is. It's like watching a sunset through a noir screen.
Yeah.
Or
But it reminds me of a Doppler shift.
watching a energy gradation of a nuclear
Yeah.
blast.
Well,
Pick one.
I'm going to go to bed, switch off the stream,
Good night, everyone.
Good night.
and I'm probably
Good
going to
night,
sleep on the
watching.
lounge so my snoring doesn't wake up Mrs. Angry because I've had a couple of drinky
Poor
poos.
Good
Angry.
man. You're a good man.
Good night. Probably just going to watch.
Angry.
Yeah.
I'll sleep with her if you want.
That's
I'll do
okay.
it for you.
Yeah, I'll probably just sit on the lounge and watch some porn of nuns being spanked or something. I don't know.
Sure. I might.
Blasphemy.
Yeah. There might be a fisting. Who knows?
Yeah, who knows? Who knows? It's all open for exploration.
Don't break your wrist. Good night, folks.
Bye, everyone.
Good night.
Good